and the focus goes in the direction.
Really? He left.
How do you guys? Sorry, 1 minute.
I think you're
How do you guys explain time zones? Can you send me a link? We'll do a time zone explanation.
Canadians, what can you do?
Well, what we understand is that the question is malformed. You're not really asking about time zones. You're asking about day and night cycles.
Look, where I am, there is what? The sun is setting, right? Where I am. I'm outside the window, I can see it set, right? With my eyes. You are in America, right? Probably have a sun rising, right?
Yes.
So, like, how do you explain that? Is that just a difference of perspective, or what?
No, the sun is moving across the surface of the Earth and illuminates one part of the Earth and not another. There.
How does a theodolite measure? Do we want to keep talking about?
Like,
so
if you're,
how does it measure an angle? Yeah, from the downward, from the vertical.
So what?
But where's the 90? How does it measure an angle? It measures it from the downward.
Like what? Is it a beam, like a lamp or something that just moves its projection?
Do you think it measures something else?
If you shine a light on the surface, wouldn't the whole surface be illuminated?
You're really struggling with this, aren't you?
Well, I'm struggling to understand what you think
I'm not
it is
talking about time
measuring
zones or
from.
political construct.
What is it?
I'm just,
If it's
just
not the vertical, it is measuring
I asked you a question. I said,
it's just
how does
just the fact that I see the sun setting and you see the sun rising. I want to have an explanation of why that.
What was my answer?
So you said it measures an angle. You said it measures an angle from the downward vector. So notice how you said it measures an angle from, then you explained from, but you didn't explain the it measures an angle, which is the angle measuring part.
Pointed out that that's a misnomer.
Oh, like the mechanics that it uses to measure angles?
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, I have a theodolite. I set it up.
Well, okay, then
an angle of something.
Let's not use that word. Time zone, right? Let's not
get caught up in that word. Make sure that it's properly leveled.
That's important because words mean things, sir. So if you say time zones, then you specifically mean what was constructed for people to do trade and commerce. That's what it was made. It wasn't made. That the question you're asking is just you want to know how day and night works on a flat Earth.
See it?
Yeah,
that's exactly what you want to ask.
Can you tell me what it is measuring from?
I want to know how day and night works on a flat Earth and why I see the sun.
Listen, friend, you're repeating the exact same thing over and over. When I parse it out for you, that's not what I'm asking for. And indicating to you, you probably shouldn't repeat the same thing. And then I'm focusing on the measure of an angle part. You still go back to where it's measuring from.
Can you take this for a second? I got a little busy just right now.
Sure. So are you asking me how it's measuring an angle? Like the mechanism?
Yeah, when the sun, someone is replying to
you're the equivalent of a guy on a job site.
When the sun is over you, it's day. When
measure the angle to the roof from the floor. You come back and say, I measured an angle from the floor.
But
and I say,
when you illuminate the surface, the flat surface,
and you're like, I measured from the floor.
How is there a night without the concept of some sort of curvature that creates a shadow?
And then you get fired.
I don't understand.
I'd give you a number of degrees.
Shine a lamp on the wall, right?
So
it's not like some part of the wall is illuminated.
You go measure from the floor. Then what happens?
It's just a matter of distance. Do you think the sun is just
happening first, right?
Moves like a beam, illuminating one part at some moment and another part in another moment? Is that the idea?
No, I wouldn't claim to know such explicit details, right? All we can do is describe from our vantage point what we experience. And if part of that is that determining that the Earth's surface is planar, then obviously whatever the sun is appearing to do is happening above a planar surface. But as far as like explicit detail on its exact path, it's what the mechanism behind the production of the light, within what medium that exists, or distance or size or anything like that, I could not possibly begin to even guess on those things. Right?
Okay, fair enough. I was just curious, like what is the side chat interesting GIF.
But there are claims made about those that like people claiming to have knowledge of the Earth's shape and its geometry and its positioning relative to other objects in free space, right? And how they may or may not interact with each other. And claims of size and claims of distance, like that's what we were just listening to before, the principle, and even those geocentrists are still claiming to have knowledge of the Earth's shape and within what type of system it exists overall. And I think that is very arrogant, and that there's actually no solid empirical evidence for any of those claims.
Okay, fair enough. Can I ask another question? Is your contention specifically with Earth or with all planets? So, like, would you willing to accept that, I don't know, Mars is a globe, or I don't know, Saturn is a globe? Or do you think that they do not exist, or do you not have opinion on that at all?
Yeah, but we're not even saying that. We're saying that there's not even any evidence that the Earth shares any similarity to anything like what we see in the sky. Even if we could determine that those things that I agree may appear to be spherical, like some of them have a spherical kind of detail about them to the eye, right? But there's actually no way to even determine if that's not just some visual optical effect of taking place of some other thing that we're unaware of, other variables, right? But there is no reason to assume, even if they are spherical objects that have energy and matter, right, and solidity or liquid, like, right, matter, right, and they are spherical in shape, it is of no consequence to what we're living on, unless you can demonstrate it, right? So if the surface of what we live on isn't curving, then it does not share that similarity with things in the sky.
Okay. So you hold the view that Earth is like a special place, right? It's not like other planets,
right? It's not like a planet. That's correct. It's not like those things in the sky are worlds and land that you could go to and experience being upright like you can here. There's not even any evidence that that's true.
Okay. And what about the solar system? It's
that's imagined. That's not observed. It's imagined. Okay. So there isn't even any photography claimed to exist of observing the solar system as it's been portrayed in cartoon form and textbooks and artwork.
Yeah, that is true.
Right.
That is true. And what about gravity, though? Like, is it a downward force, or is it towards some sort of point? Okay, never mind. Thank you for taking time to answer to me. Have a nice.
I'm just a little busy at the moment.
Yeah, no problem. Have a nice day.
I'm just
Oh, do you call it day, or have a nice?
Yeah, have a nice day. That's good.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, thanks, man. See ya. Yeah, the moment I started answering him, I got really busy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a bit busy too.
I started to become sporadic or Yoder.
Plus, I'm meant to be being quiet or quieter because people are going to bed now. Yeah.
I'll press play on that thing. Okay, play doesn't work.
Planets around the sun. Notice how it neatly divides warm and cold sections of the CMB map. This is our first hint that something very unusual is going on. Now we transform our Molveda projection into a sphere and rotate our universe so that the S-shaped line of the ecliptic becomes the dark line across the center of the sphere. This plane, lying between the warm and cold areas of the CMB, will become the grid along which we fly through the entire visible universe. From the point at which space first becomes transparent and structure begins to form, through the Virgo supercluster, and finally to our own Milky Way galaxy. As we enter it, amazingly, we arrive at our own local neighborhood. Our sun, and finally, our home. So does this mean that the pendulum has started to swing back away from the Copernican principle? Could this, in fact, be Copernicus coming back to haunt us?
Now today, fortunately, we don't burn astronomers alive anymore, which I think is a good thing.
Life may be very rare, and we may be very special, but that doesn't mean the universe was created just for us. I've really changed my...
Hey guys, didn't mean to interrupt a good time, but it might actually be a good place to pause it. I have a new addition to my bad and misused arguments list, and it's gonna hurt. All right. So what is number 48? Yeah, we're working up to number 50, but what is number 48 this morning? I'll tell you what it is. It's when somebody says that if it's measured not to curve, what does that mean? It's flat. Well, I hate to say it, but no, those two don't necessarily follow because of the burden of proof. The onus of responsibility must be placed on the one making the positive claim. If it's not curved here, that doesn't necessarily imply that it's not curved everywhere. The burden of proof would be on the one claiming that it doesn't curve everywhere to demonstrate that it's flat everywhere. That makes sense. This is the same logic that follows from a courtroom proceeding. Have you ever heard a judge render a verdict that one is innocent? No, never happens. The judge renders the verdict not guilty. It doesn't necessarily mean that that person is innocent. No. It just means that they're not guilty. Not guilty for this particular instance, or no guilt found. Should probably be more profoundly stated. No guilt found. So to claim innocence requires a positive burden of proof. And that burden to bear is enormous and much more than most people have the time or inclination, willingness to set forth. It's almost related to affirming the consequent, where the problem with affirming the consequent in the formal logical fallacy is that it leaves other possibilities open to be true. It doesn't necessarily rule them all out, just rules out one. So in this case, we've ruled out the curvature exists in this instance by declaring it flat in this specific case. It doesn't mean it's flat everywhere. I hate to say it, but this is formal logic in action. This is the truth. It's kind of like in statistics, where you can reject or fail to reject a null hypothesis. Failing to reject a null hypothesis doesn't automatically mean you accept it. Doesn't automatically mean there's acceptance. If you fail to reject, it doesn't mean you accept it automatically. It just means you failed to reject it in this particular case for this particular reason. So I hope that helps. I'm adding it to the list. List will be updated momentarily. Number 48.
But wouldn't that be also like, would that be suggesting that the physics of liquid doesn't necessarily stay uniform or extend over every area of physical reality?
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Well, I mean, you could probably infer the conclusion that if the liquid is flat here, then it'd be uniformly flat everywhere due to our understanding of the behavior of liquids. I think that'd be an inference.
It wouldn't be deductive though, because if anybody tests it, it would be true. So if I say the statement that the physics of water are such that they surface tension would make it to be flat on its surface, then if somebody says that's incorrect, I can prove you wrong. I'm going to go to my local whatever and show that that's not the case. And if they come back with that evidence, because it's like we're showing them that the mechanics of water do not differ from place to place. If it does differ, then we have to show them how it differs. But we're showing them that it's the same. And being that water is it's the same substance that we're talking about. It's not like a different substance. Like, oh, we have water here, and you got something like water over there. It's like we're saying the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
I get what you're saying.
Right. So you turned it upside down as a deduction. So we begin with the specific and move to the generalization, which is inference and induction. We say that we measured it here to be flat. We measured it all over these other places to be flat. We can make a general case for it being flat everywhere. But if you begin with the general by declaring it is flat everywhere, and then every case is shown to be true underneath it, then you can definitely use that as a deduction.
Yeah, I always solidify the point with something that's tangible and testable. Because if we just say that, it's just flat just because, then like you were saying, that's a bad argument, because you're not giving somebody anything to test, and they're just going to go on thinking that you're just making a claim that everything's flat, but you're not proving it. So,
well, I'd say if you're going to take the deductive burden upon your shoulders to make a positive claim, then the responsibility is in fact on you. And if you can do it, then do it. I mean, and we know we have the capabilities to make, in a general case, deductive claims that are true. However, if we're talking about a specific case, a specific laser test, a specific observation, and we're using that to build a general case, then we're working off of induction and inference. We're building up from the particulars. And it'd be better, I think, in these cases, to not accept the burden of proof, to make the positive claim that Earth is flat from specific instances where it's measured to be flat. But we can say more definitively that we can't prove that Earth is a globe from all of these cases.
yeah, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, there's always that. I mean, it just depends how the argument's formulated, but I get what you mean.
Right.
It has to be something very specific to be able to prove the claim that we're making. So if it's not proven that laser test can work in Timbuktu, then how are you saying that it's working the same? I don't know. The only thing I'm stating, though, I get where you're going with this, Yoder, but if that laser has a specific parameters that it's built around, and the way its design would be such that in this particular case, like, I don't know, I'm shooting the laser across the surface over New Mexico, and the air is really dry over here, and I take it to whatever, and it shows that the laser kind of has a little slight curve upward or whatever because of the humidity. whatever. Because, okay, here's what I have learned from my study in lasers is that depending on the laser, the type and the strength, that the way the beam is collimated at the tip, how far it can extend, the effective range that it has, that covers over the area, all that contributes to like how far the laser will go. Not to mention the temperature outside. Like there's compounding factors that will make it to where the result won't be the same if I tested it in New Mexico versus Timbuktu. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be I'm going to get two different results because of like there's other things that I didn't account for if I'm just carte blanche saying that it's going to work the way I'm saying it's going to work. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. So what you're doing with me right now is you are accepting the burden of proof to establish the positive claim that Earth is flat. And that is perfectly fine. That is what we should do if we're going to make that positive claim. So yeah, but this number 48 is about those flat earthers who automatically like submit memes, right? Memes that show that Earth is not a globe in this particular case, and then makes a generalized conclusion off of it that this means Earth is positively flat in all cases. We've seen this time and time again where an example might be like an elevation profile that's been normalized so that you can plot distance on an x-axis. An elevation profile alone is not enough to prove definitively that the Earth is flat, particularly if the claim is by the glober that the Earth is not flat and that the globe surface has been normalized to the x-axis to show change in relative elevation with respect to the globe surface. Now, of course, the burden of proof is on them to prove the globe in the first case, but the elevation profile that they show us that we might trot around is itself not conclusively, on its own accord, proof positive of a flat Earth. It is not capable of demonstrating that Earth is a globe. So, yeah, I know it's a refinement, but these particulars matter, I think, particularly in the course of debate, discussion with people, where we have to be careful about the positive claims we make.
Also, Yoder, you have to accept any challenge to any of these points. So hopefully you're not just like making these points and saying, this is how it is, thus saith, me, whatever.
Right.
Like it needs to be put out to the public so that everybody can challenge it and see if it actually holds merit to like what you're saying. So I would agree that you're challenging what we're saying, but at the same time, if the challenge is met, you'd have to be like, okay, yeah, I agree that I put this out as what I think it should be, and you challenge me, and I agree. You know what I mean? Like it can't be just like somebody saying like these are bad arguments and everybody's just going to accept the bad argument. It has to be we challenge the bad argument, see if it is one, and then it becomes a bad argument. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the way. That's the way it should work anyway. It goes up to the panel. The panel challenges it. Then if it holds, then it remains a bad argument, like as you said.
Yeah. Well, in this case, what I'm pointing out what I'm pointing out is a generalized logical failure that happens repeatedly because some people are not equipped to utilize the argument correctly. So, yeah, I mean the way to deal with this is, hey, what's up? Is to turn if you're going to turn it into deductive proof, you're going to take the burden of proof upon yourself to make a positive claim and to support it with evidence. Great, that's what you should do if you are going that route. And that's not what this is saying to avoid. This is saying to avoid rejecting claims for lack of evidence as proof positive that the contrary is true.
It makes sense what you're saying.
I agree with what Yoder's saying.
It makes sense what you're saying.
I also agree with you saying we should put it in front of people, but it's just true that what Yoder's saying because you made a particular measurement and then generalizing it across the entire Earth, that is an inductive argument. There's no doubt about that. Though, I was thinking about like claiming that, because they'll say things like, you guys think gravity is fake. Well, I mean, the thing that makes water flat is the thing that we say isn't fake, right? Is that things go down and water because it goes down into liquid, will reach, hydrostatic equilibrium, which will be flat on its surface. And we can measure that, and we should probably just stick to saying, hey, the Earth measures flat, because as far as I know, there's no measurements to the contrary. I mean, the angles and all that stuff, you could, because even so when they say curvature, they measure the difference in angles and what's quote unquote expected. So that's curvature. That is also that's a crazy inference. You know what I mean? That's a little bit different. But all these are inductive inferences. There's no doubt about it. I mean, if you can measure, you'd have to measure the entire surface of the Earth to say proof positive, deductively, that it is proven flat. You know what I mean? It's a nuanced argument, but I hear what Yoda's saying. We debate some speds, right? If we get somebody that's actually competent, they might try to.
Yeah, they'll use that, and you can't defeat it because of what they're saying is true. So, we have to stick to points that actually will hold, within an argument, so they can't be debunked. And I think Yoder's bringing up a good point that in order for us to have an argument, it needs to hold within the framework of logic. So I can't say that it's not an inference if it is,
Yeah, just don't exaggerate. People have a tendency of exaggerating. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's something I've noticed, guys. There have been memes, there have been arguments out there that started off as proof that Earth is not a globe, or we can't use this as evidence that Earth is a globe, that flat earthers have transformed into proof positive of a flat Earth instead. And it kind of abuses the argument. It puts a burden of proof on themselves that they're unaware of. And I wish I had some specifics, but there are memes
I know what you
that
mean.
we have created that were meant to be argued is that this can't be used to prove that the Earth is a globe. And then people say, oh, this means that the Earth has to be flat. I mean, we know that to be true, but our arrival at that must be very carefully piecemeal.
I think the point on that list there, I think it might need to be reworded to actually make it obvious that it's attacking particular bad arguments, because I think there are a huge amount of really good talking points and arguments that would also describe that same point that you made there, right? Like the default position, the axiom, hydrostatic equilibrium, like Indio said, and then no evidence of anything contrary to the default. I think it's a great argument for FE to use. I do always make a point of saying when I'm presenting long distance observations that I'm not presenting this as flat Earth proof. I'm presenting this as challenging the globe, specifically challenging the globe, rather than saying this is proof that the Earth is flat, because that would reverse the burden of proof onto myself, whereas I'm just testing the globe and it's not checking out, and the default is checking out. But
but the Earth
I
is
think
flat everywhere you go.
The terrible arguments that you're talking about, like when people just post a picture of a horizon from a lower altitude and they're like, look, it's flat, and they're sort of presenting it as, look, this is flat Earth proof, guys, or the diagrams of the elevation profiles. That's another one that pisses me off as well. But I think it can be worded in a way that it's not as confusing.
Yeah, I mean, the original title of this was Bad and Misused Flat Earth Arguments.
Yep.
I mean, I've tried to keep to that, and it's a lot of these can be good in the right context with the right person who knows how to wield them properly, obviously. So
I typically approach this stuff like the way a court kind of approaches it, right? So anything that gets entered into evidence that is not controverted by the other party is seen as proof of the fact, right? So you present facts. Yeah. If those facts are not controverted by the other party and just left the way they are without any rebuttal, then it's considered proof. It's considered a proven fact. You know what I mean?
Well, that's interesting. Have you guys heard that?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
it's crazy. People don't really realize that, and they say don't ever test. You know, they try to get you not to testify. Someone gets up and says a bunch of shit about you, and you don't controvert it, then all that shit is considered proven if the witness is
it's
credible.
proven.
Yeah.
Not if you have a good, not if they have a good lawyer. They have a good lawyer, they could counter that point and find out that what you're saying is no. Yeah, that right. No, what I'm saying is like if they rebut that in any cohesive way, you're not going to be able to withstand that. You know what I'm saying? If somebody said, "Oh, you know, Indio's this and that," somebody stands up and said, "Do you have evidence of him being this and that?" That you know, whatever. And if they're not able to come back at that, then you've just countered what they, you know what I mean? The evidence that they thought. So what I mean to say is like this, like what Yoder was saying, basically, if there's a guy who's wielding these arguments, right? And the Glober comes in and says, hey, wait a minute, have you checked to see everywhere if the earth is flat, like you're saying, using this test? And if they're like, well, no. And, you know, the Glober is going to be like, well, you see, you haven't done the thing that you said you did to prove the earth is flat. So as an example, you know.
Right. And it's ridiculous that it sounds you'd be right.
Why can't I just check a small? Why can't I check a small section? Because you can only check a small section to prove to me it's curving. So I can just check a small section to prove that it's flat.
Well, courts do this because of like judicial economy. Like, if they had to, like, if it went in a jury room and every statement had to be like, is this statement true? Is this not true? It's easy to just like whittle it down to what are the facts that are actually controverted, right? It's the facts that are actually in dispute, and all the jury does is figure out what those are. You know what I mean? The ones that aren't in dispute, they just leave it alone. So, I mean, this is kind of like how I think about it when I approach it. Like, hey, we got measurements of a flat Earth where your measurements occur, and then you know, obviously, they come up with bupkis. So,
yeah, but let's do this challenge. I think it's good that we do it in open. Like Radwin made a good point. Can anybody challenge what he just said?
No,
That doesn't prove anything either way.
It's flat everywhere, right? It's flat here. It's flat over there.
No, I mean,
the guy is.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
it is flat everywhere. Everywhere that is known, it's flat.
Yeah. So if I
and the
go and
physics
check
of water doesn't change.
sections, yeah, like you said, if I check a small section, just 10 miles, and it's flat, why can't you check that 10 miles and give me, just say it's curved, and then we'll go check that 100 times, and we'll see if it's curved every time we check different sections. And if it's not, and we just keep getting flat, it's just flat.
Right. So it's flat there, it's flat over there. That definitely rules out that it's a globe that they tell us, right?
Yeah.
And if it's flat everywhere we check, right, I don't think it's well. And often the question is if something isn't curving. So something, and they haven't even said it's the Earth. They just say if something isn't curving, what is it? Well, they have to admit it's flat. So yeah, that section we measured there, it's not curving. It's flat.
yeah, I always has to approach with what's the evidence for, because you can come up with all sorts of profiles. Well, it's sawtooth, it's zigzag, it's freaking unevenly undulating, it's a non-continuous curve. Yeah, I mean, you could just go on and on and on and see what the surface is. So all you can go with what's actually been tested. You know what I mean? So what are the results of the test? Because we're not going to sit there and speculate forever on every possibility. We're going, okay, what is the evidence that's on the table now?
But is that a proof by an inference? Is what Yoder is bringing up as a challenge to the bad argument? Is that what you're saying, Yoder? Like, I mean, if someone's doing a one test, you're saying that you.
It's more like a practical proof where you can't actually test every fucking possibility. You know what I mean?
But, well, I'd just say, well, show me a section that doesn't curve. I mean, sorry,
exactly.
Show me a section that is, show me a section
that's
curving.
the evidence, that's what I mean. The evidence that's on the table. That's it.
Right.
We're going to deal with the evidence that's on the table, not any freaking speculative nonsense. No, oh, well, imagine, or any of that crap.
Yoder.
So is it? But just to quickly so what Yoda's saying, based on what Yoda's said, is it illogical or fallacious to insinuate that from this one section measuring flat, that the entirety of the surface of all known physical reality is also flat, and even the unknown?
No, that inference is certainly justified, but it's not a deductive proof. That's what Yoda's saying.
Bingo. Yep, that's exactly what I was saying.
It's a justified inference because of the properties of water. It's all connected together. You know what I mean? It's kind of absurd to think that the water is doing something in one place and not doing it in the other place. Especially, and I like DJ's approach in saying, hey, well, at least it's not a globe, because in their theorem, it's conforming into the shape of a ball because of gravity. They're saying that hydrostatic equilibrium is a circle. They're not, like, you know what I mean? But they have no evidence actually for that.
Right.
Okay, so what would be the counter to that? Them saying prove it everywhere? Is that the counter?
It's impractical. I mean, my counter would be, come on, dude.
prove it everywhere?
Right. Right. I mean, you could point out to them
show me the money. That's what I'd say. I'd say, show me the money. I'll do it. You show me the money.
No, what I'm doing is I'm showing it. Go ahead, Yoder.
I was going to say, at some point there might be some geometric, if not statistical, but actual geometric necessities that creep in. You know, if you start measuring swaths of Earth that are disjointed, not connected to each other, then at some point there has to be that curvature that is made up for, due to the lack of curvature in other places, between those swaths. And you may not be able to measure those swaths, but you'd be able to conclude that the curvature is too great, would be too great if it actually existed, such that it would be obvious without having to do a direct measurement. And then you could make a very strong inference that the Earth is flat in between those swaths that you haven't measured.
But that's the problem, though. That's not Yoder. That's not the issue. Is if the Earth is curving at the specific rate that it's supposed to, with the claimed globe radius, diameter, and circumference. It's not just a giant ball, or it could be bigger. It's that it's a specific ball.
Well, in the globe framework, it's not even a smooth ball, right? I mean, there could be hundreds of kilometers of a bowl-shaped area on the globe.
Yeah, but
you should get an overall average though of a curve when you measure 100 spots.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so I think it's fine.
Is this inference is abused?
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see if there's any more people that can chime in on it, because I think it's almost insinuating that you'd have to find out then, if we're saying that it's not curving, that to what effect a curve would be noticed at, because we're not even taking the globe into consideration anymore. We're just blowing it up to be, well, it could be just a bigger curve. We're just not noticing it on the scale that we're at. That's what I'm hearing right now. Are you guys hearing that?
Claim.
Yeah, so that means that if it was a bigger curve, then wouldn't you be able to say, well, since it's a bigger curve, it's not the globe that you think it is, like the way it's portrayed?
I mean, potentially. So
potentially is suggestive, meaning they could be, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's conclusive that you've disproven the globe based on what you've done.
But no. I mean, if they're going to make the positive claim that the globe could be bigger than what it is, and that it is bigger than what it's claimed to be, then the proof is on them. They have the burden of proof to demonstrate that that's the case, and not just merely infer it.
Yeah, I agree with you, but we're challenging the narrative, which is not really their claim. It's the claim that the Earth is a certain size. Not them specifically, like them say, well, it could be a bigger ball. Well, it could be whatever. I mean, that's fine, but that's imagination land. We're only sticking to the narrative. Does anybody here agree with that? We're challenging the narrative and not what that individual is saying. Like, am I getting some wires getting crossed here or something?
Well, the Globers don't even know what their own narrative should be. Like, they don't understand that their Earth is a lumpy geoid with lumpy terrain that does have claimed regions on it that are flat and bowl shaped.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's funny that they haven't even thought to bring that to the table in all these years. I've been waiting for the first Glober to come in and say, yeah, well, Earth's actually based off of this geoid model. You have, the gravity vector is going to be, it's going to actually be diverging from space or converging in different ways. And with the terrain also being somewhat bowl-shaped, it's going to give the appearance of a flatter bowl-shaped surface in this entire, multi-kilometer, hundreds of kilometer squared swath that we're observing. So therefore, I would expect it to actually be observably flat here, including the water.
Okay. Let me follow your train of logic here. So you, maybe DJ might follow you because he kind of sounds like he likes when you bring up like challenges. So what I would have surmised by what you're saying is, you could say possibly it's a geoid model that would best fit somebody that's talking about what they're saying, because nobody's ever presented that. But it would best fit a geoid model versus just saying that it's an oblate spheroid or whatever. So you're saying that there could be flat spots on this ball Earth, quote unquote. But does anybody see what that could be the case? Like it could be a geoid. That's what Piotr sounds like he's presenting. I'm only trying to stillman you, sir. Like I don't
look, Avi. I agree with you that we should only deal with what the mainstream narrative is. We can't be chasing bring your own ball all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think the radius is 10 miles more. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just going to deal with like the information presented, not variations of Earth and all that nonsense. Unless they got evidence for it, they don't entertain it. But unless they got that, then it shouldn't even entertain NASA because they don't have evidence for that.
It just seems like this is a slippery slope, gentlemen. Like if we start entertaining things that they haven't said, but if we're waiting for them to say it, like that's not I don't think if you want to be in that position to see like, okay, wait until that conversation like evolves to that, and then we're going to deal with it at that point. You know what I mean? I don't know.
So, hold on a second. I just want to, before this gets lost, they don't bring up the K to Earth geoid model is because it would destroy shitloads of other arguments they make, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much any argument of reciprocal zenith angles or measuring tilt or horizon dip or any angular measurement based upon an initial plumb line. It would destroy all of that because they don't have a plumb anymore. That's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. They don't have that. They just threw that out the window.
So that's why there's power in arguing what the prevailing claim is on the table, regardless of what they say it is. Because if they're going to be representing the mainstream claim of the globe, we can go to their sources, their authorities that claim to have higher knowledge than they do on the very topics that they misrepresent, and prove to them that they are misrepresenting what they believe their own claims should be, then I think we've taken higher ground in that argument. And it's very important to point out how their contradictory claims leave no room for falsification.
I will agree with you, however, there are some bad arguments that are being made, even with the good arguments that we have. But I don't know.
Not that it's bad. It's that people exaggerate conclusion.
Yeah.
That's it.
Right. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's like going to the beach and I saw a lighthouse 6 miles away, therefore the entire Earth is flat. I mean, that's kind of, shit, it just could have been fucking low tide. Like, how do you know?
Yeah, so there's a lot of...
If I have a vacuum chamber and I put water in and I suck the air out, can I just jump to conclusions and say that the water turned to gas because there was no air pressure in there?
Yeah. Well, you got an independent variable, right?
Yeah, so not gravity keeping it in the liquid state, right?
Oh, certainly.
That's funny.
Well, there's a specific claim to gravity, and like that's the other thing too. Like we can't be chasing like what gravity they imagine in their mind. It has to be the specific claim of what the narrative is putting up and propagandizing to people. So that, yeah.
Well, that would be potato.
I always ask first, so do you think water is held in a cup by gravity? I make sure they have to say yes to that before we go on. Once they do that, they get all pissed off and bent out of shape.
Right. Well, that's actually a pretty good argument, because if gravity could create gas pressure, then if you sent something in free fall like water, say you had a vacuum chamber of water in a vacuum, it should go to gas at a higher pressure than if it was in free fall than when it was on the surface of the earth, because the gravity is doing extra work. According to those guys, the gravity is creating a pressure. Right. So there should be some difference between a free fall vacuum chamber pressure gauge and all other things being equal, obviously, and a surface of the earth vacuum pressure gauge.
Yeah, or orbiting the globe pressure gauge.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's really interesting when you start thinking about it, how their claim of gravity requires changing the trajectory of gas molecules in free expansion. So that means you've got, in their mind, Newton's cannonballs out of gas molecules that are going horizontally with the tangent of the Earth and making parabolic arcs and all this other stuff.
Radwin, try this. Get a vacuum chamber, put it on a centrifuge, right? Put the water in and have it vaporize, and then spin it enough so that it turns back into water.
Yeah, but when I turn that water into gas, I keep that vacuum chamber or the vacuum pump running because we're in an ever expanding universe and we should always be getting lower and lower pressure.
Oh yeah, I agree. They're freaking universe.
So there will be no water forming.
Yeah, it's really hard to pinpoint their narrative, Redwin, on that one. The expanding universe, because that claim actually evolves into expanding into itself, or whatever other cockamamie idea they come up with. So that one's ever changing. They're never really solid on one.
If you have an ever expanding vacuum, the pressure should be getting lower. It's like a balloon. If you just pulled on the balloon, everybody pulled a little piece of the balloon and made it bigger, it would be lower pressure inside.
Yeah, the only way you could maintain the pressure is if you're creating matter that equals the expansion, which obviously would be crazy because the expansion would be because you're increasing the volume. So they'd be creating freaking more matter than existed already.
Yeah, every second.
But could you also say that for collapsing, like something collapsing? Expansion is one thing, but how about collapsing? The universe is collapsing. Because that's the other thing. They're saying it's redshift and blue shift, right? Like you see things moving towards and away. So it's kind of hard to even pinpoint them on that specific narrative because they're saying a bunch of contradictory things. If they say it's expanding into itself, that doesn't make any sense. It's like a paradox, but they say it anyway. You could look it up. That's one of the narratives of what they say the universe is doing. So if that's the case, what if it's just expanding into itself and the pressure is consistent that way? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What they say is expanding is space itself. So they're just reifying basically the geometry, like the coordinate system, as if the coordinate system is. It's pretty stupid. Like I wouldn't even touch it. It's just like freaking. It's too freaking retard for me. Like I wouldn't even entertain that. Because it's just a reification of their space-time metric, right? That's all it is.
Exactly it. That's why they need it. So, we hear all the time flat earthers saying, you have no proof of gravity, when that's probably not really a good way to put it. And it's probably not even good to say you have no proof of the cause of gravity. It probably should best be said is you can't even define gravity consistently. You can't even provide a consistent definition of gravity. Nobody can.
Well, that's the first thing I say. Define gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of do. I go, gravity, what's that? Like, you tell me
Yeah,
what it is,
yeah.
because you're not quite
so we
like,
can
I
agree.
don't know what that is, dude. You gotta tell.
Yeah, define it so we can agree on it, and then we'll be set. We can talk about it.
Yeah, I've no problem calling like dropping a rock on my foot something that we can call like gravitational acceleration. I've no problem stating that. I have no idea what the hell it is or what's going on though. I mean, it's just the way the universe works. It's like you got denser things going this way and less dense things going that way. Bada bing, bada boom. Same density things go horizontal. At different density things go vertical.
But you can't do that around the ball because your radius changes every millimeter.
That's right.
You need a flat surface for all that stuff to work. Sorry, guys.
Flat Earth gravity. Or they say what's causing the sun to move? Flat Earth gravity. It's like, so I can come up with a space story too. And the funny thing is Einstein's framework would completely allow for you to change that coordinate reference frame and the space-time geometry itself, and it doesn't violate relativity.
So yeah, I'm gonna bring up something pretty crazy. This is one of the very first things I thought about when I entered this topic. Is given the geoid is an undulating surface, wouldn't you have the cosine problem trying to measure a distance over the surface?
Oh, dude. So like, yeah, the topology of their spherical harmonics is fractal and.
Yeah, so like whatever the unit is, right, it's gonna change like what the sum is, right? So if you have these undulating plumb lines, right, and then you're getting distances from the tilt of the angle, then that unit, whatever you use, is gonna change the final outcome, the sum of the parts, right?
Yeah, infinitely finite.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, the surveyor, Jesse Kozlowski, I brought this up to him like way back then, dude, and he was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, you got an undulating surface, right? It's the same thing as the cosine problem. Like, say you just took a slice of the sphere, right, and then you tried to measure its perimeter, the same way you'd measure the perimeter of an island. You're like, you have the same problem. Just using angles doesn't solve it, right?
Right.
That doesn't solve the problem.
Right, because it's not discrete that you're dealing with. That's right. I mean, this kind of goes back to the whole reason for the integral.
But they don't. Yeah, so this is like one of the things, like I said, like arguments I used to make, which I had to discard because they're unknown or they're too complex or they're too obscure. This is one of them, and it's like the barycenter. This one, there's a whole bunch of them. Like, you don't think surveyors can measure the surface of the Earth? Well, it's got the cosine problem, and then they freaking. What about the edge? You know how they do it.
Yeah. To what degree of accuracy is satisfactory to you? Because you can infinitely zoom in on more curvature and more flex to be had.
You know, think about you surveying the width of like the North American datum, right? When they're surveying in both directions. What is the level of what are they using for units? Because an angle doesn't have like a unit like a freaking yardstick. I don't even know.
Right.
Like, I don't know. I know they're inferring an angle. So it's like each part that they would measure between each tilted angle is getting its own 3959 radius.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird, bro. It's like a bunch of overlapping circles or something.
Jeez.
Well, it's too early for this shit, dude. I'm gonna break my brain before I even get up.
I see what you're getting at here. I don't even think they were doing it that way, though. But that's kind of what they would have to be doing.
Well, you know, this reciprocal zenith angle nonsense. Where they're measuring this, that, and the other thing with reciprocal zenith angle. Like, dude, no, they're not. Only idiots are doing that.
Right, I mean, simply they were doing. I mean, yeah, there are all kinds of problems with that. They got to establish their baseline first, so they drag a chain and they go measure the chain, get like the angular distance and size relationships, and then they take that and they basically template that across the entire world as they go surveying. There's got to be so much freaking error involved with this. I mean, I guess that's why they'd stay on like a mountain peak for a week doing survey after survey and measurement after measurement and calculating and erasing to come up with shit that works interoperably with the entire network that they survey. And then they destroy it by taking like 10 points and then chunking it around a globular ellipsoid. And then they go measure 10 more points and then chunk that around the same ellipsoid. Throwing out observations that don't work, keeping those that do. Fudging numbers here and there to get everything to work.
Well, I mean, the correct globe dimension in their paradigm is the orthometric height, right? It's not even like the geoid or the reference ellipsoid. It's the difference between the two.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They subtracted. Yeah.
The thing is, but why? Why are they doing this? This is the thing that's like, why don't Globers go? Because you heard them. They come in and they go, well, surveyors measure the curvature of the Earth. Like, well, why are they using a reference ellipsoid and a geoid? What's that for? Like, if they just went out and just measured it, like, why are they complicating it unnecessarily? I've never heard of anything remotely resembling a coherent answer to that. First of all, they don't know about it, and then second of all, the ones that do know about it don't like. There's no reason to add it if you're simply measuring the curve of the Earth, by surveying. Why would you just measure what it is? Why are you just adding these two abstractions to make a globe?
Right, and they know enough about their own geometry. They know enough about geometry itself to know that what they are doing is they are mangling their actual observed measurements. They're mangling them to conform them to a model that that doesn't match their reality. I went on a rant about this last night. Like, you got all these smart people that are purposefully mangling their own natural observations and measurements in order to fit a model, one that they choose that doesn't even conform to the other models that they could have chosen instead.
Yeah, they're shoehorning data into an idea. That's all they're really doing.
Nobody notices how wrong this is and how stupid it is, and everybody's doing it in 2025.
Nobody would ever think they live on a ball if somebody didn't make this up in the first place. You would never think that.
So you're saying the model they choose is just preference?
It absolutely is. They could use a flat model or a globe if they want. And these total stations actually allow you to choose to use a flat datum as opposed to a globular one. All right, I got to get into the office.
All right, thanks, Yoder. Yeah, so here's another thing. They're claiming that they have all these satellites and that they have all this gravitational data, right? Why isn't there like this crazy high resolution freaking globe that you can like zoom down to the freaking 2 millionths of a freaking inch?
Doesn't even have to be that close. I just want a shot from, it's a whole ball. I should be able to zoom in at least to my house.
Oh, certainly. That's classified, Radwin. Oh, that's classified.
That would be good enough for me.
They can read a pack of cigarettes from space.
You let me have control of one, then I know I'm controlling it because I can see what I'm doing. And if it's computer generated or not, then no. But I want to see it. I want to be a ball shape, and then I want to zoom all the way in on my house. And then I'm going to walk outside, and I want to be able to see me. Any Globers got that that I can do a link so I can go do that, Globers?
Well, that's what I've been telling the Glovers, right? When they show the Blue Marble, I'm like, you're in there somewhere. You're one of those pixels.
And that should be live streamable. I should be able to zoom in and see myself walking in the yard. There shouldn't be, I got to take a snapshot. You're only zooming in on that little section. That should just be as live as if your webcam in your backyard was running.
Look, you can make a small fortune zooming in on people's houses from the moon. Be like a family heirloom. Oh, let's get grandma on the rocking chair zoomed in from the moon.
Might have to start a company that does that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Just advertise it at Christmas. Instead of buying a star, we'll send you a picture from the moon of your house.
Let's start it. We never actually have to produce anything because all these, space startup companies, they just take a lot of money and they're just vaporware. So we can do it. We just pay ourselves a lot of money to administer something that's never going to happen.
Well, yeah, I can't be paid a little bit. I got to be paid a lot.
Bradwin, this is a no effort side hustle. All we have to do is make a really cool looking website and a bunch of 3D graphics and animations and say, when we eventually get to the moon, you're going to be able to zoom in on your house. Invest now in the technology to do it. We're going to build a 100-meter telescope on the moon.
Well, China's already on the moon, aren't they? They're on the other side doing shit now. Aren't they like drilling and mining and all kinds of stuff now?
Well, that's obviously what Space Force is for, because we have to spy on the Chinese on the other side of the moon because we need to know what they're doing at all times. They might be making toys and widgets and for Amazon, and we need to be on top of that. Now, if China ships up from the moon to tear, yeah. So if they tear, will Trump tear China's moon exports?
Well, see, if you just drop them from the moon to the Amazon locations, you're technically over the United States, so it's not really an import anymore. You're just moving it just moving it through the air. So 28 days a year, you can drop gifts from the moon down. So if you let go of something on the moon, it just doesn't. It just goes to the moon. There's a certain point, like you got to go between the Earth and moon, and you should be able to let something go, and it just stays floating in the center. And you can blow on it like that, and it'll go towards the Earth, and then it'll get sucked into the Earth like a magic TV show.
There's a bunch of Russian websites yesterday posting. So there was some, NASA was saying there's a near Earth asteroid that's the size of 7 times the size of a car, and it was going to come within 119,000 or 90,000 miles of Earth. But the Russian websites were saying, so Russia had some sort of sky burst or something in Moscow last night. And then after they had that, they said NASA classified this asteroid it's supposed to fly by yesterday. They shut down that whole thing, the whole, it was called asteroid, the hell was the name of it? I don't know, GC4 or some stupid shit like that. But they shut down all the information. I'm just curious they were characterizing as classified. That's what the Russians were saying. Which these Russian websites.
Dude, I've been on a trip since you posted that Sabina Hassenfelder video. I downloaded that paper and a whole bunch of others that go along with it. This is crazy.
Starlink, before Starlink. That explains Marconi's transmission right there. He connected to Starlink. He was just duping everybody.
That's funny. So they describe these transients as flat reflective surfaces. You know, it kind of brings to mind maybe what stars are. I've always kind of wondered if they reflect sunlight. Wild speculation.
I mean, the wildest one is the one I heard. They're pinholes in the firmament, and behind the firmament is the primordial light from Genesis.
Yeah, that's what the ancient Greeks wrote. I don't recall exactly which ones, but the Greeks also imagined themselves as being demon possessed, like Socrates.
Well, he'd fit in right. He'd fit into the 21st century, that's for sure. Well, you had light before the sun in Genesis, so.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and in many religious traditions, God is considered uncreated light, even in Christianity.
And you'll have light after the sun is gone, according to the same narrative. But there's no way to test that. I mean, bars.
Depends on how long you live.
That's the caveat, right?
Yeah. Freaking make it a real long time, you might get to see that in person. Yoder, what do you think about Olber's paradox? If you can talk. If you can't talk, so.
Hey, what's up? Hello, bro. How are you?
And our conversations are always leagues ahead of like whatever Globers have to bring to the table. So I got to dial it back every time somebody comes in.
It's okay. We'll drag him up here. We'll just throw him a rope, man. Just drag him up to the treehouse.
Hey, somebody say what's up?
What's up?
So one of our boys?
Well, we've got Patricia in the side chat asking some questions. It'd be cool if she could mic up and use voice chat instead of text chat.
Yeah, she wants to know how flat is. Very deep conversation.
And what causes, how do we have day and night if it's flat?
So what gets me is how Globers have never seen the sun moving in the sky. They look up and they've never wondered, hey, it was over there before, now it's over there. They've never put two and two together that said the sun moved across the sky, and that's why the shadows move on the ground, and that's why it gets dark because it went too far that way. They've never put that together. That's amazing to me.
No, it just goes to what we always say, right? Like, they can watch something with their own eyes and deny its existence because they've been brainwashed. They're like worse than brainwashed. This isn't even at the level of brainwashed. This is more like, I mean, what do you call brainwashing when it starts when you're a child? I mean, is it even brainwashing? Because brainwashing takes effort. This doesn't. This is just repetition. Think about it. Like, I look up, I see the sun move across the sky, and they can't even say the words that the sun moves. No, I'm rotating.
No, they cannot say the sun. Any other day, if they were walking down the street, they say, yeah, I saw the sun going across the sky. They would say that, but in here, they won't say that. They won't say the sun moves. They'll say, no, I stand there and the earth is moving. Like you've ever done that in a conversation in your life.
You like what Clipcord posted? He's just told AI to generate an image from a first-person perspective, and what they'd see on an infinite flat surface or land. It's just a desert landscape with a horizon and sky. Just what you would see. Just what you see, bro.
Yeah, Patricia, the earth is flat. Okay. You can come in here and just unmute. We're not going to bite your head off unless you're an asshole.
They say they don't want to speak.
Look, we really don't care if you sound like a guy.
Most likely you do sound like a guy. We're used to it.
He's self-conscious about sounding like a guy?
I'm just guessing.
Oh, I thought he was saying that. I'm not looking at text, bro.
And I was going along with it.
You guys.
It's just like, if that is the problem, like, just don't be self-conscious about that.
Waiting for the cable company to get here. My cable line was cut the other day, so It's like sitting here with no electricity for a couple of days. Even though I can run hotspots, but I still have a whole house network that's crying right now. I don't have a backup for it.
Dude, how big of a window? Out here, they give you a window that's like 6 hours. They're idiots. Yeah, we'll be there between 1 and 6. But yeah, I got nothing to do today. I'll hang out waiting for you to show up.
The guy yesterday was pretty crazy, though. Remember Chase?
Oh yeah. I do.
He thought he was so sure he was going to come in here and dunk, dude, and he got stuck by the rim. Ever see someone go to dunk, dude, and they can't make it over the rim, and they get stuck by the rim, and they fall on their ass? That's what he did. He fucking went up to dunk, and he just freaking got stuffed.
Yeah, he was on about he's been in this argument longer than we have, and yada yada.
Oh, that dude cried hard yesterday.
Dude, I love some of these guys that, like, they've been lurking in the shadows. They watch Fights the Flat Earth. Gus and Dave, they watch all the videos, and they're like, I'm going to find me some flat earthers. I'm going to do what they do. No, you're not. Not in here, you're not. Was he still harping about Antarctica the whole time? Was that his one trick?
Hello, grandfather.
Oh,
yeah,
what's going on, man? Is that it?
Yep, that's it. That was your goal proof.
Yeah, he was making a fuss about Antarctica.
Did he ever bring up the final experiment?
Yeah.
Well, what I think he was trying to do is go, like, hold on one second, buddy.
What's up?
What I think he was trying to do was go, okay, Antarctica exists. It's a continent. Now final experiment. How do you explain that? I think he was just taking like the end run around that. He
I
was trying to
don't.
like lay a foundation, and then he couldn't even lay the foundation.
I don't know what do you say, but
I'm talking to somebody else.
But can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Well, if you don't know what I say, how you can understand the answer?
What's the best?
Yeah.
What's the best way of learning English quickly?
Sitting in here listening to us.
Don't listen to him.
Listen with the subtitles on.
Watch Sesame Street. I'm dead serious.
With subtitles.
Why do you need to learn English so quick? Where are you going in a hurry? Who are you running from?
I'm from Iraq because the next year I go to the university.
Oh, they don't care anymore. They'll just pass you anyway, especially if you don't speak English.
You know that Shekel, I think, is an English teacher, and he's in Iraq.
Because when you get out of university, we still got to train you guys no matter what. Because you guys come out of there like, woo, yeah, I got a degree and all this. And it doesn't mean shit. Because when you get in the real world, you'll find out that, yeah, you got to file papers in a cabinet. That's where you're starting. It's just the way it is.
Well, there's some rooms in here if you want to learn English. There's people that teach classes on this server, so you might want to get in touch with some of the folk in here.
Yeah, but probably not this room in particular. Right.
Yep.
You'd want to scroll down the channel list to where, you know, you'll see chats like beginners, intermediate, that kind of thing. So yeah, if you're a beginner, you'd want to go down to the beginner channels.
Yeah, this is advanced English.
But if you want to learn physics, stay in here.
India, what were you saying prior to the gentleman interrupting?
I said I think that guy when he was trying to do.
What do you think about comfortable English language? What do you think about comfortable English language?
What do I think about the English language?
Comfortable.
Comfortable or convertible?
Convertible?
Convertibles are comfortable.
They are. I ain't gonna lie, man.
But you don't want them in the winter
On a
time.
sunny day.
Yeah, you don't want to live in Ohio and own a convertible. It's just waste. I mean, people do, and I see why, but you just got to have extra money and you got to have that one car. But if you live in Florida or something, you should probably have a convertible. Or where it's too hot, don't get one either, because you'll just fry in the car. Anyway, what was your question about convertible, comfortable English?
I guess that was his point.
Look, buddy, if you want to learn basic English, you are in the wrong channel. You need to go to a different channel.
Yeah, I'll see if I can.
Advanced English.
I'll find a channel then to move him to.
Thanks, T-Dub. You're a swell guy. I mean, yeah, one of the quote unquote bad arguments, DJ, if you're listening, was the one that you guys were bringing up and saying that you can't get a surveying done with I don't know, DJ, are you still there? Okay. The elevation profiles are not able to be taken as a good argument for flat Earth. I don't know. DJ said he had some qualms with that, but
Which
He's got a problem with what?
Generated by who?
elevation profile, like so when you see those diagrams of elevation profiles, like from sea level, like
from a
any
plane?
elevation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's a bad argument, according to.
You mean like the canal elevation profiles?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to see because DJ said he just hates when that argument comes up. So I don't know. I didn't want to misrepresent what he's saying. I don't know if there's something about the argument he doesn't like, or
if you
just
sea level, okay, and all the oceans are actually one ocean, then that would make sense to use that elevation profiles.
But I think it's what he was saying about maybe I'm gonna probably get it wrong if I try to stillman him. But if you use a diagram and just say that the Earth is flat based on that, I think that's what he's saying. Like just put a diagram in there and say, okay, look, see how the Earth is flat.
No, okay, yeah. The only way you can make an elevation profile is you need a flat plane to start from. So that's the only way you can deal with that. It's the only way you can make one. You can't make it on a radius and then have a larger radius 1,000 feet higher. That doesn't work like that. Reality doesn't work like that. Every millimeter you go higher is a larger radius of whatever, math. And you wouldn't be able to, you don't have parallel anything.
Yeah, that's why one of the reasons why I wanted it to be discussed amongst everyone in the panel is because we all have something to say about like if it is a bad argument or not. So it can't just be like a list of bad arguments and then we're just all agreeing that they're all bad arguments. Like they have to be put to at least a challenge for the panel to go through and see if like they are a bad argument. You know what I mean? Because I could say a bunch of arguments are bad, but unless you guys were like, well, no, this is actually not a bad argument. You know what I mean? Like that's doing justice to actually putting forward to everybody. And does that make sense? Like, I mean, because to say they're bad arguments just outright and say, here's a list of bad arguments and nobody's ever went through them and saying, okay, maybe there's a nuance to using this argument that you could make it a good argument per se. I don't know. What do you guys think? That's kind of like my take on it too. It's like, but I don't know.
I've never seen anybody draw an elevation profile around a ball. Not a globe. You got to do some crazy math to do that.
I don't know, Indio, if you're there still. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, in order for something to be a bad argument, like that we use, it would have to be like scrutinized by all of us and like not everyone, but people who are active, and then be saying like, yeah, that's really a bad argument, like actually, or maybe a too complicated argument to get into, like the ones that you were discussing earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I heard what he said too when he said it earlier, but I couldn't figure out if he was talking about like the plane elevation, the pitch data, which would also be an elevation profile. I don't know if he's talking about that or I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd like to get him to chime in before I start commenting about what he meant or didn't mean. I don't know.
Yeah, me too. That's what I was saying. Like I heard elevation profile, and I'm like, well, how do you do that on a globe? If you're trying to think that you'd have to do some crazy math after the fact to say, well, it's just a small section, but overall, it's actually, kind of like what they do with Google Earth. So I'm not really, I don't know which way. Maybe when he comes back.
It'll be funny though. If you wanted like a meme, I think it would be more effective to make like globe elevation profiles for like canals and locks and things like that, just to see how ridiculous they look. Dude, imagine drawing a channel lock, a freaking canal lock diagram that's curved. Dude, you're so stupid.
That's what I was saying. It's like, it makes sense to me. Like, I don't know how that's not, maybe I'm getting something wrong here, but I don't see how that's not like evidence that you'd have to have a horizontal plane in order for you to start, which means that the Earth that you're taking it from would be that horizontal plane. Like you can't say, because you start from mean sea level, right? And if you're working with elevation, like change, the elevation change. You're going to need to know what the baseline is to say that, well, from the baseline to this is going to be, whatever elevation that you're going to give that profile,
What's the longest canal with locks? Is that Panama?
I'm not sure, bro. I would just say yeah. I would say yeah.
And that's
all
like
I've heard
40 something miles wide. Well, because listen, you got each lock, right? And each lock has a vertical piece, right? A gate, and it has the water in between the gates. So are all these gates tilted relative to each other with curving water between them?
I was asking that
they'd
question.
have to be.
Yeah, I was asking that question again. That was another question I was saying too. There's another one in one of the Great Lakes, man, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there is one in the Great Lakes. That might be longer.
Is it?
It goes from Hudson Bay to I think Lake Michigan. I'm not positive. Maybe Lake Ontario.
So one of the lakes is lower
than was here. Yeah, I guess they're lower, but it's sea level regardless of lower or higher, right? The level of the sea changes, right? We know that. But Lake Michigan doesn't have a changing, or whatever Great Lake doesn't have a changing level, right? So you're always going to have something that balances them out, right? The changing sea level and the level of the lake.
Mm-hmm.
And Clover said that, well, freaking Atlantic is 8 feet higher than the Pacific. Yeah, when? Once a day? You know what I mean? The Atlantic Ocean tide level in the Pacific Ocean tide level isn't synchronized. Okay, they're not going up and down together. I don't want to talk about it right now, but I do want to talk about it eventually. I came across something called the Catalan Atlas. It's like a 1375 map of basically the world. And the first page is
What'd you say? You cut out. Oh, you probably got busy.
Who are you talking to? I don't hear them.
Was Indio. You don't hear him? You don't hear Indio? No, I mean, not right now, but earlier. He dropped out.
Yeah, I dropped out and came back, and I still couldn't hear you talking to anybody. I figured I had to have been talking over him a bunch of times because there's no way I could hear him ever. So that's who you're talking to? Okay.
Yeah, that's weird. No, I was talking to Indio, and I just heard you now, so you weren't talking over him at all. You must have been lagging. I didn't even hear up until right now. I haven't heard your voice, so unless you were saying something earlier.
That's crazy.
Were you saying something earlier? Because I didn't hear it, man. If you made any statements.
Yeah, I don't know what. So now I don't even remember because now I'm just like, what the fuck?
Discord's glitching or something. $20 cups, are you there? All right, got to do a sound check. Make sure everybody's. Josh Ingersoll, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so someone can hear me. Well, that was weird. India was in the middle of actually explaining a new map or something he was going to tell us about, something he didn't want to get into, but then he stopped all of a sudden and then just left. That usually happens when he gets a phone call. We got Joseph Vin in the chat. Joseph, welcome. Yeah, why did you put your NASA badge as your avatar, Josh? Do you think that's gonna?
No. I just dusted it off. I thought it was funny because I got accused of lying the other day.
You were lying about what? You worked at NASA?
Yeah. Someone was saying I was lying about that.
So you had to dox your NASA badge on the dude. That's crazy.
Oh no! I edited the photo. I took the badge number off. It's just my name on there.
Okay, I was gonna say that's pretty crazy.
No. I censored it.
Anyway,
hey, send me that file. You can take your face and name off of it, but send me the rest of it. I gotta do something.
So what are you gonna do?
We're all gonna get NASA badges.
I'm going to NASA.
Oh, he's gonna go. He's gonna wear it.
I'm gonna copy that onto a blank one, and then walk into NASA, and I'm gonna start using a computer system.
He's gonna be like, "Earth is a globe." Am I right? Try to high five everybody. They're gonna look at him like he's crazy.
Hell yeah! I'm gonna wear a big NASA hat, all kinds of shit. Earth is a globe. Don't tell me anything different.
Well, if you ever end up in the San Francisco Bay Area and you want a tour of Ames, as long as you're a U.S. person, you can get a tour.
Wow, really, Josh? That's amazing.
I mean,
well, if you're in Ohio or near Cleveland, I'll give you a tour of Glenn Research Center.
I mean, what do people usually get out of like? Are they? What is it, like a spiritual experience or something? Wow! Look at all these computers. You guys actually work on these computers? That's awesome. What are you guys studying? Like outer space stuff?
I mean, Ames has like huge wind tunnels and a ton of like aerodynamics work as well. Because that's where
name is Glenn.
Oh yeah, that's true. Glenn does a lot of electric propulsion and microgravity research as well.
Wind tunnels, and they've got a gigantic, the world's largest vacuum chamber.
But yeah, I mean, there are offices with just computers in them, but there's a lot of hardware labs too and test chambers.
Just another day at the office, huh, Josh?
No, I'm avoiding the office today. Amazon just laid off a bunch of folks.
Why? Because the government shut down?
No, because we're automating everything.
Yeah, they're telling us to use AI more, and they cut a bunch of jobs.
That's right. We're taking your jobs away, dude.
You knew this was coming, Josh.
Dude, I've been telling you guys that I'm one of the people that is doing this to you guys, and you should have been ahead of the ball game a long time ago. So you can't stop us from automating everything. It's just going to happen. Just don't fuck with my house. I don't want shit automated here. Only thing, I have Alexa turn my lights on and off. That's it.
So, I mean, overall, what kind of reduction are we talking about? What percentage do you think in the company of Amazon?
It's about 5% of all corporate employees, about 15K.
Jesus, dude. I mean, do they ahead of time give you the guys notice and like
they have full boxing line? They have full boxing lines in Cleveland. There just no people running them. Gets the items, puts it in the box, makes the box, closes the box, puts the address on it, moves it down the line to a truck. There's a prototype plants here, and the prototype plants here in Cleveland are doing perfect. They don't need people to run them.
Much cheaper too, huh, than labor?
Yeah, no, these are corporate employees like HR and program managers and engineers.
Oh God, them guys must have had like lengthy, time there working for the. Yeah,
it varies.
I don't know.
It varies. Like I've been looking. There's folks with like 8-9 years of tenure. There's folks that just got hired like 6 months ago. But my department is exempt. So none of our. Just because we're much harder to hire than most other corporate employees.
Okay, well, at least you're in a bubble.
Due to HR restrictions and other things like Kuiper, the past like 4 or 5 rounds of layoffs, Kuiper has been exempt.
I was going to tell you the other day, man, you were sounding like Elon Musk, like the way he speaks. You had the same cadence in your voice, the same and all that shit.
I'm somewhere on the spectrum, it's all good.
Seriously? I didn't know that.
That's weird.
No,
honestly, you can't really.
No, not ASD. I just have an auditory processing disorder. So when people are asking me questions, I have to. It takes me a second to get my ducks in a row.
Well, isn't that what he has? I have
no idea. He has Asperger's.
He has earpiece burgers. Listening. That's why he stutters.
I was gonna say I've met Elon a couple times. He definitely is like that all the time. It's not. It's interesting. It's kind of an asshole.
You think? He really doesn't care what people's opinions are. He's just going to say what he's going to say. It's just about how it's going to be done. I've heard him. I've heard him in like certain talks where people are trying to talk about, him getting certain funding or taking their, their funding away from him because like companies that support him. And he's like, "You can go F yourself." Like I'm like, golly, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's not professional, but it's just who he is, He doesn't really care.
Yes, I missed it.
The money bag with eyeballs. Elon Musk.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say which one. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, man. Like he might be.
No, he cares because every time he whines a lot, dude. Every time like something happens to like space action, he's whining. So he does care. That's just the front.
I don't know. As far as his intelligence goes, do you think he knows more than the people that work for him? I don't know about that.
No, I think he's a fucking idiot.
He knows a good amount for a CEO about rocket propulsion and like satellite operations, but like he definitely leans on his he's more of like a vibes guy. He definitely leans on his direct reports and his execs but he knows more about the technical side than most CEOs.
Right. Would you want him teaching at university?
For a business school, yes. For an engineering school, no.
Okay.
As far as like how to break into an industry that
what makes him a great business person?
Oh, just understanding government appropriations, product market fit.
Yeah, I agree with you. He understands government appropriations very well. He knows how to grift like no other. I'm serious, dude. Like all his businesses depended on government largesse.
I mean, they do,
and they would have all failed if it wasn't for some government freaking tit he wasn't sucking off of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But here's the thing, dude. At what point? Like, how do those deals even go down? Do they happen like at a specific power meeting, like at a luncheon, or like where does this?
I can tell you. Yeah, you're not supposed to be wandering the halls as a contractor trying to gin up business deals with government employees, but that happens all the time.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, isn't that like not the right way to do it? And that's how it happens. Like,
yeah, you go wander around the Capitol building and go talk to the representatives that are on the committees that you're interested in.
Dude, that's not how they say that it's supposed to be done, though, isn't it? Like, I mean, you have to.
People get paid to do it.
These meetings are supposed to be. They're supposed to be formal, aren't they? Am I getting that wrong? Like,
yeah, but you never go into a formal meeting unless you already know what the person is going to say because you've had a bajillion informal meetings ahead of time.
Oh, for God's sakes, dude! Like, well,
I mean, it's how it works.
Okay. But that almost sounds like you have to be in a club to even talk to those guys.
AB.
Yes, you are correct.
Washington, D.C. has the highest average income in America. The average income is $250,000 a year. That should tell you something. That's the average income. Average.
But most of their dollars don't come from their specific job.
I'm just talking about people that work in the D.C. area. The average income is $250,000 a year. The average income. They're doing some dirty ass shit. There's no other way to explain that. Dude, it's more than New York City. New York City's like half of that. Think about that, dude. New York City, the most expensive city to live in America, is half the average income of Washington, D.C.
I think Yoder was even talking about like that's partly the reason why he wanted to get away from that whole scene because there's a bunch of corruption when it gets up. You have to be in a part of a special group, and that group has to invite you to certain like meetings and soirees and all this other shit. And then you have to be in bed with certain groups. And like, dude, it's.
I think of it like this, dude. It's like raisin bread, right? Most of the time, you're gonna bite into the bread, but sometimes you're gonna bite into a raisin. And there's corruption sprinkled, and you never know where it is. It could be around any fucking corner.
But they sell us on this idea of how things are supposed to be, right? Like, in order for you to get to this position, you have to work hard and be a diligent, a person to like study and do this. It's all fake. None of that's real.
Well,
like,
I will also say this. We're starting to run out of bread, and there's a lot more raisins than bread at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, like, Loudoun County in Virginia, where I live, median household income, so not average, it's lower than average, but like 50th percentile is like $180K. And like, I'm bottom bitch on my team, and I clear $350 a year. So like, it's kind of nuts, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
so
but
you're poor?
Not, yeah. He's barely got two nickels to rub together, it sounds like.
I mean, that's.
My VP made like 1.2 last year.
He took that as salary? Is he retarded?
Okay, here's the thing.
No. It's a lot of it's stock. I think Sally's probably like 4 or 500.
Mm-hmm.
And then is that how your compensation? Is that what you're including in your 350? 350 on your base, right?
No. Base is like 250.
Oh, okay, because then that kind of fucks you, because then if you want the whole thing, you're paying capital gains. Which is more, capital gains or income at that point?
Capital gains if you hold on to the stock for a year after it vests. You pay the 20% as opposed to the whatever, the 27 or 32.
Yeah, they're raking you over the coals with that.
Nah, it's fine.
It's just coming right back.
No, it's it's fine because you don't mind it. You're still getting a payout, but at the same time, man, like they're getting their cut.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to pay my taxes.
It's not.
Amazon makes most of their money off the government, so it's just a circle jerk. Government pays Amazon, Amazon pays them, he pays the government pays Amazon, it's just a circle jerk.
So the same $20 that you paid them, they're going to give it right back to you? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, they give us a 10% discount on everything on Amazon.com, and it's like, oh, cool, I get a discount at the company store, so I can take my salary and give it right back to them.
Dude, that's like the olden days where they had the corporate towns. They
company town.
And they'd pay you in script.
I load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. No, I mean it's Kuiper's awesome.
But isn't Amazon's largest revenue source the government from their cloud computing shit?
I don't know if it's the government from the cloud computing, but AWS definitely props up the rest of the company.
That was like 30% of their revenue or something. Last I looked, which was a long time ago, but I thought you know what Tesla's major revenue stream is? Fucking carbon credits.
Yeah, for a while. I mean, they're clamping down on that.
Dude, this shit is not maintainable. You realize that, right? A system built like this is not maintainable.
Agreed.
I mean, the pandemic was kind of like the writing on the wall when nobody goes to work in the whole world, the whole society doesn't collapse. That means there's a lot of people doing jobs that don't mean anything.
Yeah, that's what's his name was talking about. Elon. He's making everybody, go to work.
Yeah, well, his job, we could get rid of his job and nothing would change.
He'll still be a money bag with eyeballs, bro. And the thing is, once you get to that level, like he's somebody now. He can go and talk to people that are in political positions.
Well, from my understanding is he runs his day-to-day lifestyle off of debt, right? So he just borrows money against his stock and then pays back the debt. That way you don't have income. Right? You never actually have any income. Because you're living off of debt, loan proceeds. In this system, money is debt, dude. Debt is money. At that level, at least.
And we got Alex Max that just joined us. Alex, welcome. And other new people that are joining, if you want to chime in, go ahead and if you have any questions about the globe, flat Earth conversation, let us know. Take that as a no.
No, y'all are right about the soirees and the invite-only events and things. You have to be at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and shake the right amount of hands, and then you'll get what whatever you're funding for your project or whatever. It's just funny that it operates that way, and it's not the formal way that everybody thinks in their mind the way it should work. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna have a business, or like there's this projection of how it's supposed to be, right? Then there's this whole other side of how it really is, and it's not what you've been told. Like if you're learning at, if you're going and you want to become someone in that specific, area, like if you wanted to move up, right? Don't you have to be a part of some group of like people that, then you go meet somebody else who's gonna you're gonna shake, and he's gonna be like, okay, well, yeah, I like what you're saying, I like what you're doing, and you're proposing it to him. It's informal. It's not something that you go into a room perhaps and have a real formal, kind of sit down and everybody's listening to what you're saying. It's not, I don't know. It's not, you never see you have a lot of people saying it's that way, but it's never, is it really? You're up there. You know what's going on. You know where the real transactions happen are at informal meetings.
It 100% happens like that.
I don't know. That's the other side to like why people say, well, why would they lie? Why are they? It's like, well, then if nothing's really above board and legit, like the way we all perceive it to be, at least that's not the perception from like hearing people that are actually working these jobs. I guess not, and it's not just you, Josh. Everybody that works in that specific, those areas of, field of expertise, engineers or, some sort of person that works in a high position, they never get there without like somebody actually giving them that spot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I definitely benefited from a good amount of nepotism. Like my gig at NASA, like I didn't even apply for that. Like it was my bridge summer between my bachelor's and my master's degree, and I told my advisor, who runs the satellite lab at Georgia Tech, that I'm not planning on taking an internship this summer. I'm planning on sticking around Atlanta, bartending, like just chilling out for a little while. And like even after I had already finished my finals, I got a call from my advisor. He's like, hey, yeah, a buddy of mine at NASA Ames had an intern drop out last minute. They're contractually obligated to fill the spot. I know you've like actually said you're not doing anything this summer, but you're qualified and this would be good for you. So I sent them your info and your resume. You have an interview in 45 minutes. Like,
holy smokes, dude.
Like I didn't even apply for the position. I was just told, hey, you're going to go do this.
I mean, this ain't news, dude. Bro. I've been hearing it since I was a kid. It's not what you know, it's who you know. So this isn't really new.
I mean, but it just isn't the perception like, well, you got to submit your resume, you got to put all your qualifications down, and it's like everybody's doing that thing, right? But out of the hundreds of stacks of like, applications, which I'm pretty sure there was a lot of good ones, they, for the sake of just, trying to get somebody where they don't have to vet, they already met someone like him, like Josh. They would just say, hey, we'll just get that guy you talked to that one time that sounded like, he knew what he was saying. Let's get that guy on.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, that's exactly how I've got like half my jobs. Actually, most of them, like almost all of the opportunities I've had have not been like stuff that I've like formally applied for. It's just because I knew somebody and they pulled my stuff out of the stack.
So nobody, I guess there's an argument that can be had for people that would say that you'd have to do everything by doing it this way and that. I don't know. It's just.
Well, I won't say it's a pure meritocracy, but it's definitely like you need to pass like the smell check. Like you need to be able to do good work, right? But the network and like the who is just sort of a catalyst on top of that.
That's the deciding factor, though, isn't it?
Well, it's the difference between applying for a bunch of jobs and interviewing and it makes life easier. It makes life way easier.
Bro, it makes life easier if a friend of a friend introduced you to some person that had a real high position to put other people in certain positions, and then he was like, well, yeah, I like what you're saying. meet us on Friday or whatever. And then you're just like, whoa, like.
So I mean, it gets even crazier than that. Like I'll explain the snowball here for a little bit. Like, got this NASA internship. While I was at the NASA internship, I overheard a meeting of a canceled project. So they had funding kicking around that they were like, oh wow, we're not going to be able to do this project with MIT anymore. So we're going to need to find something else to replace it on this launch manifest. And I was just like, oh shit, I would love to so I just walked into this director's office and pitched a satellite program idea. I was like, hey, I'm going back to Georgia Tech in 2 months. Can I get this funding and just work on this project that I want to do? And they go through a rigmarole, but I ended up securing my own tuition waiver and funding for grad school just because I happened to be in the right place at the right time at Ames. And I ended up sitting next to a specific person in my undergrad capstone who got into this super elite internship program, and she helped me with my application to apply for it. She gave me her application. She let me talk to a bunch of other alumni, and so when I got into that program the following year, the guy who runs it is a CEO in my industry, and I really enjoyed working with him. And so over the past 6 or 7 years, now I run his 501c3 and have a call with him once a week. Cause he's a CEO in our industry, and he helps me make connections and get access to conferences and funding for travel and a bunch of other shenanigans outside of work. But it's all that shit.
It's all of what I already thought it was, but not as perceived as what it is. That's all I'm saying, man. A lot of people would say, well, you gotta work hard, you gotta do that. I mean, that's part of doing something, getting to a position you really want, but that's not, because out of the stack of all the applicants and everybody that's trying to get to a position, it's not going to be the reason why you get that job, bro.
100%. I mean, that's why LinkedIn is so powerful. I tell my mentees all the time, I was I would rather you apply for five positions and find a Georgia Tech alumni that works at that company and send him a LinkedIn DM to have a coffee chat than shotgun 20 applications from the hip. Cold applying is the worst way to get a job.
So, I don't know. I guess I'm going to switch it over to if people wanted to actually propose something for Flat Earth and you wanted to be taken seriously or something, you'd actually have to have a little informal meeting or something with someone that could probably get you in some sort of door. It's not going to happen the way people are portraying it to be. Oh, well, just submit some peer-reviewed paper or do some sort of thing and submit it to academia. That doesn't happen that way. I understand the way this particular little game is played. You have to know people in order for you to get something actually accomplished. And then if something's going to get pushed through, you got to have to know some more people that know more people. So it doesn't work in the same manner people, the way they portray it to be. Oh, well, if you want to have Flat Earth something as legit as what you're saying it is, then you got to do this and go through the channels. And it doesn't work that way. I've never seen that when people say that. They don't. I know what they're saying, but it's not going to be the goal won't be accomplished. Not in the manner in which they think it needs to be you get what I mean? If they want Flat Earth to be, this is the reason why I was going through this whole thing with you. It's because I know when people say to us, well, you want Flat Earth to be put to a broader audience, then you need to do it this way. And it's got to follow this channel and you got to talk to this guy. And it needs to happen. Everything that's done here needs to be done more informally than formally. I think. What do you guys think? That's why I was actually having that conversation with you, because that's what I understand with people. For us trying to get this out to a greater platform, we'd have to actually have those sorts of meetings with people. And the only way to do that, I hate to say it, man, but people like you, Josh, talking to you, then maybe whispering it to some other guy, and then some other guy's like, hey, that's weird. I was thinking the same thing. And that guy might be in a high position, and you're like, really? And then the conversation then spirals into like, well, then let's have a meeting with that one guy, and then so on and so forth. Otherwise, it's not going to, dude, it won't get recognized. Academia will just be like what you said the rest of your buddies will do, is just shrug it off and like, oh, I don't know how you still talk to those guys or whatever.
So from my perspective, I want to use the same type of like relationship for the exact opposite reason. Like I understand that like formally like getting access to all this stuff and filing FOIA requests and going through official channels and going to conferences and things like to get data and information, like you can get stonewalled. But if you're hanging out in here and I have a bunch of friends at different space companies, and you want a tour and you want to go kick the tires on the hardware, like you want to get access and ask a bunch of questions. Like for example, my cousin who's like 6 years old, he just had his birthday and he wants to be an astronaut. And so his parents took him down to Cape Canaveral for like his birthday to go to the Kennedy Visitor Center. And so like they reached out, they're like, hey, we're going down to Cape Canaveral. Like, do you know anybody? Could we get like extra tours or like behind the scenes stuff or whatever? And so I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. So I literally like reached out and they got access to like launch pads and went inside of Blue Origin and saw like the production line for the New Glenn rocket and like the satellite manufacturing plant down there for Amazon. Like all this stuff is, you just have to know somebody and have somebody like vouch for you to like, that you're not going to, steal state secrets or, be a security risk. But, if you know somebody, you can get access to a ton more information and things besides just like stuff that's Googleable. You obviously have to sign an NDA and things, but, I want to leverage that sort of backdoor, who type relationship to provide y'all with information and let y'all kick the tires on things that you're skeptical about.
What do you think, Indio? You want to kick the tires?
The asterisk there is you have to be a US person.
Discover what, dude? I've already done this. Look, I mean, those people are building shit. So what? I mean, Ben and Jerry's. I've been to the Ben and Jerry's factory too, where they're making ice cream. They could say this comes from fucking Magic Space Cows. How am I going to know? And everybody at the factory could believe the fucking milk comes from Magic Space Cows, and no one will be able to tell one way or another. I mean,
you come in with like very pointed questions.
Well, I mean, yeah, and they can give me like very pointed answers, but the fundamental claim, they don't know, right? You can build rockets all day long, and if it goes out of sight, you don't know where it eventually landed. I mean, obviously they track the device, but eventually there's a handoff where they don't know anymore. Well, they're relying on a third party.
Well, you could see what the nature of that third party is, right? You could ask questions about what's your relationship with them. What does that data transfer process look like? Like once you're under NDA and you're a US person, like they're able to speak freely with you.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody. Yeah, I mean, none of that shit would have... Listen, bro, I worked for General Dynamics. I've seen all the shit already. I don't, like... Seeing more of it doesn't convince me of anything.
Okay. I'm just off...
I'm just saying, like, yeah, it'd be really cool. I mean, I watch people make all sorts of freaking classified, top-secret fucking channels that, like... Well, I could probably do this. I helped set up a facility that they're building a replica of an optical satellite that was in space that was put there allegedly in the 70s, and they were building a complete mock-up of it to figure out when it would fail. Okay? This was Raytheon, Draper Labs, and General Dynamics. in collaboration. So I helped. I don't really want to say exactly what I did, but anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say you're treading on thin ice right now. For your own good, I'd recommend you change the subject.
Well, I mean, it wasn't like. I mean, it wasn't like the collaboration wasn't classified. Let's put it that way. That was like in in their what do they call it? Their corporate newsletter. We're collaborating with Draper Labs and Atheon to do this thing, right? But the nature, right? The specific nature of like what exactly they were doing, I'm not going to talk about. I'm just saying I've seen it all, so it's like more isn't going to convince me. Like I just use this example: the people that worked on that, what do they know, right? They just got a bunch of spec sheets, engineering diagrams, schematics, feel like that they're staring at, and they're like, "Yeah, this thing is it's up in space, and we're going to do all this stuff." And they don't know anything. They have a bunch of beliefs. I know that. Just like I didn't know anything, and I could sit here, right? And I could sit here and tell all the flat earthers, I know satellites exist. I set up this facility where they did this, that, and the other thing. But I don't know anything. I don't know shit. It's like Utah. I touched a rocket, dude. Like, fucking, what the fuck?
The only assertion I would make there is things have shifted in the past like 20 years. Like it's not like a General Dynamics or a Raytheon, Lockheed, Boeing, or whatever. You've got a lot more like small commercial entities that are everything is in house. You're talking about a group of a couple hundred folks where their mission control is right next to their manufacturing floor, where the CEO is walking around right next to the custodian. Like there's a bunch of these new age or we call them commercial space entities out there where things are a lot less of a close hold, where there would be more opportunities to really dive deep into like, hey, here's a live view of the satellite. Hey, here's live telemetry we're getting and command and control and
Josh, I'm listening to you, but I have questions. I have questions to ask about that. What good is it going to do if I'm the only one that's going to know that information and I can't because you said like it's going to be held within like an NDA or something like. So what good is it? What good information will that do just to me? I can't tell anybody else. Like people want to know. It's like inquiring minds want to know. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, and you'd be able to say like, "Hey, I saw XYZ. Like I saw them do this." Like you wouldn't be able to say like, "Here's their encryption key," or like, "Here's." No. I'm not talking about like sensitive information. What I mean is like how they can prove something. Like, okay. India was talking about he saw some things like the company did. Obviously, he had firsthand knowledge, and he said that doesn't move the needle for him. As far as like what he said, his interaction with that information was. But what I'm telling you is, if we get exposed to that information and somehow are able to tell everybody here about what our experience was, or perhaps documented in some way, like what do you like? Are they going to give us what we want, like as far as what we're asking, or are they going to be too cagey about it? Well, we can only say only to a certain level of this information. Like, well, yeah, I mean, that's, this isn't, I wouldn't, if you were going to go on this endeavor, I would recommend that you put together some sort of like proposal for like what you want to see, what questions you want to ask, etc. Right. So that they make sure that they can answer your questions in a manner that satisfies, at least you. And B, if those answers are like proprietary or sensitive information, figuring out what the release schedule or what's the classification of any documents that come out of that visit are like. So I wouldn't say just like, oh, show up and say, oh, hey, I want to ask a bunch of questions. And you'd have to prepare things ahead of time. And I would assert that you would.
Well, I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know what overstepping the boundaries is. Like, I wouldn't know what questions are going to be too. So in other words, you'd have to have an informal sit down with someone that you could have the conversation with before you make the proposal, is what I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Like to make sure it's even like worth your time.
Yeah. So how can that take place? How can you then? That's what I'm saying. Then it would go back to leaning on the person that would know that person to have the sit down for the informal meeting, so you can have a proposal. You know what I mean? It just steps to
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
So,
Yeah, exactly. I agreed.
So what I'm saying is, how could you initiate the first step? Like that's the most important one. Like the actual sit down informally. Like, are you going to invite me to to a barbecue or like what? You get what
No.
I'm saying? Like,
It would probably just be a phone call, or like a Zoom meeting. Like the organization. Like there's a good organization in Texas, like Cedar Park outside Austin. There's a cool organization in like downtown San Francisco. Hell, we could probably even get y'all into, or a few of y'all, if you're in the LA area, into either JPL or SpaceX, or if that's too large, figure something out. But there could be some sort of collaboration here to get y'all at least access to ask some questions.
all right. And as far as documentary, because this needs to it'll be more on a professional note. So it would be like a documentary, like that we control, not like some other organization like Netflix or something that's trying to do. Like we'd have the funding to actually start some sort of like documentary that's going to be able to put everything together for a case, And you guys anybody and that way you guys will know exactly what we're doing, like full transparency. There's not going to be any like, oh, we were trying to figure out if the Earth was flat after all. Like, no, it's not going to be anything like that. Like some people would have like this hidden agenda, like to kind of surprise some guy that works at JPL. Like all of a sudden, hey, like how does this work? On is the Earth actually flat? And like the guys just what do you call it, railroaded with these questions, and he doesn't know how to answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not putting my neck on the line for that type of bullshit. Like I would want to.
Yeah.
I would want to be.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, if this does happen, it would be completely on the level, but only with the questions that would be, you know what I mean, proposed as to like how
possibly answered satisfactorily. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm not sure. Hey, what's up, guys?
Mina, are you there? What's going on, Mina?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Doing well, man.
I am a new member here, and I just please read my level in English. What's my level? Okay, testing me.
Okay. It's very hard to hear you because you have like this echoey sound when you speak, but it sounds like you're curious about what we're talking about here. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, what was that?
Okay, rate me. I will introduce myself, and you can rate me from 0 to 10 in English. Okay.
Okay.
My name is Mina. I currently work as software developer from Egypt. That's all.
That was good. That was a good introduction.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
I know exactly.
Accent. What's my name?
Well, yeah, obviously you have an accent. I can't tell where it's from though, so that's good.
A2.
Hold on. Mina, hold on. DJ, could you take point on this? Do you mind? Or are you busy?
Yeah, sure. I have only a few minutes, so.
Okay.
How can I develop myself?
Mina, with Mina. Yeah, I don't know. Mina just kind of wants to practice English, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Mina, this is Advanced English Channel. You're not gonna understand a lot of things we say because we're talking about a lot of English words you might not have heard before. That was a good introduction, though, but like this probably isn't the channel for you. I mean,
okay. I am not right channel, right? I will go now.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone wants to bounce in here and practice English.
We got a few people in here. Oh God.
Glovers don't know that freaking.
We got Because in here. Welcome, Because. We got Don Julio. We got High Q, IQ, HWIQ. Welcome, guys.
So, Josh, why are you trying to why are you like promoting this space idea to us? Like, I'm like, if we don't believe in it, then are you not going to be able to go or something? Is it like a collective consciousness thing? Like everybody has to believe in it for it to happen?
No. My wife says I'm not allowed to go to space. It's like one of the things where it's a no-go. So I gotta wait for her to, kick the bucket before I do that. No, it's just.
Do you think you're ever gonna go, Josh?
Oh yeah. It's a when question, not an if question.
You think you're gonna go to space? You personally?
Yes.
Okay. Good luck with it.
It's like half arrogance, half manifest.
What if you don't?
Okay.
Yeah,
I've lived a pretty good life.
Curiously, I'm just well, I'm asking for a reason because you know who Lex Friedman is, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so he was interviewing an MIT chick, and she studies exoplanet biology, fucking whatever that is. Anyway, what got her into it was that her dad was also like an astrophysicist, and she was lamenting on his show that he died thinking that he would be able to go to space in his lifetime, and he never did, and it was a great disappointment to him, she said. So when you reach the end of your freaking lifespan and you're still earthbound, what are you going to think?
It's not my life's goal. Like it's like, cool. Am I ever going to go on? Am I ever going to see the Great Wall of China or Machu Picchu? Yeah, that's fine.
No, like
honestly, the biggest thing for me is the people.
At what point would you start questioning it? Like, if you still haven't gone in like 20 years, 50 years, 70 years?
I don't think I'd ever question it because it's a matter of money at this point. Because I can just write a check to Blue Origin and go up in New Shepard. So it's not an if. It's not an if question, right?
You would consider Blue Shepard going to space?
I mean, yeah, you're above the Kármán line.
Well, that's a political designation.
I agree.
You should know that. You worked at the UN, so.
Yeah, but I'm curious.
So,
knowing that we have,
the Blue Shepard lands like 2 miles away from where it starts, right?
Oh, I understand. It just goes straight up and down. It's like
a giant pogo stick. It's like a amusement park ride. Like, we're going to throw you up and you're going to fall down. Like,
agreed.
Hey, but knowing what you know now, as far as our conversation goes, what do you think you would think of if you went up to that altitude and you didn't see what you thought you would see? How would you feel about that? That's the other thing too, because your expectations are going to be like, I'm supposed to see. What would you say?
Go kick the tires. Like, what's going on here? Like, obviously.
No, I know that, but I'm saying like you're not going to tell everybody there, like, oh my god, like, or maybe you guys,
watch video ahead of time and see what the projected view is going to be, right? Like, and make sure it aligns with that.
Yeah, they've already shown that, like,
Oh, I know.
But that's the other thing too. It's like firsthand experience, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think about people like Chris Hadfield saying the Earth looks flat and beautiful from the ISS?
I think he's referring to topography in that question or in that answer, not the overall shape.
You guys are funny, dude.
It's a
No, I'm just being honest with you. I'm just being honest with you.
You guys are like the whisperers, right? You guys like read people's minds. They say something, but you guys know what they really meant. Maybe he just meant what he said.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, when I get poked, I'm super comfy.
So, Josh, you know the ISS can only see like 3% of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
If you could see that whole circle, but looking out any particular point, like you're seeing less than 180 degrees, so you're seeing at best 1.5%. But you can actually only focus on 5% of your field of view. So you're actually seeing something like 1/10 to 1% of the Earth's surface.
In focus.
Yeah, in focus. So if you think about this, is that, okay, the horizon is supposed to be equidistant. So how can it be curved? How can it look curved from that perspective if the horizon, like say you have your eye level, and then you have the surface of the Earth, the horizon is supposed to dip at one angle in every location. How could it ever look curved? At best, it would look like a circle around you, like looking down on a hula hoop. But you wouldn't be seeing the curve of the Earth. It would just be the circle of your vision. At best, you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. Not
the curve of the Earth. The curve of the Earth just is it's the delimiter of the edge of the hula hoop. Like it's your hula hoop starts to be at the boundary between black and atmosphere, which is what people perceive as the curve.
Yeah, but the way people think of it, they think they're looking at the side view of a circle.
No, agreed. You'd have to be up pretty high to do that.
Exactly. It's about 1/8 of the circumference, where you would have a sufficiently large enough view where you would see the actual curve of the Earth and not just like the limiting circle.
Correct. People perceive that delimiting circle as curve. And then they,
my God, an actual confession. Well,
yeah, I try to be as honest with y'all as possible. Like, if you ask me about things I'm not super knowledgeable about, I'll usually throw my hands up.
Well, I'll give you credit because you're actually thinking about it. A lot of times when we talk about this, they refuse to even think about it in their mind about how it would work. And they're just like, no, it's curved from the ISS. That's the curve of the Earth. And they freak out. Right? So at least I'll give you credit. At least you're thinking about it, what the problem is. And being honest about the answer.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to lose or nothing to gain in here. As far as like my point of view, it's more about the people, right?
Your friends might find out.
Oh, they already know. Actually, I brought y'all up in an interview recently for a fellowship program. One of the questions was, "What's your favorite conspiracy theory?" and do you believe it? And so we talked about my conversations with y'all.
How was it received?
So like I said, I framed it from a sociological perspective and just trying to meet people where they are and understand their worldviews. It's more of a science communications exercise rather than a debate exercise.
Yeah, but what was the response? Like, what did the group? How did they?
Oh, yeah, no.
Did they ask you where we think the edge is? Did they ask? Yeah.
No. They asked like, is that uncomfortable for you? Like, what is the outcome? What is the goal? Like, so they asked me to define, the boundaries that I set when I come into these rooms.
I guess don't touch my no spot. There's one boundary.
Yeah. Well, they're saying like, you're not saying anything that's sensitive, are you, Josh? Like they're probably probing you to make sure you're not saying shit that you're not supposed to be.
No, I'm definitely get screened. Well, I had to go through quote unquote, it's called speaker training at Amazon. Like they practice interview questions with you, like pretending that you're on stage or like you're giving a presentation and people ask pointed questions about Amazon. And then you have to they teach you how to it's called ABC, address, bridge, and I'm trying to remember what C is, but it's basically like you address the question, you don't answer it, you bridge, you pivot away from the question, and then you get back to your talking points.
Oh, that's classic. That's classic.
So you're
they
formally
put you. They
trained
put you.
propagandist. Congratulations.
Oh, 100%. But that's once you go
Dude,
through
they're
that
gonna put
training,
you on the
they give
couch
you a
for being
longer
so
leash.
honest. You're gonna be on the couch at Amazon. They're like, fuck, you can't tell them the truth.
How to give a non-answer 101.
Oh, 100%, and make your audience feel like they actually got an answer.
Well, you work with the government. Like, I looked at your LinkedIn, so obviously you work a lot with the government. So, government actors, their expertise in saying a lot of words and saying nothing.
Oh, 100%. It turns like there's only so much time for a Q&A. So if you can filibuster while getting your points across, that's mission accomplished, while giving the illusion of having audience input.
All right, let's
Obama. I just want to say something. Obama was the greatest person with that skill I've ever seen. Literally talked for 2 hours, and you had no idea what that was about.
Exactly. Real quick, I'm about to go get my flu shot.
You can project any psychological desire onto a speech, and it would apply to you. Like it was fucking
100%.
straight out of the horoscope.
AV, I'm going to run in and grab a flu shot real quick. If you want to practice, I'll be back in like 5-10.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. I want to keep that line of
grab a
communication
flu
open.
shot.
Listen, I want to keep that line of communication open when it concerns what we discussed earlier about actually. No, I'm serious. Putting a documentary down.
I hope we see Josh again after his flu shot.
You probably didn't hear me. That's fine.
The line of communication with what?
Like if he's actually given a position to let us talk to somebody about things, and I think at some point we should formalize a documentary that we fund, that we organize, that we put forward.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm for that. Go fund me that shit.
Then, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And then have like a few representatives actually carry out the mission, and do it to where we have the right cameras and you know what I mean?
Who's the dude that already does it and already did? Yeah, who was the dude that has done a few documentaries, and one of them was about flat Earth? He's a flat earther. Is it Hibbler or something? Anyway,
yeah, sure.
I think it's Hibbler or something. I think that's the name of it, like HIIBEELER.
Because we're always tiptoeing around it, but when it comes right down to it, if we put something out, like let's say the brand 24/7, like if we put something out, and this is what we're saying, this is going to be our legacy, then we will have the full rights behind it, like all the individuals who contributed to it and so forth, the questions we would ask, that sort of thing. I'm thinking we could come out with a really, really good documentary. My opinion, but I don't know what you guys think. I mean, now that we're at this level, this stage of like the argumentation. Like, why wouldn't we do it? Like, who would be the representatives? Have somebody that is, pretty well spoken. I don't know. Like I was thinking, like I have Yoder in mind, but like because he's had his already dealings with the government to some official capacity. Like I don't think he might not fit that bill because he's too close to that.
Well, he also values his privacy.
I get to go home the rest of the day, so I don't have to go back into the office.
What?
That was a fast flu shot.
Yeah, he was hot making.
That was weird.
That was kind of a weird statement, though. I'm going in for my flu shot. Like, I'll be right back. I'm going for my vaccination. I'll be right back.
One of these days, we're going to hear someone smashing hot mic, dude. They're going to be just like, ah.
Oh yeah, I just read your comment, Yoder. But yeah, I know what you mean. But that's the thing, though. To some level, everybody that's dealing with these guys will be able to have a discernment whether or not, like, we'll know who we want to speak to. Like, so if he's going to point us to, oh, well, I know this guy. He's, he works at this particular part of the factory or whatever. I don't know how it goes, but then we'll know who he is and whether or not he's worth talking to, and kind of like we'll bet who we want to speak to. All I'm saying is it's just a great idea, to put something out there so that we're not just like some unknown group of people that are some niche corner of the internet. Like I do want to leave something behind, that we all collaboratively put together, because all our efforts and what we've discussed should echo into, time, however that is. Whether if it's in the hearts of people, propagating the message that we speak of in here, or some documented, video or whatever. Like, we wouldn't strive so hard for excellence if it was not for the end game of having people actually be able to, in some way, propagate this information forward.
Yeah, but like the elder said, we need the right people. With all due respect to Josh, I don't think he's the right person.
Yeah, but maybe he knows somebody that we would like to speak to. That's kind of what I was alluding to. Like, he might not be the guy, but because he's working at a capacity where he probably rubbed elbows with the guy we want to talk to, he might be a way in. You know what I mean? Like,
I know it's from my viewpoint. The commercial space industry is a grift. It's just it's just like AI. It's just like all these other, feeding frenzy at the government trough nonsense. And that, where the meat really meets the bone would be somewhere in the military industrial complex. It wouldn't be fucking some private company.
Yeah. Okay. So, just like Yoder stated in the chat, he couldn't mention that publicly. So, it's a shame, right? It's a shame. But I mean, that's where we're at with the kind of like the whole documentary. Like, if we're going to actually put something out there, it's like we'd have to have a conversation with people that know what's going on. If we don't, then it's just going to be us talking to people who have heard it, maybe the 3 people removed from the actual person, I don't know if that's going to help.
It was funny. Well, I mean, I just think it was funny. He was talking about, hey, there's all these little teeny companies. Yeah, me and Radwin got a company going on. We got the Moon Selfie Company, where you zoom in from the moon, right? Just give us a bunch of money. We'll do it eventually. Trust us, bro.
And we're looking for investors because we're going to do the live shot where you get like a 10-second clip of you walking in your yard from the moon.
Well, there was a company that works with a satellite that actually zooms in. I don't know if it's proprietary tech or not, but there was a movie that I seen. What was it? The one with Will Smith, The State of the Union or something, where they had a satellite that would focus right down into like a quarter or whatever. Like, what type of, that was back in 2008 or 9 or some bullshit.
So I'll handle the photography. I'll just send a drone up over their house when they're whatever. They won't know who's got a drone. Just send it up real high. You can't hear it. And I'll just take pictures and zoom in a little bit, and that'll be your shot from the moon when we get down.
I'll hold the little model satellite in front of the camera so we can pretend we got a satellite accidentally in the shot.
Of course. Well, that's just another layer in. What do I use? Is it on this one? Anyway, that's that's the satellite layer. make it curved a little bit so it looks like the rest of the photographs that ever come from space.
But if y'all actually want to do anything, like actually execute, right? Because I've offered a few times to folks. Like I had a meeting with the Secretary General a few months back, and like I was talking to some of the folks over in Aether Cosmology, and I was like, hey, if you want me to put together like talking points or like questions, like I'd be more than happy to like at least have a conversation, because that's like half my role within the UN is the youth perspective. I'd be more than happy to, but they never actually followed up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see if anything can be actually taken from a conversation with an individual such as that, or maybe he's not the guy. Maybe he's not the guy we want to talk to, and that's the other thing. We have on our side, we need to actually see which guy we really want to speak to, and if you have even access to talk to those people, because it sounds like the guys we want to talk to, probably you don't have the ability or access to actually have those conversations with those people, because they would be kind of in the realm of the information that we need would be a bit more sensitive, and that's kind of like how we're going to have that convo, It'd be,
well, I mean, are you interested in like satellite operators? Like, you would have to like, you'd have to figure out specifically what information you're looking for, and then we could figure out who to go talk to. Like, and if it is somebody that I can't get access to, like, I'll be open and honest about it. But you need to figure out, you need to like actually put a line in the sand and figure out what information you need to figure out. Right? What questions do you want to ask, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, Yoder's basically responding to what you're saying right now.
I don't necessarily know, right? Like, but like we go talk to the satellite operators, or talk to the executives. Like if you want to do a full canvas, like whatever you want to do. But I'm just saying, like, hey, if you establish what good looks like, or what the objective is, right? We could figure out a plan of like, who would have
plan
that
of action.
And who we can go.
Well, that's exactly the thing, Josh. 24/7 has always been a cut above, so we're not going to be going to like some mediocre standard, kind of documentary presentation. We're going to have a really high standard for what we're going to be putting out. So that's why I'm saying we would elect somebody who's going to represent, whoever's going to be out there and talking to the people. So it wouldn't just be like carte blanche, like me or someone else. We'd all take a vote, probably talk about who's going to do it, how they're going to do it, what questions are going to be asked. Like, so this isn't just kind of like your standard. This is something serious, like somebody should take serious. So
yeah, I agree.
That's why it's important. Like when we're discussing this, who's going to be and put in front, and also what questions are going to be asked, and who we need to talk to. So that's why it's like
y'all have access to my LinkedIn. My LinkedIn has my resume, which has my contact info on it. If you want to set something up, get a chat going, like, I'm open and accessible. Happy to help. All right, time to find a coffee shop.
By the way, thanks for offering, though, Josh. Anyway.
Yeah, no, that's like I said, I don't debate in these rooms. I don't, but I'm here to, I personally think that the space industry is too elitist, and not accessible enough. And things have shifted over the past like 15 years, and part of that should be, more open communications with folks.
That could be
not a huge fan of ITAR.
Check this out. This could be one of the questions that gets part of the lumped into the ones that we asked. The statement you just made.
Oh, 100%.
What if? Yeah, I mean that's not like a crucial point of like knowledge for us, but like that could be something, as in like what we were discussing earlier. Like you have to shake the right hands and be in the right place, and that sort of thing. That could be another thing that we talk about, as to like why there's a projection of like what it's supposed to look like formally if you want to apply for, something like you want to be an astronaut or something. It doesn't happen in the manner in which people think it does. You know what I mean? Like that could be another rabbit trail that people didn't know about, or they're just assuming it's just that way, and we could prove within this documentary that it's not that way either. Like, you know what I mean? Breaking down the walls of like
how this works,
like what is real and what isn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know, y'all put some stuff together. I'm happy to kick the tires on it, and yeah, I mean, a lot of these commercial entities, as long as you're a U.S. person, right, that you have access to, you know, at least getting in the facility and talking to folks. And I know for a fact, at least the majority of these small commercial operations aren't doing classified work. It's mostly all in the open. So it's just, you know, a U.S. ITAR stuff, not security clearance stuff. Yeah, Yoda, those are great questions. Like, there's folks on console all day, every day.
Yeah, he did make a good point right there, what he just said. We already know that information. Yeah. He said it before too. It's kind of like what everybody doesn't realize. There's actually a black box in the black box. So we don't know information that's locked behind those doors. And that would be the kind of information that would be crucial for us establishing a documentary that would present to the world whether or not we can decide the information we're receiving is one that they're being forthcoming with, that the Earth is a globe. And why not, right? Because like you said, if it's this elitist group of people and they're not allowing people to know more, like, wouldn't you want everybody to know this? Wouldn't you want to present the world with this information?
Correct.
Why would you hide it behind closed doors? It's not something. Okay, let's put it this way. It's not something that should be put behind closed doors. It should be something accessible to every human. If it was our right as a race of humans, right, to roam around the galaxy, like, we'd want to know this. Like, why is it shut behind closed doors? You know what I mean? Like, who gave them the permission to do that? You know what I'm saying?
And hell, if we get the door slammed in our faces, or like things, you know, seem off, like, that's more ammo for y'all. And, you know,
exactly,
have to go look in the mirror for a little while, right? Like, and try to figure out where my you know, house of cards fell apart, right?
That's exactly what I've been talking about, Josh. So that would be even worse, right? Because why would they, like? I mean, this late in the game be withholding information? If they're saying that they're making space accessible to every human in the future, it's going to be for everyone. And like, okay, so why are you still holding back the knowledge? Like, oh, because you think another country is going to hold on to this and it's going to be about, you know, China versus the US, or like, what is that the reason? Like, is that good enough reason not to let people know? You know, you get what I mean?
Well, it just remind me of like that crazy argument people make, like, there's 148 space agencies and with hundreds of thousands of employees. Well, how come, like, when you try to drill down and get into the weeds on this shit, you end up with something that's classified? If everybody's doing it, then it's not a secret, right?
Man, that's what I'm talking about, Indio.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense how it's simultaneously a secret and public. Like, that
yes.
doesn't jive, dude. It's contradiction.
Wait, I need Yoder to chime in on this, bro. Like, Yoder, help me out, brother. Like, I'm saying the same thing that Indio's saying, that I'm telling Josh. Like, this is the thing that, okay, we're at a very crucial moment in history where there should be a crossover where we're not withholding information from people anymore. Maybe at some point it was back in the day when there was this quote unquote Cold War going on, and, you know, like, you couldn't let the other you know, countries know what we're doing. But isn't it supposed to be like today? Like, now everything's become available to all of humanity, like knowledge. We got AI. Like, why is it still gate kept, dude? Why is it still held behind closed doors? Like, it's enough of that already. You know, let's kick down the doors and say, okay, now the world wants to know. Okay, we all want to know. Are you showing us that the Earth is a globe or not? Like,
it's a cultural thing. Like there's a lot of old heads that are still operating in that Cold War mentality, which is why I want to point y'all towards some of these newer commercial entities, like these it's startups, but more so like large funded companies, no, medium size, like a couple hundred people. They've got a couple $100 million in backlog contracts. They're building hardware, launching, operating, etc. But like for example, my first gig out of school was working for the Aerospace Corporation, which is sort of like the think tank for the DoD. And my manager, who is like pretty close to retirement, still referred to the NRO as the customer, because the NRO was a black agency until like the early 90s when it was declassified under the Clinton administration. And this was like mid 2010s at this point, and my manager was still not comfortable with even saying the words NRO. And like I was on a call, I don't even know who I was on. It was like Friday. Last Friday I was on a call with a commercial entity whose main customer, like the data that they sell their stuff to, is the NRO. And the guy was like, yeah, I mean, we would love to, get this service at a price where we're able to still like pass it along to our customer, which, I can say is the NRO, which still seems weird. And I was like, dude, they've been declassified for 30 years. What are we doing here? So there's still like some cultural stuff as far as like folks that have been around the block for a while. They still want to have close hold on things that are technically public information.
That's exactly what I'm alluding to in this conversation. Is like, if we're already past the mark of like things being classified and held behind closed doors for reasons of national security, if that's not a concern anymore, then why are we still in the same mentality of, well, space is for everyone, but just not knowing how to get there is not for everyone? So,
I mean,
what do we do at this point, bro? Like, I mean, I'm actually asking you as somebody who's actually moved up in ranks, and you're working in a satellite program. So wouldn't you want to know this information too? This documentary would be for you too. It's for everyone. It would be for everybody that is curious about the questions that we all want to know, that we can't ask because it's like you said, these old heads have kind of a monopoly on the information. So how are we going to move forward now? Like, are we just going to accept that they're never going to disclose the information between the black box and the black box?
Yeah.
Like, we're just going to sit here and accept it?
How come NASA's allowed to fail so much?
What do you mean? Like, just like schedule delays and like,
No. Like, since I've been alive, they've had a lot of ambitions. And a lot of those ambitions, like, oh, we're going to do this. And then they do it for a while, like half a decade. And then it gets shit-canned. And then they say, no, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to do this other thing. And then they do that for a decade, and then that gets shit-canned. They say, well, the government, like, how are they allowed to fail so much? It produced so little.
So you said, I find it interesting, you said half a decade, and then you said a decade, which lines up with...
Well, it varies. It depends on what they say they're doing, right? Like, it depends on what they say they're doing, right? Like, because they say, well, like, say, we're gonna send a freaking, a rover to Venus. And then they have some project, and then it gets shit-canned a half a decade in. Or they'll say, we're gonna go to the moon, which has been, I don't know what they're going on now, 50 years?
Yeah, agreed.
So it's like a lot of these things get canceled, right? Like there's spacesuits that they're supposed to send to the moon, right? They've been through like 3 contractors, and now they've kicked the can down the road for another year until the spacesuits are ready. I thought they already did that shit.
Yeah, so I mean, you said half decade and then a decade. That lines up pretty closely with the amount of time it takes for a single term president or a double term president, and then on the back end, like a new guy comes in and changes the priorities because they installed her, like, because NASA admin is a political appointee. Like, the head of the agency is appointed by the president. So when a new president comes in, they pick their guy. And if you plotted the data points from when like large NASA programs were canceled, I'm looking back at like Constellation or Gateway or ISS follow, shuttle, the shuttle, the fully reusable shuttle program, Apollo.
I get it, bro. I get it that it's politically motivated.
It is politically motivated.
The money grab is politically motivated in it. Like a new president comes in and he wants to stick his name on the moon. So he's like, "Oh, we'll do this project," and then Bush is like, "I'm going to Mars."
Exactly. And Obama's like, "We're going to an asteroid," and then Trump says, "We're going to the moon," and then Biden says, "We're staying with that," and then Trump comes in a second time and says, "Actually, we're going to Mars."
We're going to Uranus.
No. That's where they're all going. They're all going in all our Uranuses, dude. Fucking all of them.
People are tired. People just are tired of the shell game, though. That's what.
It's like if we think of any other government endeavor, there's nothing like this, really, where it's tolerated to just do things like this. Even I think of the military, right? The Defense Department. They'll start a project that they know is going to fail, that they don't even want, and it still keeps going, right? It has this, to even get appropriation, you have this inertia that's unstoppable, but not with NASA. It's just it starts and then it stops, starts and then it stops.
Yeah, I mean, I would point towards the DoD having a budget that's, 32 times greater than NASA at its peak. And now NASA is 40% less than that. So, we're talking over 50, 60 times the budget. So if you have the money to spend, right, you're able to, use it or lose it, right? Whereas with NASA, they're spread pretty thin with the amount, yes, their budget is huge. We're talking billions of dollars, but the amount of things they're trying to do with that budget is even bigger than that, right? So you don't have the funding to execute quickly on these programs, and so that causes things to linger and move slower, and then it took over 4 years, there's a new president in office, they're going to completely change the direction of the agency, and so it's a combo between having the budget to program ratio is rough, and being at the whims of the president and the executive branch.
Yeah, but budget appropriations isn't their only source of revenue, right? That's. Have you ever looked at their CAFRA, their annual financial report?
Oh yeah, we did that during
in assets, dude. And I have this question because it wasn't in the CAFRA. If I print T-shirts with a NASA logo on it, do I gotta pay them royalties?
There's a form you have to file to get access to license the logos.
So it is
but you have to. Yeah, but it's not. You don't pay to license it. You just had to fill out the paperwork.
Well, maybe they should start collecting royalties so we can go back to the moon.
Those streetwear brands that have the NASA worm logo on them, and
yeah, but are these exclusive licenses? They got to be getting something, dude. There's no way they're not getting anything. This is America, bro. Nothing's free here.
No, as long as you follow the style guide, right? There's a whole booklet that says how you're allowed to use the logo, and as long as you're within those bounds and you filed the paperwork to let them know you were using it. I don't. Last time I checked, you didn't have to pay for it.
Can I put a NASA logo on a Gleason's map?
I think there's a misrepresentation clause in the terms of service.
What am I misrepresenting?
Can you pull up the terms of service, that clause for us, and post it? So I want to read it.
I have absolutely no idea. So I'll do that. I'll do that when I get to the coffee shop I'm currently driving. But yeah, no, I'll grab the style guide for you.
Well, my point is that there's I always when there's doing something, I go, okay, what are situated people doing? And it just seems like government operations that are situated don't act like NASA acts. Why does NASA have the world's largest green screen? Why do they own that?
I don't know. It's a good question.
It's at Michoud Heavy Vehicle Manufacturing Center in Michoud, Louisiana. And instead of building rockets in that space, they're filming fucking Wolverine and shit. Which obviously they get paid to do, right? They have a lot of side hustles going on, is what I'm saying.
I mean, I'd tell you that that's probably like single percentage points of their overall budget.
Hollywood,
but well, I'm
Hollywood
just saying
don't
these
pay
quote
fucking
unquote
chump change, dude.
side hustles. Oh, I know, I understand, but you know, it's a government agency; it's all public. I'd be interested to look at their more recent.
You know, at this Michonne, they also do all the federal payouts, like the payroll. The entire federal payroll is processed at this Michonne Space Vehicle Launch Center. Heavy
for
vehicle,
the entire federal
heavy
government?
lift vehicle.
Or all of NASA?
But yeah, all for the entire federal government.
No, I'd love to look at a primary source on that. That's interesting.
There's like a little documentary they fucking put out about it, where they're talking about it. Where they're talking, it's like a documentary about the center and all the stuff they do and about how big the facility is and blah 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 and all the crap they do there. One of the things they said they do is they do all federal payroll. It's all processed there. They're not green screening that. It's a fake green screen check. I want the real check. Nobody does checks anymore. Does anybody even know what a check is anymore?
We got some new people that just jumped in. Welcome to the group. We got Tickham that just joined. You guys have any questions for this room about the topic of the room? Do you guys measure any of the Earth being a globe at any time, or know somebody who can? Hello. How about Gilbert or GIWRGOS? We got Vi in the chat as well. Welcome.
So, Josh, what do you think about the stuff Yoda's presented? The government documents that say NASA was started as a propaganda agency, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
So when did they go, like, we're going to stop faking it, now we're going to do it for real? Like, when did that happen?
No, I think the propaganda is through doing it for real, right? Like it's a flex, right? We're going to dump 4% of our 4% of our GDP into this program that is developing technologies that the rest of the world doesn't have, or just the USSR is the only one that's even close. And it's a soft power thing. However, I do.
Yeah, you have been drinking the government Kool-Aid. Dude, you drink all the government Kool-Aid, dude. Save some for the rest of us.
That's why he drank all of mine. That's why I can't follow along.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm a big guy. I need multiple doses.
Dude, you've been doing like fucking funneling at fucking Jonestown. Like, funnel that shit. Go, go, go.
I'm I'm actually gotten to the point where I like reduce it down, little if the Kool-Aid is cocaine, I'm just doing, crack rocks over here.
You're just going straight to the source.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, if it be the creator's will, man, I hope that there would be a documentary that we actually collaboratively put together and put in front of the world's eyes.
I was gonna say I'm a big fan of side quests. This would be a pretty good side quest.
Yeah, but this might get you more reasons to think about where you're at in life with what you're doing.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Well, I mean, work with my therapist a good bit. Like you gotta the big thing that I'm focused on is focusing on the people, right? Like anything you do,
your
for people.
side quest could be counting the number of NPC resets on your side quest.
Hey, therapist, you give him a run for his money or her money.
Oh yeah, no, I got a lot of fucked up shit going on. Definitely make use of it.
Yeah, we'd have a little segment of like a little animation at the bottom. How many doors get closed when we ask these questions? Here's
100%.
number one, closed.
Little montage of saying, "Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah. And fingers being pointed in the opposite direction.
Hey Josh, have you ever seen the interview of the deputy director of the Hubble Space Program and the Soho Discover team? Phone interviews. Have you ever seen those? Done by Robert Bizzano?
I don't think I have.
I'll post them in the chat, dude. You got to hear it for yourself. There's no way to describe it. He was just going through the NASA, called NASA. He's just going through the extensions, and nobody was there for some reason. And he eventually got someone. He got the deputy mission director for this Hubble Space Program, and just asked some questions. Been there 30 years and had never seen the Hubble telescope, which is kind of odd. Yeah, I'll post the interview in the side chat. Like, it's worth listening to. The Soho one is kind of like Soho Discover. It's kind of some horse shit in there too. They kind of like they're just kind of like just making shit up. But the deputy mission director, he was actually pretty honest about what he was saying. When I say making stuff up, is they're just like, the sun is freaking 6,000 degrees in the center, and it's 1,000,000 degrees on the outside, and just like they're just trying to like sell them on their model or whatever, the sun. Because the Soho, so see the solar observatory or whatever. Anyway, I'll post it in the chat.
I appreciate it.
Now, this person that does the interview was also in military intelligence. So, I mean, actually, he was like, take military counterintelligence, quite honestly.
That's an interesting field, isn't it?
Yeah, man, because one technique is to plant lies, right? Is to fish out moles by planting lies and to find out how it comes back to you, right? You give false intelligence and to see where it goes, right?
I mean, NFL football teams do that a lot to figure out if they have a mole to the press.
Hey, Europe. Kironi looks like sort of otherwise and they.
Is that one of the demons from Dante's Inferno just come in here?
Yeah, I was gonna say I was hallucinating. That was some interesting vocalizations.
Ah, damn, I'm glad I'm not going to the office today. Fucking bloodbath. 5% of everybody getting laid off.
You try to stick your head in the sand?
Ooh. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of pissed off people though. They're probably cleaning out their desks right now.
Oh, dude, go to work with a bulletproof vest, bro.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
am not. That's why I got my that's why I got my shots today, so I could just text my boss and be like, "Yo, doctor's appointment. I'm working from home today."
And then they try to take you in with them too. Like, hey man, you don't disagree that this is all a bunch of BS? You're like,
Well,
I'm
so
just trying to get to my desk.
my floor. Yeah, I was gonna say my entire floor at HQ2 is all Kuiper folks, so we have like an extra level of security for ITAR. So the entire floor is exempt, but I just don't feel like walking through the lobby and dealing with folks walking out with all their stuff in a box.
How do you know you didn't get shit canned?
Our
he said he's
program was exempt. Yeah, our program was exempt because it's.
You might want to go just to check to see if your key card works.
No. My laptop still works. Everything. I talked to my boss about it last night. It's like, yeah, no, we're exempt.
He's making, hey man, am I still gonna have a job by the morning? He's like, yeah. Don't worry about it, man. You'll be all right.
I mean, my boss is great. My boss, I would take a bullet for my manager.
What if they ex your manager too, man? They took all of you out. You're like, and get rid of him too, man. They do it all kind of like mobster style. Yeah, get rid of this guy.
No. I was talking to my wife about that, and like, because her aunt also works for Amazon in like a different part of the company. So I was texting her this morning to like see if she got laid off. She didn't, but I was talking to her last night. I was like, yeah, all the side quests, all like the space adjacent, like work adjacent stuff I do. If I ended up getting, shit canned, I'd find a new job pretty quick just because of like all of the extracurriculars I do. And she was like, oh, I didn't even think about that. I was like, yeah. So like, when I'm out working late or doing shit on Saturdays or stuff like that, it's because I enjoy doing it, but also there's, intangible benefits, all that jazz.
What's the motivation? What's the motivation for their toilet flush?
I think the official talking point or like the company line is we're becoming more efficient due to AI usage, and that we overhired too much during the post-pandemic capital bubble.
Okay. Like where are they firing? Is it like just across the board? Like just,
there's
because
a lot of HR folks.
General Electric used to do this thing where like that they would always shit can the bottom 10% performing people every year. They just kept cycling like that.
Oh yeah, so that's normal. That's outside of layoffs. At Amazon, it's the bottom 6% get not laid off, but basically fired for performance every year. So about 20,000 folks a year. Not 20,000, like 16, 17,000. But this is in addition to that. But it's across the board. A lot of HR folks, program managers. It's all corporate folks. Like at the same time as they're laying off all these people, we just posted like 250,000 seasonal roles at all of the fulfillment centers. So this is white collar, not putting stuff in boxes.
So it's basically like a Thanos snap, because you want to make everything better, right? So you got to get rid of 50% of all the people that contribute.
Decreases your labor spending, right? And our third quarter earnings call is later this week, so they're also probably trying to increase investor confidence and keep the stock price up by showing like, hey, we're our numbers aren't as good, but we just fired 15K to help decrease our labor spending to increase our profit margins.
What's I know this doesn't matter anymore. What's the price to earnings?
Actually, I have no idea. I don't look at the stock at all. I have coworkers and friends that work at Amazon that are like, well, no. Some people do. Like, people are like, oh man, we did this product announcement and the stock went up 2% today. And I'm like, no, I mean, I've got my RSUs that'll vest. I don't even think about it. It's not worth my time or my anxiety.
Typically, they do a layoff when they want to, like, so they're trying to shore up their financial position. So they have, on paper, it looks like they have less outlays, right? So typically they try to do this before they borrow a bunch of money. And to me, I think that's why I'm asking you is, I would say Amazon must be cash positive, but they might want to do a buyback. I mean, I don't know. I don't really follow Amazon's corporate doings that good. I just know, just generally, when you get a layoff, that means they're trying to do something else, right? They're not laying people off because any reason other than they're just trying to, like, shave something off the balance sheet so they can do something else. So they can add some other crap onto it that's different.
Well, they made $90 billion in profit last year. That's not even like revenue. Like, so, like, I don't know. It could be going better, right? They're looking at like Nvidia and AMD and like all these, you know, the AI, like, not circle jerk, but like cyclical economy between Nvidia, Oracle, OpenAI, and wanting to get in on that. So I don't know. They're definitely like implementing a ton of AI features for corporate employees. Like, I have an LLM that's like on my computer all the time for everything I do now.
Well, what maybe they want to do like some crazy fucking data center build out, right? Like, just go on like a data center freaking building spree. But like,
I mean, they're already doing that. That's my county, right?
But like 10xing it is what I'm talking about. It's like 10xing it. You know what I mean?
Right, so, they're going to leverage. So with the Fed dropping rates, the Fed's going to be dropping rates. They're laying people off. They're going to take advantage of a fatter margin somewhere. I definitely track their capital expenditures.
Oh man, so you see how much money we're spending on Kuiper then?
Well, there's probably some freaking tax freaking bullshit for that. There's probably some incentive, some government freaking incentive to do space nonsense.
That program,
the same way there was like some incentive.
Yeah, they launder the money through that program.
Yeah, exactly. That's where the shuttle boats to Epstein Island are funded.
And you heard me saying the P there, Indio?
No, I didn't.
34.18.
Jesus fucking Christ. You know, before the 2000s, the historical, like, a safe PE was like 11. And it hasn't been near that. And, like, well, I mean, that's still the safe margin, but like that rule of thumb has been ignored for about freaking 2 decades. It's crazy.
We're due for a big correction.
Well,
correction's a nice way. That's very diplomatic.
You know, it all depends on how much. It all depends on how much growth there is with Amazon. That as if there's more and more growth, I would expect that PE to be higher than if there's not potential growth. So I think I remember somewhere around 2000, Amazon being like 128 PE or something like entirely asinine.
Yeah, I think it was like 300 at one point because they were losing money. Remember,
I was referring
Amazon
to
was losing money for a long time.
Yeah, they were losing money hand over fist, but their stock price just kept going through the sky.
I was going to say, you know, Kuiper is quite expensive. They signed like the the largest launch contract in human history, and we bought like 80 something rockets with one contract. It was like
from who?
6-7 billion.
From who? The Russians?
SpaceX, Blue Origin, Arianespace, and ULA.
What? Why would they do that?
Because we need launch vehicles to get satellites up.
You know, like if you have like a fleet of vehicles, the more models you have, the harder it is to maintain the fleet.
Oh, I agree. But we need such a high volume.
Why don't they just license SpaceX's tech, right? Build a fucking clone factory of what they're doing and just make your own rockets under license.
They have no incentive to do that because Kuiper is a direct competitor with Starlink.
Yeah, money talks, bullshit walks, as they say.
Stop the cap. You guys are sending up your payloads in their vehicles, so I don't know, man.
So how long until Amazon sues SpaceX for anti-competitive monopolistic practices?
I mean, their reusable rocket tech makes them way cheaper than. Actually, no, it doesn't make them way cheaper. It makes their internal costs way lower. They price competitively because they're the only one that is able to reuse the first stage. But allows them to operate, at like 40% the cost of any other launch provider.
What's the turnaround on the first stage?
Like 2 days.
They can use it again. 2 days. They can reuse it in 2 days.
Oh yeah, like 48 hours, I think.
Okay, what's the failure rate? Like how many do you get out of it?
30 plus launches is the record right now.
Who's liable for when they explode?
I think SpaceX is, but you usually get insurance.
Who the fuck would insure that?
It's a good question. Space insurance is a weird business.
I'm in the space insurance business.
I say Redwin.
I didn't say Redwin.
Yeah, I'm in.
He sells meteorite insurance.
Yep, I sure do. $39.95 a month. $10 million if that space rock hits your house or your dwelling.
I sell
credits from space.
Yeah, I'm going to start selling title insurance on the moon.
Yeah, you can get sections of the moon.
Yeah, I'm going to sell title insurance, man. Like if you get somebody that comes and says they own that piece of moon, and they roll against you, I'll pay out, man. I promise.
It's the outer space treaty. You can't own celestial bodies.
Beg to differ.
Oh, brother. Yeah, like once you're on the celestial body, you just start your own government, okay? Dude, like, who the fuck, bro? Like, are you serious? Did you just say that?
He was talking about maritime law. Yeah.
My God, brother.
It would be illegal to do that.
Yeah, where?
To get to that place, you had to go launch from Earth, and the launching state has liability for all actions and hardware of the thing they launched into space.
Yeah, so? Who has jurisdiction?
The launching state would have jurisdiction over you, not the land you're on.
Ah, okay. So we're slaves.
So it would be active treason against the United States.
Well, that's impossible. That's actually not possible to be treason against the United States. And all
you know what I mean.
And all death warrants for treason, it was always against the person. It was never against the frickin' body politic like in the United States. So without the person to commit treason against, that's just dead letter law. This goes back. I can actually.
You know what I mean.
About Calvin's case. Well, no, I do. Do you know what I mean? That's like they don't have jurisdiction in space. The law that would apply would be the same as maritime law. Amy brought it up, right? So
correct.
So like when you left England, and this is the problem that the people had in America. They wanted the rules of that they had in Britain. They wanted the common law to apply to them, but they weren't in England. They were in America. Okay, so they were like, "Go fuck yourself. You're under the maritime law because you're in a foreign land." So once you leave your little frickin' rocket ship, you're in a foreign land. Now they could probably try to, like you claimed, treason against the United States, claim jurisdiction over the person. But, like, bro, good luck, dude. Try to enforce it. Yeah, go fly to the moon and arrest me. Go fly to Mars and arrest me.
No, I get it. I'm not saying you can't do that, right? But I'm saying that, they would have the ability to prosecute you.
I just can't believe they even wrote it down, dude. Like, seriously. It's some crackhead shit right there, bro.
They try to codify it,
Isn't this what the movie Foundation is about? That book or something?
Yeah, but how would you enforce it? How would you enforce it though? What's the level of enforcement there? What are you gonna chase somebody down on the Sea of Tranquility? Like, what's going on, bro?
I have no idea. It hasn't been. This is all hypothetical. But I mean, if I was a state. If I was a nation state that was going to be launching a sizable number of people to a celestial body, like I would, practice pretty hard control over the license to launch and operate, right? Because if I have suspicion that they would, break the outer space treaty, I could say based on that suspicion, I'm not going to grant you a license to leave, to launch from one of our spaceports.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know their ulterior motives until they actually land in the place. And let's say if this whole thing was even a thing that was possible, once they set foot on that body, you had no jurisdiction whatsoever, except for when they set foot back on the craft. Because that craft was,
even if you're not on the craft, you have jurisdiction over the person.
Oh, hell no. Nope.
That's a legal fiction. Anyway.
Yeah.
Dog the Bounty Hunter would make bank, though. I will tell you that. He'd be like, you're gonna pay me $500,000 plus my operating costs. So it's $200 million for the rocket. It's Dude, this is like a movie. Did they ever remake this movie?
They explore the concept a little bit in For All Mankind, the TV show on Apple TV, about like a mutiny on a moon base. I think it's end of season 1 of the show. It's like an alternate history where the Soviets got to the moon first, and so the space race never ended. Good show.
Yeah, but dude. Ain't Never Gonna Happen is the title of that new movie.
Oh, it's 100% a fantasy. Yeah. But this argument's hypothetical. But it's something that we do talk about at the Space Policy Institute at GW, or George Washington University in DC. Like we did like a whole like model UN like war games assignment based off this scenario as one of our projects in the class.
You got lawyers there too?
No, I mean it was a bunch of graduate students in technology policy, but it was a classroom exercise.
But don't you need lawyers for stuff like that, though?
To form policy, no. To prosecute, yes.
Well, because there's always a bridge between government policy and the law, right? Because it's kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah,
policy's kind of saying what the law should be, whereas the lawyers write down like the actual execution of it, like
exactly.
Codify it.
It's like strategy versus like a program manager.
But actually, you guys can come up with any policy, but you're going to need to sieve that through some lawyer that tells you whether it's actually legal, lawful.
Yeah, but you're not talking about you're not talking about moon policy anymore, Indio. We're talking about Earth. Policies on the moon don't operate the same as they do on Earth. So,
so this is the thing. Like, if somebody can compel you to be a citizen or a subject or something like that, then you're a fucking slave. Because you don't have a choice. You get that, right? I'm like, yeah, dude, I want to expatriate to the fucking moon. And they're like, no. You're a slave. Guess no one wants to touch that one.
It's a good.
I agree with
you there. Like you just need to file paperwork. Like it's open, but it's at the discretion of the regulatory agencies.
Yeah, boy.
Like I ran the regulatory affairs team at one of these small organizations. That was my previous gig before Amazon, and like we were able to do, like, it was pretty laissez-faire. I basically it was the same thing with like the NASA license, right? I just had the NASA like logo licensing. I just had to file the paperwork and send it to them. Like there wasn't a ton of like digging into what we wanted to do, but you just got to make sure you do your paperwork. If they wanted to close things off, they could. It's just like, you submit paperwork to the FAA, to the FCC, and to NOAA. And they give you a license to go do whatever you want to do. Past performance of the company, you don't need past performance of the company, but it's helpful to have past performance of the person who's filing the license request. So, like, when I was running the regulatory affairs team, I had to I had experience at, like, I boomeranged. I was at Amazon and I left to go to the startup, and then I came back to Amazon. But because I had like worked with the Space Bureau at the FCC, it was a little bit easier for me to get my foot in the door when I was running my own team, but I still had like outside counsel that had been doing this shit for like years, and they were able to sort of bend the ear of the folks that I needed to get approval from. But yeah, no, you're not starting a launch facility in your backyard. The FAA is not going to let you do that. Honestly, the biggest thing against you would be NEPA, like the Environmental Protection Act, and then your neighbors getting to vote on the rezoning of your land. If you go dig into like the Camden County spaceport in Georgia, that's been proposed. It actually got put on a referendum to rezone the land to turn it into a spaceport down on the coast south of Savannah. And they, the community voted against it because they didn't want to deal with the noise.
What's a spaceport?
Well, if you're going to go to space, you need a spaceport.
There's 4 of them in the U.S. Brownsville, Cape Canaveral, Mid-Atlantic at Wallops Island, and Vandenberg out in California. Actually, no, 5. Kodiak up in Alaska.
Yeah, good thing too. They're about to commercialize space, so
we should be able to take a rocket from Alaska.
Get ready,
Florida, then at Florida Spaceport. So you should be able to send people in like 15 minutes now.
Point to point. Well, you don't land at a spaceport. You land in the ocean if you're doing a return mission.
What the fuck? That is to me.
Yeah, sorry. No point to point yet.
Yeah, the Globies don't want to hear you land in the ocean. That's not very good, Josh. You gotta. You land in another spaceport.
Nah, it's in the
They
ocean.
don't-
Or they've done a couple re-entries in White Sands out in Utah. But there was a startup, Varda, that wanted to do a re-entry, and the FAA wouldn't give them a license, so their shit was stuck up there for like 6 months because they were doing like drug manufacturing in low Earth orbit. And they ended up like getting a permit from the Australian government to land in do re-entry in the outback because the U.S. wouldn't let them come back down.
They had a manufacturing plant floating around.
For Varda, the drug manufacturing?
Yes.
Maybe not floating around, but their CEO is pretty active on Twitter. I'm sure if you send him a DM, he'd answer your questions. It's VARDA. They're doing they launch a little capsule up. It does zero gravity or microgravity manufacturing of like certain crystal structures in drugs that can't be done on Earth, and then the capsule comes back down.
Sounds expensive.
It is.
Sounds like horse shit.
I mean, y'all can go kick the tires on it. They've landed like 4 or 5 capsules now.
Special medicine. Is it special medicine?
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Kick those tires. Take it. Get your flu shot and then pop that pill. Bro, dude, Radwin, we're going to be rich, man. New grift, man.
I know.
Space
great.
pill. Oh, dude, this pill was in fucking space. That's why it's so expensive. Dude, a whole new product line. Just put it in space for like 5 seconds and be like, fuck, dude, this shit was in space. I have to charge you 5 times what it's worth.
Yeah, because the way you would normally make it, you can't make it at all on Earth. So you have to send it to where there's no gravity, and then it makes it. That's crazy.
I mean, I'm sure if you looked around, they're pretty new. I think they're like Series A right now.
Gravity in space, right?
Well, yeah, but you're in constant free fall because you're going sideways so fast.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that there is gravity.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the mass of like the crystalline structures isn't like compressed, so it's able to form in a way that's not possible on the surface of Earth.
If you look at China, they have glass water.
Why don't they just do it around fluids?
I have no idea. I mean, if you Google, I'm sure you could find a pitch deck floating around somewhere, or like I said, just DM Delian, who's their CEO.
Sure, I could find a guy riding around in a fucking McLaren laughing his ass off.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Oh, he's a private equity guy. This isn't his first like rodeo. I got into a pretty big fight with him on Twitter a couple years ago.
Space crystals, huh? Sounds interesting.
Microgravity.
If you're in LA, they have their capsules that have come down in their facility.
Dude, it makes so much sense. You got the homeless tweaker shelter on the moon, and then you got people doing space crystal.
For shit.
Sounds about right.
You're really big tripping out.
Yeah.
But LA is probably the place to be.
Oh,
You can hear the guy. You can hear the pusher being like, "Dude, you gotta try this shit."
Made in space.
In a tweaker shelter.
Space drugs.
It's not in order. It's just falling with style. That is all it is doing. And microgravity is just a fancy word for saying that they're falling with style.
Correct.
Well, seeing they only have 5 pills, how are they going to do human trials on that?
I actually have no idea. I haven't kicked the tires. I haven't dug into it too heavily as far from like a pharmaceutical point of view. Like I understand the mechanics of like what they're doing from a satellite point of view, but the actual like payload and how they're gonna the product that they're actually making, I have no clue.
Yeah. Mass market. How do you mass market something like that, dude? They ain't even. It's not even feasible. You have to send a shit ton of pills up there to get crystallized, and they come back down. Like, dude.
And then, like, bro, and then you have to start with animal trials, right? Like, so then they got to freaking kill a bunch of animals, then phase 1 clinical trials, and then phase 2, then phase 3 to get to a human being. Dude, you think developing a pharmaceutical is expensive now? Like, Jesus Christ, this is like a fucking $100 billion fucking endeavor. At least. That's probably just to get to the animal trial.
I was gonna say I'd be interested in looking at their pitch deck.
I guess if you could sell somebody on magic space crystals, you could probably get them to pay out whatever it is the drug costs. You know what I mean? It's just like Jack and the Beanstalk, you know? These magical beans. They'll pay whatever, dude. Like,
that's a perfect.
I'm serious, brother.
You sold the fucking cow?
Got these magic beans, bro.
I got the fucking crystals, man. Come on.
Yeah, he got you, man. I got you space crystals. I mean, what do you need, bro? Got it all right here.
They did all that for 5 pills?
Yeah, that's what I said. Imagine mass marketing that thing.
What the hell?
I mean, just weigh it. Did they weigh out the cost factor, or they just like cowboy up? You know, like, oh, we're just gonna send a whole bunch of.
That's why I said I want to look at their pitch deck, because obviously they would have to like, you know, do some like total addressable market analysis and all that jazz to get folks to give them money hypothetically, but I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, and then you gotta go beg Elon for rocket rides and yada yada. Unless they got their own vehicles.
No. They go up on SpaceX, not Winnebago. Not Hitchhiker. What is Winnebago is the name of their capsule that comes back down. I'm trying to remember what the name of the launch is, because like SpaceX does 2 rideshare launches. One is in polar orbits and one is in mid inclination. One of the polar orbit is called Transporter. Basically, it's like a Christmas tree. They like, instead of having like 1 or 2 satellites, they sell a ton of slots for like up to 100 different like customers, and they put them all on one rocket.
Can you give me the electrical diagram for the controller that launches those satellites from the rocket? I want to see what their PLCs are using.
I have no idea. If you Google transporter mission or SpaceX transporter, you can see some of the launch stacks. They look like Christmas trees, but they have like tens of customers on each launch.
I see the wiring diagram.
Well, I don't know. I'd be interested to see that as well. I don't know if they have electrical contact with each of the payloads, because it might just be a mechanical interface for deployment. But yeah, like I said, you could dig into that a little bit more. Oh, it's gonna bug me. Transporter is polar. I'm trying to remember what the name of their mid inclination one is, because that's the one that Varda uses for their launches. Bandwagon. So if you didn't want to go over the poles, right, you could book a ride on a bandwagon launch that goes to mid inclination, like 45, 50 degrees.
You could get on the bandwagon.
Yeah, they're like the Uber of space. Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's exactly what it is.
It's like a ride share. So that, you know,
Ride share.
XYZ university that just wants to put up something the size of a loaf of bread doesn't have to pay for a whole rocket.
Why are you throwing up small things like that? What are you trying to do?
Some of them are for education purposes. Some of them are for, like, you know, testing out one piece of hardware to get the technology readiness level up. Some of them are actually doing science. Like, there's like some like swarm, like formation flight concepts out there. But there's a whole conference called SmallSat in Utah, the first week of August every year, where a lot of schools come together and talk about the CubeSat programs they're working on. Like when I was at NASA, the CubeSat program I was working on was called TechEdSat, Technical Education Satellite, and literally the purpose, like, we had a payload on it. I had a camera and like an NVIDIA GPU hooked up to it so that we could get like live footage after deployment. But the main purpose of the mission was just technical education. Like, it was a training program.
Aren't some of the satellites
in the thermovac chamber? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
They're like the size of a football. Those CubeSats, like little tiny satellites.
So yeah, I mean, smaller than that, they can be. They go off a U system, like unit. So like a 1U CubeSat, each U is a 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter cube. So, you know, if I say I'm making a 1U CubeSat, it's just a, you know, 10 centimeter cubed little box. Or if I'm working on a 3U CubeSat, it's, you know, 30 by 10 by 10, like the size of a loaf of bread. And that goes all the way up to like 12 or 24U. But yeah, anywhere from like something that can fit in the palm of your hand to like the size of a mini fridge.
Do you have any control over that, or is that something that's just like released?
No translational control usually. Sometimes the larger ones will have like a small cold gas thruster, which is kind of just like letting air out of a balloon to do propulsion, like a tiny amount. We do have like rotational control. So if you wanted to like point things, like, so we'll either use reaction wheels or magnet torquers, which are just like coils of wire that you're able to run current through to interact with the magnetic field of the Earth to provide torque. Or reaction wheels, which are basically just like a disc that like a weighted disc that you're able to spin up. And you know, the force you're using to spin up the disc creates a torque in the opposite direction along the same axis. So there is some amount of control, but nothing too complex.
So the Hall effect thrusters, those are just for big satellites. You don't use those for.
Yeah, you need a ton of power for those. You need like kilowatts. And usually the solar panels aren't big enough for a CubeSat. I mean, I think they've flown a couple small Hall effect thrusters on CubeSats, but again, that's like when you get up to like mini fridge size. Yeah, Hall effects usually kick in around like 50 kilograms ish or larger for propulsion. Someone's hot micing, just heads up.
Pulse check. Anybody here?
Ten four.
Audible.
All right, the space cadet has left the building, so we can resume normal conversations.
That was funny though. Come on, dude. That was hilarious. Dude, he's going up in the podcast. I'm sorry, dude. That whole exchange for the last 2 hours. Dude, he's so in on the Kool-Aid, dude.
Yeah.
You know, you go to the party like you're double fisting. He's just freaking hugging the keg. He's like never leaving the keg. He's drinking right out of the tap.
Hello.
What's up, man?
I came here yesterday and got defeated by flat earthers. So I'm here to try again.
No, you were not defeated. You actually won because maybe you know what's true or not.
Maybe I
Learning
do.
the truth is not a defeat, dude.
I went and talked to my friends in the CIA, and they told me that that all of you are lying and that the Earth is actually round. So I'm gonna trust them.
You went to the CIA for the truth? Ha!
Yes.
That's hilarious.
The most credible organization on Earth.
You could have talked to a guy that was just in here a few minutes ago. He worked at NASA.
Wow.
Yeah, and they looked for him. He didn't even apply. They hunted him down.
That means he's really.
CIA is the most trustworthy. What? They create misinformation on purpose. You realize this, right?
Dude, come on, man. Why would they invest so much money to just misinform people, bro?
I don't know. Ask them. The CIA director is the one who said it.
Anyways, I don't care about NASA. I care about SpaceX, alright? Like, they're the actual people doing the actual progress in today's era. If you have any doubts on, like, space and stuff, you should go ask a SpaceX employee. Or you could just go to...
We were just talking to one.
Yeah, he was just in here.
No, that was NASA. You guys said that was NASA.
He did work at NASA, but now he works for Amazon Space Services, and they use SpaceX.
That's different. I'm talking about SpaceX.
They use their rocket, bro. Listen, they use SpaceX rockets.
They're building a competitive product to Starlink now called Kuiper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
so you can have a choice. Do you want Starlink or Amazon Kuiper?
What I'm more interested in is you said they're progressing. Progressing to where exactly? Where's the progress going?
Have you seen the recent Starship launches?
Yeah, that's great. But when you say progress to where? You have to be going somewhere. Where are they going?
Starship is the largest rocket.
Yeah, I heard you, dude. Where's it going?
It's the first step is to be able to deploy satellites at a more cost-effective rate than
for what purpose?
To be able to not just satellites, like more payload into space. They want
what purpose? Why is that useful? What are you not understanding? Why does anybody want to do that in the first place?
Like, not all places on Earth have internet access, alright? Like, if I went to, like, some remote island, I would not have internet access. But if there's more satellites in space and they're everywhere, then we can go anywhere in the world and we'll have Wi-Fi. So that's what they're trying to do.
That's super important. That's real progress. So I can look at Pornhub while I'm fucking floating in the middle of the ocean. Great.
Or you could call someone and not be stranded when you're in the middle of the ocean. And it's not just about the ocean. Many third world countries don't have proper internet access, and if they did, they could access education, they could access everything instantly on the internet. They could learn English, they could go to school on the internet for free. So it's very
learn what?
important. It's
To learn,
very important.
to learn about SpaceX rockets, to get that about giving Wi-Fi to everybody so that they can learn about SpaceX programs that give Wi-Fi to everybody. Like, dude, that's a loop. Like, what's the point? Like, you're in a loop. I asked you, like, what are we progressing for? And it seems like it's just progress to tell ourselves we're making progress.
There's three things that we're progressing towards.
The internet is for porn.
One is being able
Mercy Avenue Q.
One is being able to have internet access everywhere, such that everyone can have access to the internet.
Why is that good?
Then the second is being able to go to the moon, so that there's go into many strategic.
Young man, you can't be reading up a script. You have to answer some questions. If a question is being asked, bro.
Well,
you've been reading off a script, bro.
Third world countries to the moon.
No. I never said.
Now third world countries can watch moon launches.
Guys, listen. I never said we're bringing third world countries to the moon. I said we're bringing internet access to all people.
Oh my
Why
god,
do we
that's
want to
what he
do
said.
that? Bro, you're not understanding. Why do we want to do any of that? Why do we want to give third world or internet access to third world countries? Why do we want to go to the moon? How is any of this progress?
Are you kidding me? Are you serious about the first question?
Just answer what he just said.
Dude.
Just answer
it. Tell me.
People access to education, access to a lot of resources that are on the internet. Like, why would
you already said that. You already said that. Why is that good? Well, how is that progress?
Why would you not want third world countries to have internet access?
Who said that? Like, why? But why? Bro, are you having a problem comprehending the question? It's not about what I want. You said that it's that doing such a thing is. Listen. You said that doing such a thing is progress. I want to know, in what way is it actually progress? What are you progressing towards? What are you trying to achieve? Just educating people for the sake of education is pointless. What is the point of all of it?
Okay, first of all, if you educate,
you don't answer the question. You just repeat the script some more.
No, listen. If you educate people, they can get better jobs and they can get more money, so they can improve the quality
like
of
what?
life.
Making rockets to give people internet access?
Dude, we're not even talking about making rockets. Many people just live in poverty, and if they had internet access, they could be able to go to school from anywhere in the world online through the internet. They could be able to learn English.
And then what?
What would happen?
And then what, dude?
What?
And then what?
Then what? They can improve their lives. They can have a better quality of life. They can improve their countries, right? Because they're educated.
Bro. Now, okay, let's say everything you just said comes true. It's a bunch of satellites. Everybody has internet access. Everybody gets a PhD. Now everybody has a PhD. Now what?
They can get better jobs. They can earn more money.
Who's going to build the road? Are you going to work at McDonald's with a PhD?
Why would you work at McDonald's with a PhD?
Well, everyone's got a PhD now because they got internet access provided by rockets.
Who's going to pick up the trash?
Are you kidding me, bro?
I'll do it.
Dude, first of all, when
You're
it
not
comes
thinking
to
of the big picture, buddy.
Dude, when it comes to blue
India has
collar,
the trash problem and all the internet in the world.
dude, when it comes to blue collar jobs, where you have to clean trash and all that, they'll be done by robots, all right? And they'll be done by robots. And if we give poor people access,
just wait for the robots, bro.
Yeah, it's so funny. What if the robots get educated and they don't want to pick up the trash? Why would we educate? Hold on. Why would we educate people when we got robots that can pick up trash that are smarter than people?
Guys, let me talk. When it comes to, I'm trying to explain the benefits of giving third world countries internet access, and you guys are literally rebutting that. That's like immoral. That's literally immoral.
Dude, they get us
Immoral?
into porn instantly.
Like the internet's a
Going
human
to
right.
hell because I don't want
Yeah,
someone
the
in
internet is a
Abyss,
human right.
Ethiopia to have internet. I didn't listen, bro. I didn't say you're not really listening. I didn't say it was bad, and I didn't say it was good. You're the one who said it was good. I'm asking you to justify why you think it's good.
People get educated. People get better
Why
jobs.
is that good?
Wait, let me finish, dude. I'm
You're
trying
repeating
to list
yourself.
you.
You already said all this.
No, I'm trying to list everything, and you keep cutting me off at education. If you shut up, I
No,
could
you said
actually.
education, then get a good job, and I said, well, if that all works out, then everybody should have a good job, right?
No, it's not just about jobs. They can help develop their country. They can help their country industrialize if more of the population is better educated. All right.
Okay. Do you think? Let me ask you this then. Do you think education is what's stopping industrialization of poor countries? Do you think it's because the people are stupid?
No, it's not just that, but they have
Not
less
that at all.
skilled labor. They have less skilled labor than, like, for example, first world countries, right? So they can participate lesser in secondary industries, in tertiary industries, and that will result in a smaller GDP for them, right? And a lower quality of life for them. So, like, why would they not want to be better educated?
Okay. Okay. But that's not the problem. The problem isn't education. The problem is resources around the world to build industrial societies has been hoarded. Okay.
By who?
It's not by who? Oh God, BlackRock, the governments of the world. I mean, you name
Are
it.
you kidding me? BlackRock is literally a money manager, bro. They don't hoard any money. When you buy an S&P 500 ETF, you buy it through BlackRock. It is your money, not BlackRock's money.
Dude, BlackRock holds significant voting shares in Fortune 500 companies and significant assets. Okay, they have assets under management, right?
No, but it's your money.
Yeah, they also manage oil wealth for sovereigns, including the Texas Sovereign Oil Fund.
Yeah,
they have leverage. They can drink the system. But the point is, who owns? Okay, let's take diamonds. Who owns most of the diamonds in the world?
I don't know.
It's De Beers. They control something like 95% of the diamond market.
Okay.
Okay, so a lot of these natural resources are controlled by either private or government monopolies. You hear Trump railing about rare earths, right? Rare earth metals, because we don't have any. But China has some, and they don't want to give them to us, right?
Yeah.
So things like cement. So if you want to industrialize, you need cement. Well, a lot of countries don't have the natural resources to make cement in industrial scales, right? They can make a little bit, but they can't make it in industrial scales. Okay? So they have to import it. Import it from where? People that are going to charge way more than what it's worth. And they were going to keep that country in a third world country. It's not education, dude. It's resources. It's natural resource limitations and monopolistic practice.
Okay, all right, fine. Let's say you're
give
correct.
everyone the internet and you've gone nowhere.
How about my country? My country has no natural resources. I'm from Singapore, and we got rich purely from human capital, from intellectual capital. That's how we became a first world country. So you can't just say they're not industrializing because they don't have natural resources. We have
Are
no
there any
natural
U.S.
resources.
bases in Singapore?
What?
Are there any U.S. military bases in Singapore?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. That's why you're rich.
Yep.
Bro, there's U.S. military bases everywhere. There's Chinese military bases here too. Are you saying the Chinese are giving us money too?
Yeah, that's right. Both sides are bribing you.
100%.
No, I would like to think we're rich because we have the best. We're like the financial capital of the world after New York City, right? Like the Asian financial capital, aren't we?
So you launder money. So basically, you're the Asian version of the Cayman Islands. Congratulations.
No, we're the Asian version of New York City. We have all the banks here, all the hedge funds here, and they hire people here, and we have a lot of the Silicon Valley companies have headquarters here.
Why?
OpenAI recently put their Southeast Asian headquarters here. So
Why?
like
Why are they there?
we have a lot of talent here, a lot of people from around the world and from
Okay,
Singapore.
this is a chicken egg problem, right? What came first, the chicken or the egg? So did the lax banking laws come first, and then the talent came, or did was the talent there, and then they decided to put your banks there?
No, the lax banking laws came, and the population was better educated. The prime minister and the government made sure that there was better education that resulted in better talent, and then at the same time, the banking laws were much lax, or were made much lesser. More banks came in. There was better talent, and then the economy grew from there. But we started off with manufacturing, not financial services.
Did you do better under manufacturing? So the majority of the population, right? Did you have a higher standard of living across the board with the manufacturing base or with the financial base?
With the financial base, for sure, we're a much richer country now.
No, I'm not talking about in totality, and I'm not talking about the richest people, because I bet you now there's a larger income disparity, meaning between the poor and the rich. I bet you that gap is a lot larger
Really, not
than
in
it was.
Singapore.
Why are you interrupting me, dude?
I'm telling you, there's no income disparity in Singapore. Very little, because we have a strong welfare system. You can check. We have a very strong welfare system, and our government ensures that the income disparity is most Singaporeans are millionaires because most of their houses are worth like
most Singaporeans are millionaires.
Yeah, because our houses are worth $1 million. My house is worth $1 million, and I'm not.
Okay. If you're accepting welfare, do you have wealth?
Yeah, you get money, and then
it's the opposite.
Never had a job in his life talking about fucking economies.
No, but okay. Regardless of welfare, most of our citizens, actually like 90% of the citizens, own public housing, and public housing in this country is very expensive. But the government subsidizes it such that people can afford it. But then when they hold it for like 5 to 10 years, most of the property goes to $1 million, right? So and we have a very strong retirement savings scheme as well. And with both of those combined, most Singaporeans are actually millionaires by the time they're like 50 or 45 if they own a house.
Do they own it outright?
Yeah, it's a 99-year lease. The country's very small. It's a 99-year lease to the government. But there are like some where it's like 999-year leases. But almost all the land is leased to the government because
that doesn't really answer my question, dude. If you own your house outright, sure, you have claim over that $1 million value. But if you have a 50% more of that value mortgaged, you're only at $500,000, right? So how can you claim $1 million status when net you're actually only $500,000 in that example?
He said it was a lease. You can't even sell it if it's a lease.
No, it's not an actual lease. You can sell it. It's like, how do I say this? Here in this country, here in this country, it's a very small country. So how it works is you get to own any property you want for 99 years. After that, the government will force you to either sell it back to them. And they'll usually do it at market rates. All right. So most people they own their houses for like 20 years, 30 years, and then they sell it to another person who's interested. And by then, these houses, their values usually triple or double. And many people.
But again, I'm sorry, dude. You still didn't answer my question. Do these people have mortgages on these houses or not? on average, let's say?
There's it's not necessarily a mortgage. It's a different system where like the government subsidizes houses for citizens significantly, and
Okay,
you
so
can save up
they
for
don't have loans. Then.
what?
So you're saying they don't actually have some sort of loan on that house? They own it outright.
Uh,
For the time of the lease.
they do have a loan, but I think it's paid off pretty quickly.
Okay. Well, there you go. If it's paid off, it's paid off. That's it.
Yeah.
Just because I asked that, just because a lot of people here, I've heard people talk about this so many times. Oh, my house is worth $500,000. You know, I'm doing well, right? You ask them, well, what's your mortgage? Oh, I still owe $300,000. So you don't actually own that $500,000 property. Net, you're only $200,000, right? But they overlook that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But most people here do own their houses. I think like for the first 5 years they pay it off, but usually within the first 10 years most people pay off their houses. So or five,
I'll
6.
take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. Thank you. Sorry, India.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It sounds kind
That'd be really nice if most people could pay off their houses in 5 to 10 years. That's really awesome.
sounds like you can never own it, and you have to be a millionaire in order to get one. That doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, my bullshit meter's off the chart, so.
That was my polite way of saying that.
Yeah, same. But I digress.
Well, can I ask what you guys do for a living?
You can ask that, but we're not obligated to answer it.
Anyone who's willing to answer is up to. I'm just curious. Are you guys like actually like working at like NASA or McDonald's or something? Because I need to know. Like,
Yeah. So what if we were working at McDonald's? What's gonna happen?
then you'd be a less trustworthy source, and you'd look like losers.
Oh, so you're a biased
Why?
person, very judgmental. You judge somebody based off of their money rather than their intelligence. Great, noted.
No, I judge people by their job.
No, you're judging them based off their
And you're
money. 'cause
dumb as fuck, bro. You just
Yeah.
proved that you're the stupidest person in here.
What? Because I don't like people
Because
working
you
at
judge people by their
McDonald's.
job. Because you judge people by their job. That's why.
Dude, I mean, come on, man. Like, how do you want me to trust people who work at McDonald's with information related to
Dude, you eat the
national?
food they make. They could literally
Yeah.
kill you.
Yeah, they give me good food. I trust them with the food, but I don't trust them with information related to national security, space, the economy, and all this.
He thinks McDonald's is good food.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's cheap food. It's cheap food. It's not healthy food. It's cheap.
Dude, you just get a tattoo on your right buttock that says "Made in America" because you're a perfect. I eat McDonald's and I trust the authorities with national security. You're the perfect
I'm not
CIA
American.
dude. You're.
I'm not.
You
I'm
did
not
say-
American.
I know you're not, but you might as well tattoo it on your ass because your whole psyche was made by CIA, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, as a country, we were kind of propped up by the CIA and Israel.
Why do you
Like,
believe them?
what? Why do I believe them?
Yeah, you just conceded that to be fair, and you said what you said. Now, why do you believe them? If you know that, why? How could you trust them?
I believe them because whoever they are, they made us rich. You know, we were a third world country like 60 years ago. We're not anymore. So most people in this country, they're willing to believe anybody as long as they can get money.
So you just got bought out. You got bought out is what you're saying. Essentially, you got bought out. They paid you money and you just capitulated to whatever they said.
I mean, the average Singaporean is richer than the average American. So
who cares, dude? Who cares?
It's useless. You can't even own property, dude.
We don't have to own property. Like, why would you need to own
I think you're
property?
you're missing the point here, man. It doesn't matter how much money you make or whatever job you have. It's the veracity of the claim, the truth of the matter. That's the only thing that's important here. You're just getting lost in the weeds about Singapore being a rich country or whatever it is you think Singapore is doing for you. And it has nothing to do with the veracity of the claim that's being spoken of, whether or not truth is being spoken. Has nothing.
I got a question.
Person that sweeps your floors can tell you a truth, something that's very truthful, and you would just bypass that because you'll be like, well, you sweep my floors. I can't believe anything you say.
It depends on what that person says. If that person says something that's related to his skill set, then yeah. But if he talks about the government and the economy, that's beyond his skill set, right?
Yeah.
Because
how about you? Do you support open borders for Singapore?
No, we literally cane illegal immigrants.
I said, do you believe in open borders for Singapore or closed borders?
Closed borders, obviously.
Gee, must be easy to control your demographic numbers because open border countries' numbers go down.
No, even with
do you think
immigration,
open borders is a human right?
No.
But you think the internet is a human right, but you don't think the open borders is a human right.
No.
It's a double standard.
And when it comes to borders, we're like super strict. We literally cane people who cross the country illegally and overstay their visa. And when it comes to demographics, anyone who's not Chinese, Malay, or Indian, well, they literally don't get citizenship unless they are like a billionaire. So,
right. And so caning people, for the audience, that means the government beats them with sticks, right?
Yes. In prison.
What goal is accomplished if the person that's trying to get to a place where they can actually get food because they're hungry? What goal is
you're not coming into my country, bro. Bro, we built this country from nothing. Go make your own country first world.
It was propped up by CIA and the Mossad, you said.
Or you can come here legally.
You just said it was propped up by CIA.
No, we built this economy, bro. But I'm sure CIA money helped some way, but it's not all CIA money, right? Obviously, because of our intellectual capital, we succeeded. And if you can legally immigrate here, right? There's no problem with that.
Singapore has only existed, has only survived and excelled because of its logistical importance of where it's at to both transportation and intelligence. That's it. You all are just kind of like being paid to rent your place, and of course it looks really nice. Now, once the U.S. government and the Mossad have other priorities, you all will be back in the poorhouse within 5 to 10 years.
No, I don't think so, man. But we have the world's intellectual capital, the Asian intellectual. We're like the Asian intellectual capital of the world.
You sound like an elitist, bro.
Leads the West.
You sound like an elitist.
He sounds like to me that he's a employee for like the tourism department there, or the Ministry of Business or something that's trying to get investment or people to come there.
Dude, I'm just talking about my country, bro. I'm just talking about our economy, and now I'm just trying to explain to foreigners more about our economy. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, but because you don't have the intellectual capital, what you have is you have the logistical capital there. That's what you have.
No, we have the intellectual capital. If not, why would hedge funds and banks and Silicon Valley companies and other engineering companies
Because of
and
its
biotech
geographical
companies?
centrality to lots of Asian markets. It makes a wonderful place for transshipment. I have a friend who became very wealthy. I've got a friend who became very wealthy from importing automotive parts. He goes to Singapore and he gets those and he imports those to Trinidad and Tobago. And those automotive parts do not come from Singapore. Nobody's designed a thing in Singapore for what he gets. They come from all over Asia.
Yeah, but we're like the financial capital of the world. We excel in tertiary industries, whether that's like software.
No, you're not the financial capital of the world. No, you're not. You have a geographical center of Asia, so of course there's going to be some Pan-Asian financial transactions settled there. New York, London.
America is the largest investor into Singapore, and the most American corporations are Singapore.
Yeah, of course, because of its geographical centrality to lots of Asia. Of course, that's why.
It's like how businesses set up in New York City. How like finance businesses set up in New York City, because that's where the talent is. It's the same thing with Singapore.
It's about the walls.
Not the talent. It's the geographical centricity of Singapore. New York City,
location, and walls.
Yeah, New York City's where the world is run.
Yep.
I mean, you can't move coffee from South America to Africa without it being settled in New York City. You can't. There's very few things that happen in the world that aren't settled in New York City.
Well, that might be changing because now, with aging, trying to set the gold standard instead of using fiat, and trying to get countries to borrow in the yen instead of the dollar, we might.
I hope they're successful. Honestly, I would love to see New York fall. I actually pray that your state, your country, your city, your hometown, whatever. I hope that you're successful.
I mean, New York, they're electing a communist, bro. So, they're praying for their own downfall.
Oh, they just run by scum.
Got that right.
Yeah, I mean, this Zoran Momdani guy, he wants to make government-run grocery stores and tax everyone until they have nothing, and institute Sharia law or something, bro.
Yeah, totally. Chain migration from Islamic countries, that's gonna go over well.
Yeah. But I've seen mostly Indian racism though on American X servers and on X. It's mostly racism against Asians, like Chinese and Indians, not Muslims. There's in Europe they have they hate Muslims more, but then in America I would argue Muslims actually have more power than you guys realize. But you guys are focused on the Chinese and Indians.
So, regardless of any of this, how does any of this get us back on topic of the room? Over fences makes a good motion in there that we are way off topic. So we are way, way off topic. So how do we bring this back to the Earth being flat?
I don't know.
Yeah, Singapore Space Agency doesn't have a dog in the fight. How about that?
Oh my God, dude! I was just gonna say the same thing, Yoder. Jeez Louise, dude, I was gonna tell him about that. I was like, "What has Singapore contributed to the space organizations?"
I mean, Singapore is too small of a market to really be able to compete in this. We're too small of a country. But we have launched
may as well be flat.
Satellites. We have launched our own satellites. we launched our own satellites through rockets from other countries. But other than that, that's it. That's our contribution. But yeah, well, like our universities, there are like space research programs, and there was one recently that launched like a highly advanced satellite that they built that's supposed to be like brand new and like revolutionary or whatever. But that's our contribution.
This guy's trying to turn
Hey,
on the hard sell.
do you guys remember that guy that was in here? He still comes in easy as cool.
Mm-hmm.
Same template. Just saying, same template.
This guy? This
Carry
guy and
on.
him? Yeah.
Carry on.
Or how about
Yes,
we just get back to
we'll
the
just
topic
ask him
of
if he's got any globe evidence. Do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe? Right. That's you already failed to present that yesterday. So what? Why did you come back today? Just to like do promotion for Singapore or what?
No, they keep asking me about Singapore, so I'm telling them.
Okay. What about globe evidence? Yeah, I have a question for you. Do you believe that you live on a globe, right? Do you believe that you live on a globe because you were taught it growing up? Or do you know for a fact, without a doubt, that you live on a globe? Which one?
I believe we live on a globe.
Okay, so it's just a belief, right? You don't know it as a fact, but you believe it because that's what you were taught. Is that right?
I believe.
You know the difference, right? You know what I'm asking you, right? There's a difference between belief and actually knowing something, right? Like I can believe in anything I like, right? But that doesn't mean that I know it as a fact. Okay, just because I believe in something. Okay, kind of like a faith in a way. Okay, so you have faith and a belief system, right? That the Earth's a globe, but you don't actually know it as a fact, right? You've never gone and done any research into why it's a globe and how you know it's a globe. You probably never measured the globe, or you probably don't really know much about the globe, right? Is that correct? It's just a belief?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was just trying to determine, right? So that's
I'm talking to you right now. I'm texting someone, so I'll be off. I'll be back. All right, bye.
Damn. That's a quick way to get him off the mic, DJ.
DJ sent that one up.
So every time he turns on the hard sell for Singapore, just grill him on how he knows the Earth is a globe. He'll just leave. We got Phantos in here. Hazy, Phantos.
Yeah. What is going on?
Hazy, what's up, man?
Nothing, Impeo.
Great. As you can hear, we're asking people to jump into this chat if they can tell us if they have any knowledge on the Earth being a globe.
Okay. So I don't know.
You don't know, huh? Would you like to ask any questions?
So I don't know. So what is the reason for this channel? Only to ask the people, or?
Well, we're probing the people that come in here for knowledge that they have on the idea that the Earth is a globe. And if they ask us any specific questions on how the Earth is flat, then we could answer them in a way that they can either understand what we mean by what we're saying. Either way, I mean, we're gonna still be inquisitive for the individual, so we're gonna want to know what you know, if you know anything.
I don't know the right answer because I can say it's flat or a globe. So.
Well, what specifically, what country are you in right now? That like the education system. Have you been told that the Earth is a globe wherever you're from?
It's a globe. I'm from Liechtenstein.
Liechtenstein. Okay. And so the information that they're telling you as a student being over there in the education system is that the Earth is a globe, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Have they given you any reason to understand how it's a globe, or are they just telling you that it just is?
The only thing that's just is, but the map was flat, so maybe it could be flat. So they don't say it's a globe or not.
Well, to say that the map is flat and then say the Earth is flat because the map is flat is not a good way for you to understand the Earth is flat.
So maybe I only want to say possible it's both right. I don't know. So.
Well, how do you think we should be able to research the information if we're wanting to investigate the claim, if it's a globe or not? What do you think we could do today with all the technology we have? Things we can do. What do you think we could possibly come up with? Figure it out.
Yeah, we have some systems, but is it true what you see on this?
What do you mean, like?
Are you been staying in the space, and did you see the world?
Yeah, but that's a standard that only few people can actually do. We're asking for if people can actually think of a method that everyone can test, so we can figure it out for ourselves. Not just like a few people, but anyone.
Okay, which way is this? The test.
No, I'm saying. Do you think there could be a method that we could find out? Anyone could find out this information. Because by your standard, then only the people that went up found out that the Earth is an actual globe, right?
Yeah, you can go in a to say this.
A rocket.
A rocket?
No. With the balloon, you can go in a balloon and go around the world in 80 days.
Oh, I mean, no. I'm talking about the people that have convinced you that they went up and saw the Earth as a globe, right? Like the astronauts, those guys. So they're telling you that they're the ones that seen the Earth as a globe, but you're saying that the only way for us to know if it's a globe, we'd have to go up as high as they have, right? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe, yeah.
All right. So the information that they're telling us, though, of the history of the Earth being a globe, is that we knew a long time ago, way before all the rocket technology was built, that the Earth was a globe. Have you heard that before? That we knew the Earth was a globe before that? Before rockets?
Yeah, Columbus is going with his ship through the sea and go to America, and then he found this island.
Okay. So, in what way was it discovered that the Earth is a giant sphere or giant globe? Do you think Columbus figured it out?
I don't know.
Or yeah,
maybe.
See, well, that's the thing, though, right? They're telling us that the Earth is a globe, like you were in school and they told you, but they're not giving us a method to verify that it was a globe prior to rocket technology, prior to people going up into space and looking down and saying, oh man, look, it looks like a globe. Before that, people already believed this idea. And by your standard, nobody would actually know it was a globe. It was just all belief because we're still on the ground. We didn't go up. You get where I'm going, Hazy? Like, people for thousands of years were saying the Earth is a globe, but never actually knew it, according to you, until we actually went up to the sky, looked down and saw, oh, wait, now it's a globe. I can confirm it. You don't think that's a problem?
I don't think that's a problem. I don't know.
Really? We have a lot of believers for thousands of years, and only the astronauts can confirm, and they're not believers because they can see it, according to maybe your standard, to what you were saying, right? The only way you can know if the Earth is a globe is if you go on a rocket and you go up and look down.
Yeah.
So that would make everybody else on Earth a believer and not a knower.
Okay.
You don't think that's a problem?
I don't think.
Well, if somebody wanted to find out if the Earth was a globe, they would have to discover for themselves, is there any way on the surface that the Earth could be represented as a globe by way of measurement? So we'd have to be able to figure out some sort of method to measure the surface curving like the way they were saying, they're declaring it is. Because it's a geometric shape, right? So it would be like an oblate spheroid or something akin to a sphere. So the surface would be curving in accordance to that sphere. So on land, horizontally across the surface, you could find out if it's curving like the way they say it is or not. But the problem is like, the problem is like you understand in school, they don't teach you a method to figure this out. They only tell you about some Greek guy named Eratosthenes. And he did 2 sticks and shadows.
Yes, but is also I don't get your message. Are you asking about is the Earth flat, or are you asking about that you believe what other people says?
Well, I'm giving you information to realize that anything that they've been telling us about the Earth being a globe has never been verified to be a globe. And even in your standard, you said you'd have to go up really high to look down and see the Earth as a globe. So over the many years that we've been hearing that the Earth is a globe, there's nothing but believers just talking to each other and saying the Earth is a globe. But there's nobody who really knows by any way that they could test and verify that it's an actual globe.
So now that you will present that it's a flat Earth, not a globe.
Sure.
Okay.
So if we,
it's your meaning is okay. So
yeah, I mean, we have to establish a foundation for people to understand first that what they've been told, and I want to give you at least the opportunity to say, I know it's a globe, or I don't know, I just believe, and then we can go into like maybe how information was translated to you. Like maybe your teacher told you something and you're like, hey, they showed me how I could find some information about the Earth being a globe. But it sounds like there's not much information on your side, except for you think all you got to do is go up really high and look down and see the Earth. And then you could see it as a globe. That's the only thing you have so far. All right. So if we're going to say that the Earth is flat, what do we mean by that? Well, the Earth is a horizontal plane. It has on the land topography, which means that there's going to be elevation change from sea level, which would mean that you're going to have, mountains and hills and valleys and, different land topographical features that you can say on land, it's not flat because you're going to have all these, up and down indentations and, bumps and whatever. So you could say the land itself is a horizontal plane without saying that it's flat. So horizontal means that it's oriented in a specific way, right? Do you know what horizontal means, Hazy?
Yeah.
Okay, so in order to understand like whether you're upright or you're upside down, there's a specific directionality, like a what position you have. Like if you're tilting your head to the side, if you tilt your head to the side, your eyeballs and the inner ear, you have like a liquid in your inner ear that keeps keeps your body in an equilibrium, so that if your head's tilted, you'll feel that tilt, and you'll know that your head's tilted onto a side, even if you have your eyes closed, right? You feel some sort of disorientation, right? You're disoriented. But if you put yourself back upright, you'll know that you're back up, like the way your head feels this. It's oriented in an upright position. So horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. So if we're saying something's vertical and something's horizontal, they meet at a vertice, right? So you'd be standing upright to you're vertical to a horizontal plane.
Yeah, wild guesses for horizontal vertical theory, but okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean theory?
Yeah, wild, because it's a wild guess.
Well, you're gonna make a wild guess, or are you saying what I'm saying is a wild guess?
What you are saying is a wild guess. It's also theory.
No, this is
not.
No, this is the nature. This is the nature of reality, Hazy. Your body is constructed in such a way that you understand orientation, right? So you have things in your body. Your eyeballs act like little gimbals, right? Your eyeballs, like the way they operate in your head, they're like little gimbals that can sense orientation when you're looking across the surface, when you see things out in nature, right? And your inner ear liquid, it holds equilibrium. So that way, if you're tilted or if you're upside down, your body can detect whether or not you are. So there's a lot of ways that your body is constructed in a way that you can sense that you're upright. So in this particular manner, when we're out in the world, right, we can see the world for how it is. When we look upon the horizon, we know that the horizon is horizontal because we can see that in our eyes, and everything that tells us about our our position of how we're situated, our orientation, we're able to know what horizontal means. Oh, he left. Oh, well. I think he thinks I was making all this up.
A moment of silence for the Lord. Rest in pieces.
And most of these guys are in here, they're practicing their English, so they're not really here for a conversation.
Yep. It's not the same as over at politics, and I have to keep reminding myself this is English Hub. These people are their primary objective is to practice English.
Yeah, the conversation is usually going to happen from us trying to have it with each other, mostly.
Every once in a while, somebody hops in here, though, that has the exact debate rooms format that we get over in politics. Or they follow us around.
Hey, who the heck is that troll you just posted, Yoder? That's pretty funny. Nancy Flat Earth final boss.
Damn.
He's got the shield of invincible ignorance. So Chase yesterday was a VaxWax like 2.0 kind of guy. That guy, no matter what it was just like, I don't know. It was a trip. Like trying to listen to him and
apparently he is not some noob. He's been around. Other folks have seen him around, so recognize his voice.
well, it's not. But him and like VaxWax had the same argument of just all you got to do is make these rings around the earth, and then I think who was it? I think he was talking to Indio, and he said Indio was like, "Oh, so you got to make that many circles around like in order for it to." And he's like, "I didn't say circle. I said ring. There's a very big difference between ring. You can put a ring on your finger." I'm like, "Oh my god, dude." It was incredible, dude. Like, I mean, just listening to him was.
I'm just saying you can't reason with them. There's just no way. Everything's not, and then they'll try and find a way to do that surface rhetoric. Welcome to whoever just joined in.
Welcome, guys. It looks like Lynn has joined us. Lynn, welcome. Yeah, every other like small little group has put together some sort of like thing that they have, like a documentary or something. I just kind of that was just me speaking it out into the ether this morning. Like, I wish we could have a documentary for our group. And what we do here, you know, all the stuff we do. Because that's, I mean, what did you like to be proud of something like that you contributed, like with all the arguments and the conversations and everything that we put forward? It's like the efforts were not just lost somewhere in the, you know, the timeline, but they were actually kept somewhere in, like in an archive.
Yeah. Oh, dude, and we can have a really awesome credits list at the end. Play some really like coming for you by Kenbo and Big Roots as the like end theme while it's rolling credits. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, and then like if we hear like these little interviews and things that other people do, but it's always kind of like a sneak attack. You know, some politician or some astronaut on their way to somewhere else, and then they get like bamboozled on their way to somewhere else, and put your hand on the Bible and swear that you've been in the moon, like that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know, man, like that.
They get caught off guard, and it's awkward and weird. And the Bible itself says not to like swear to anybody. So if anybody's read it, they would cite that verse and say, "No, I'm not swearing on that because," and then cite the verse.
Yeah, it actually does say that. Which is strange enough that every court has you swear on the Bible.
I know, right?
Oh, there you go. Where is Yoder at? Look at the text. You got your first geoid glober. Dude, I swear you manifest that into reality. Look at that. Somebody's already using it. It just did. I was thinking that too. I was like, you haven't heard anybody say from a geoid position, like potato Earth? One just did.
Feel free to unmute there, Lynn, if you want to ask any questions.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lynn. I mean, well, I'd say just do it for Yoder's sake, because he wants to hear what your argument would be. Well, this is weird, dude. Like, this is, like, I don't know. Like, this is weird. We haven't heard anybody say that the Earth is a geoid. Like, I don't know. I can't even tell you how long, because I can't even remember when. If somebody said.
So Yoder mentioned it, and somebody joined in and claimed it.
Yeah.
That's almost
he did it.
pathetic.
He did it. Yeah, like his. Well, yeah, he said it in text. It was like about 6 hours ago. It was, yeah, in the morning. It was morning for me, so I just got to work.
That's funny.
Dude, this is strange, man. Oh, he did it 18 hours ago too. Yeah, you never know. That could have been somebody just maybe Lynn was in the conversation. That sounds like something you might need a cream for. I actually do want to hear the argument now, not that person brought it up. Go ahead, Lynn. You can unmute your mic. It was taught in schools? Yeah, can you tell us about it, though? Because, like, it would kind of, not unless you can't talk or whatever, but... You're about as baffled as I am. I didn't know that people are teaching that in schools.
Yo, I'm back.
See that?
So, what should we talk about now?
Your inability to tell us how the Earth is a globe for real.
I told you everything that I know, everything that I believe in, and it's not enough for you guys. I don't know what to do.
Well, it's enough to say that you don't know if the Earth is a globe. You just believe it. But outside of that, us showing you evidence that the Earth is an actual horizontal plane, that's not gonna help you because
one day, if I become a billionaire, I will fund a rocket such that, and I will bring all the flat earthers with me, and we will all go see for ourselves what shape it is.
Sure, dude. Sure.
But until then, the Earth is round.
So until then, you can't prove it is.
Yeah, until all the flat earthers are like are like grouped into a rocket ship, and we go and see what the shape of the Earth is. We can only
change my mind at all. I could see a circle from up there, and it wouldn't change my mind. You want to know why? Snell's law exists. If you dive down deep enough, you see a circle right above you, and I believe that something like that can occur above as well. So seeing a circle from above would mean nothing at all to me, but measurements mean a lot. Check the side chat there. I shared a couple images for you, Cryptic. This is the phenomenon I'm talking about, and this is why it wouldn't make a difference to me.
I can't hear you.
It's so important. We care very much about measurements, and we've got the receipts to back it.
Yeah, I don't care about your receipts, bro. There's like credible people who say the Earth is round, is a globe, but only people who work at McDonald's say it's flat. So using that logic,
you're completely wrong. About 10% of America is open to the flat Earth discussion, and there have been astronauts that have talked about it. So you're trying to act like a bunch of McDonald's workers and unemployed people saying crap. That's not at all the truth. Pilots have said this, and astronauts have commented on it. You have no idea what you're talking about.
one astronaut said the Earth is flat doesn't mean it's flat, bro. All the other astronauts say it's a globe.
I don't care about that. I was just dismantling your weird ad hom strawman claim.
Yeah, I bet you guys think Neil Armstrong is some paid actor, right?
He was definitely worshipped as some kind of god. They literally idolized that man.
Yeah, all that training that he went through, and all that stuff, and actually going there. Yeah, if he did all that, and you guys are doubting him, then that's a pretty mean thing to do. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it's mean that we don't believe his weird fake story.
It's mean because it's real.
We have receipts to back our claims. He doesn't. They destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
So they had the technology to go to.
Well, that's what they say. That's what Don Pettit says. Oh, we had that technology, but we destroyed it, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
It's
Right,
fine
that's
if
what he said.
America can't do it, China will do it. All right, it's fine. The West is no longer the only power in the world, so
No, they won't.
yeah,
I've got
China will do it.
Hey,
China
I
will
got
do it,
images
and it
of
will.
China
Was that
high
an
altitude, and it's
was that
flat. I can show you that China actually agrees with me.
that's true. But was that an appeal to future fallacy that I just heard?
I'll mute up and let you ask him.
Dude, it's not future fallacy, all right? China's going to launch people
Is
and
going
send them.
to. Yep, right there. China is going to. You're appealing to the future. Is going to? When? Sometime in the future? Well, that's an appeal to
Within the
future
next 5
fallacy.
years.
Appeal
Within
to
the next
future
5 years.
fallacy.
Guys, within the next 5 years, China will launch astronauts.
Within the next 5 years. See, that is an appeal to future fallacy.
Yeah, I don't know how to talk to you guys, bro.
Well, you can start by not making appeal to future fallacies or appeal to credential fallacies or red herrings or straw mans or burden reversals, because that's all I've really heard from you.
Look, we can speculate and we can argue all we want. Just wait till China gets to the moon, and they have nothing to hide, right? You guys have all sorts of conspiracies about.
That's a nice story.
Yeah, you guys have all sorts of conspiracy theories about America, but there's no conspiracy theories about China. They have nothing to hide, so they'll show you. They'll show you what shape the Earth is once they get there. So
Check the side chat. This is from China. It shows a horizontal horizon at a very high altitude. Like I said, China already did prove my point. But I guess we could go higher and see the same thing.
yeah, once China gets there, there'll be videographic evidence. There'll be multiple people from across the world. They won't just take Chinese. I'm sure if it was I'm sure that if it was an I take an
I
internet.
agree. The Chinese are gonna make better cartoons than the Americans. That's the way it is. And when China shows you the space globe cartoons, it's gonna be amazing. Because China #1.
That's true. That's a fair point. They probably will be better at making cartoons.
Dude, you guys are insane, man.
No,
China is gonna take us to space, and China is gonna make the world a better place. China.
At least Chinese people are not faking it. Give the
I think
credit
you
to
guys
them.
are just being racist at this point.
It's a big club and you're not in it. Okay. It has nothing to do with-
1965. In 1965, you have this nice video footage of people getting onto the moon, but nowadays, after the recent visits, you don't have videos because you don't have the technology. You somehow on the way back to from moon,
China
you missed
is
it
gonna
somewhere.
put the China
Wait,
flag on
SRK,
the moon,
guys,
and it's gonna
SRK.
take out the American one, and China #1.
Wait, SRK, are you Indian?
Yes, by all does. Yes, I am an Indian.
Okay, tell me about ISRO and tell me how credible ISRO is.
1965, we started rocket launches on cycle, and today we are doing actual rocket launches, and we had made our personal record, Guinness Book of Record, of launching maximum satellites in a single trip. And I
Okay,
don't
so
have
do
to
you
explain
think?
much.
So do you think India's space program is more credible and has resulted in us finding out that the Earth is a globe? Because these guys don't believe in the American space
China's
program, right?
cartoons are better than Indian cartoons. I'm sorry, but the cartoons from China, I like them better. They're better.
It's okay.
Indian
We are
cartoons,
not credible.
Indian space
I honestly
are
admit
not
it.
good. Are
Indians,
not good.
Are you done with it? Are you done with your yapping?
When I looked at India's space cartoons, I don't like them. The American #2 and China #1.
Okay, are you done?
No.
Continue your yapping, please.
Wait, SRK, go on. What do you want to say?
See, we are not credible as of USA. I do agree to that. But the rate of progress, what we are making in the last 20 years, we will be definitely leaving them behind. No doubt
Yeah,
in
at
that.
this point, right? At this point, these guys don't believe in first world countries because they have all sorts of conspiracy theories about them. So I think India should go ahead and India and Africa should go ahead and launch their own space programs, and India is already doing it, right? So go show the world that that the Earth is a
Honestly,
globe. You know?
honestly, these guys are poachers. They don't have their own land. Most of these Americans, they are just nomads. They migrated from Europe. They don't have their own culture.
True,
Yeah,
true.
exactly,
Yapping
bro.
is the only culture
Yes.
they have.
Yes.
Yeah, and
You
they
are
have
not
no
staying in
brain.
your land.
They're all working at McDonald's, bro.
Yeah, they
Everybody,
depend
every
on
American
McDonald's
works in
and pizzas.
McDonald's. Yes.
Pizzas and McDonald's, even it is borrowed from Italy. Those
Yeah,
pizzas.
exactly. Even pizzas are borrowed from Italy, bro. What even is an American invention?
So
Except
which
for
cartoon
dollar.
do you like better? Which space cartoon do you guys like better? The Chinese, the
Donald
American, or the
Duck dollar.
Indian?
I like the Donald Disney World Donald Duck dollar. Except for dollar,
So
nothing is
Disney is
original from
America.
USA.
Disney is America.
Yeah,
So
that's what I am
America
saying.
number one then?
Real quick, does anybody have any
In cartoon.
actual testable proof for the curvature of the Earth? Like, let's get down to brass tacks here. Anybody got anything at all? Or are we just going to keep on yapping?
This guy's not being serious. You think Cryptid is being serious, dude? He's been trolling the whole way.
No,
He's gonna
I'm
give
not.
you any evidence for anything.
I know. But I just wanted
Except
to
for
bring it
dollar,
back to the
nothing you
ground.
have, bro. Admit it.
Here,
I just wanted to
SRK.
bring it back to the ground because it was getting very non sequitur. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, you can leave. No issues.
So
I
the
won't
Indian
regret
guy,
you leaving the
India
group
sent a
server.
bunch of rockets, right? And rockets don't work on a globe. They work in reality. And the reality is not a globe.
Yeah, we launched a hypersonic missile, bro. Check the news. Get
Yes,
yourself updated.
hypersonic missile that works in reality, not on a globe. Unless it's a
And we
cartoon.
have proven
If
ICBM.
you got a cartoon for the hypersonic missile, that's not the real one. We need the real one.
We do got ICBMs. So update yourself.
We? When you say we, do you mean like you and I?
I means we means here the Indians. We do have ICBMs.
But what do you have? You have cartoons of the ICBMs, or do you have the actual ICBMs?
Do you know what ICBM stands for?
In Canada, what's the other word?
Good luck
British. International, Canada, British.
with that. Good luck with that. And Madagascar?
So you know that everything that you're talking about works in a horizontal, right? No globe required because the Earth is not curving. You know that, right?
You asking me?
Yes, you know the ground that you're standing on is not in motion, it's not curving, so it's not a globe. Like they show you in the
are talking
TV,
about
in the
planet
cartoons.
readings. Were you aware that Indians have a heritage and we had these temples of 9 planets since last 2,500 years? And the one thing which you people identified in the last 100 years? Maybe?
That again in English?
Yeah, that's the point. You will not understand my slang. It's okay.
You know he's speaking English, right?
You said something planets, Indian planets, but I don't get the context. You say Indian planets, what does that mean?
Yeah, we have temples for planets where we have 9 planets for the past 2,500 years plus.
You mean
And
that
it took
there's structures in the ground in India that have been aligned to the luminaries, to the planets and the lights in the sky?
not just the luminarities, luminary orientation. It is not just that. we have it in our scripture. There are 9 planets, and
Yeah,
it took
nobody's denying that
scientists
there are
years.
planets up in the sky, the wandering stars, but the ground that you're standing on, that's not one of those.
It is not a planet.
Also have an interesting story about the sun and the moon, don't they?
Yeah, the earth you're standing on, terra, you know, terra firma, the ground below your feet that you're standing on, is not a celestial up in the sky. The earth is not up in the sky, like the planets that you're talking about.
We are down here. We're not up there flying around. We are here with
Exactly.
you on the same, standing on the same ground that you are, even though you're far away. We're all on the same floor.
What's the point in that?
It's to your point that when you are addressing, you're saying we have temples for the planets. Sure, yeah, you have temples for the planets, but that doesn't mean that the earth is a planet. The lumen, the sky, the wandering stars, those are the planets, not the earth.
I mean to say that our historical predictions were right, and it was way before all those English education came to us.
Yeah, we're not saying they weren't. The ancestors were highly intelligent, but that doesn't make the Earth round.
It's not perfectly round. Okay, I do agree to that.
It's not round at all.
But mostly based on the shape, you can say, but it is not 100% round.
It's not round at all. Nobody knows the shape of the Earth.
No, by now everyone should be knowing it. We have moon landing.
No, there's a difference between knowing and believing, and everybody believes that it's round or a ball, but it's not, right? Nobody knows the size of the Earth.
Yeah. It's like, you know your height. You can measure this, right? SRK, your height is not a belief. This is knowledge, correct?
Okay, now we are talking about logics. Okay.
Yeah, knowledge. And in the same way, we don't have a belief about the Earth. We have measurements.
Yeah, when we measure the Earth, it doesn't measure curving. So whoever shows you a cartoon as the Earth being a sphere, that's a cartoon, fantasy, not real. Because when you go to the Earth and it's measured, it doesn't curve. So the misrepresentation of the Earth curving in a cartoon, that cannot be real. That's not the Earth. It's a misrepresentation. You get that?
Okay.
It's pretty simple. Glad you get it.
Yeah. But I trying to figure out what is the point. I mean, where are we heading to?
What is the point of what? Of the conversation?
Yep.
Having a conversation, learning English. You're in the English hub and you're learning about reality and how to differentiate between fantasy and reality. The globe spinning ball in the vacuum of space is a fantasy, like a cartoon, like a movie, like an anime, you know? And then reality, not curving Earth, motionless Earth, contained, loss of nature, that stuff is real. And we can communicate based on reality basis or fantasy basis. Globe fantasy, and then there is a reality.
Okay, I'm there with you.
Yeah. So when you mention, you know, there is I don't disagree myself. I've seen rockets and I've seen many of the equipment that we can launch and do different things with it, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that because we see rockets going up and down to the sky, up to the sky, down from it, that doesn't mean that the Earth is the cartoon that they show us on the TV. Not the same thing.
Then pretty interesting topic you have pulled in. This guy Elon Musk, he is dreaming about having what you say, penthouse in Mars. What do you think about that?
He's selling a dream so people can dream. You know, the American dream. You have to be asleep to believe it. There, it's a dream.
Yeah.
Fantasy dream.
And I also read some 8 years back, people were buying lands on moon.
They've been saying that since the 1950s. Still hasn't happened.
I read an article regarding this. I remember it. It was some 8 years ago.
It's just dream selling, so they can push the can down the road, and they keep scamming, and people keep, propping up their contracts for whatever. Oh, we're gonna go to Mars. Just give us billions of dollars, and we'll take you to Mars so you can have a penthouse on Mars and on the moon. Just keep paying us.
So
you see the scam?
Yeah, I see the scam. So, according to you, what are the two big scams on earth you experienced? Or you believe that is the biggest scam ever?
It might be one of the biggest ones. Yeah, there's a lot of money involved in the globe fantasy. You see how you see the globe, the globe on everything. They push the globe fantasy. You see it on the news and cartoons. You see it on the school, and everyone believes like it has to be probably the biggest one, because most. I mean, I don't want to say most or generalize, but a lot of people believe it, but they don't even know it's true. People just believe because they saw it on the TV.
Okay, but yet for me, scam should be something where you are trapped in. I mean, where someone is losing money or someone is chasing something.
Okay,
This is
I get it. No, you're correct. You are correct. So let's say, for example, the American taxpayer. People pay tax. People go to work, being productive, and then out of their pay, there is a percentage being taken off their working their pay, and that percentage is being used for space stuff, wars,
blah blah blah,
and stuff that you don't agree with. So basically, the work that you put is being used for something that you probably don't believe in, you don't agree with. So that's a basic scam right there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Tax is one of the biggest scam ever on earth. What else? For me, the second biggest scam is your dream house. Building your own house. Biggest scam. Second biggest scam.
Global warming, global war on drugs, global war terror, global this, global that.
But in those things, you don't chase behind something. You don't oblige yourself to pay something. But when it comes to home and tax, you are directly being impacted.
Sure.
Just for this dream house.
Another scam, property taxes. That's another big scam.
I totally take taxes as a scam.
I mean, if you go to the store and you buy something and there may be like 2%, 3% tax attached to that thing, I think it might be okay if it's gonna fund something of use for, let's say, the town or the community. If the money is gonna be put to good use, it's okay. But your earnings being used to promise people that they're gonna be taken to outer space, I mean, that's a scam.
18 years back, I was graduated from the college and I joined the work. My first salary, before that, I never happened to learn about taxes. From my first salary, some 18% was deducted as tax. Then, whatever thing I used to buy, I have to pay an additional tax. So, for example, I am filling my bike with fuel, I am paying fuel tax. I am having my food at a restaurant, I am paying food tax. You have taxed me during from my salary. Why are you taxing me again for everything which I am spending?
Yes, I think that's part of it, but also the human resource, the time people are consuming to promote the scam. People are being scammed in a way that they don't even know they're part of the scam. Like these people promoting space and working within the space team, most of them they don't even know they're working for a scam, and they're instead of doing productive things, they're just wasting time instead of doing something good for humanity, something good for the world, something productive that will make the nation better.
My point is, if someone is working on NASA or ISRO, I don't mind because they are not impacting in my day-to-day life. But when it comes from my pocket, from my sweat, from my blood, then it hurts me. I see it as a scam. I mean, it's my perspective. You can take it on your.
Religion is the whole space religion because it's people are believing in this nonsense absurdity. So there are
Nothing wrong in that. I mean,
listen, the scam affects you directly and indirectly because if you can convince people to believe in absurdities, you can convince them to commit atrocities. So the people believing in this nonsense fantasy and having this mindset of we are living in a vacuum of space, spinning in a ball. There's like this mentality that goes with that. That's scarcity and fear. It affects everybody in the world because
but
it affects
I am not
people's
spending anything on that. Nor do I am spending my time. Neither do I am going to spend my money on it. So I am least bothered if the world is round or square or rectangle. I am least bothered. I am just worried about my tomorrow and for my kids. That's it.
Yeah, that's good. You definitely have to worry about your kids and take care of them 100%.
So I don't see it as a scam. I mean, my point is,
if you have children, but if your children are being told a fantasy and they're being scammed and they're being taken advantage of and they're being promoted ideas that are not true, do you care about that if they're being lied to?
I don't care about that because, say, for example, you are always told that being married is a happy ending at your life, but it is never true. So
you don't care that your children are being promoted to believe in a fantasy and in an absurdity?
Yeah, everyone does believe it. Do you believe that marriages are good?
Not everyone.
Do you believe marriages?
That has absolutely nothing to do with the ground, dude. But marriage, keep on talking about it.
No, bro. I'm saying having a fantasy doesn't impact you, but scam is something which impacts you directly. Having a fantasy, having an ideology will not change anything in your life. So I don't see it as a scam. I just see it as a fantasy.
Living in a fantasy can be dangerous.
Yeah, at your age, I can hear from your voice you are at least in your 20s, early 20s or in 30s. Having a girl is a fantasy for you. Is it a scam?
I'm already married and I have 4 children. You can do better with your ad homs and strawman, though. Do better. You really suck at insulting people.
Okay, man.
Attacking the person instead of focusing on the subject matter.
I was giving you a credit. Your voice is so young, but you are losing that credit of young voice.
That's okay. I'm about to fucking mute you. Attacking the person instead of focusing on the subject matter is a sign of immaturity and mental weakness. So you're just showing everybody how weak you are. It's really sad.
Okay. So sad. Okay.
Yeah, your weakness in a debate. Like, you can't even stick to the debate topic. You're going to start personally attacking other people in this room.
Bro, I didn't start the personal attacking. He started me saying Indian. Were you listening?
The first person that brought up India was you and the other guy saying India has launched hundreds of rockets or whatever. You brought it up.
When you
Excuse
being
the hell out of
racist,
you, but I don't insult
when you being
anybody.
racist and you
We're
are
a part
calling
of
me
it. I'm going to keep talking
being
over
weak.
you. We're a part of the international community, and I don't insult anybody when it comes to stuff like that. So you can keep on lying about me if you'd like, but it's not going to end well for you.
Guys, I mean, I'm being straight to that point. If you are trying to be racist, I would attack
No,
you.
buddy,
I don't have
you're
a,
not doing
I
very
don't give a
well.
damn.
You're not doing very well in this conversation. Maybe you should go elsewhere.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Stop lying to your children.
If Earth were a globe, why is it flat?
Good point.
Good morning, fellas. Or actually, good evening.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh, it's you again. What's up?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I was just talking about you in a different voice chat.
Was it anything good? Hopefully.
Yeah, it was all positive, brother.
Okay.
I said you were a good influence.
Just trying to break it down and meet people where they're at and speak to them in a language that everyone can understand.
And what language is that?
Well, currently it's English, but when I say speak to you in a way that you can understand, it's, that's part of me coming down to your level.
Exactly. That's live. Who's that guy?
I can tell you, Disael, right? But that's Hebrew for be careful.
Hebrew? Do you speak Hebrew?
Not very fluently, but I know just enough to probably get me by if I needed to.
Damn. Fair enough. Well, are you from the U.S.?
I am. I was born in California.
Oh, you were born in California.
So do you actually believe that the Earth is flat?
No, I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I know it is.
Oh my.
Okay, you know it is. Okay, it makes sense.
Where do you think that was gonna go, Mimic Cats, bro? I'm sorry. I told you.
I thought he was about to, turn the camera on. Like, okay, I know it. I believe it.
Yeah. See, you believe that the Earth is a ball. You believe that it's a globe. You don't know. You don't know that, right? You don't know that it's a ball.
You know that your opinion is wildly unpopular, right?
Who?
Your opinion.
The
Well,
truth
it's not
is unpopular.
I'm sorry, it's not opinion, and the truth is wildly unpopular, right? Nobody said that the truth was going to be sunshines and rainbows and unicorn farts, okay? And fairy dust.
Do you have a mathematical proof?
Yeah, we used your mathematics and we debunked it. We debunked your mathematics.
Words last time. I was telling you something about Snell's law that applied to different air densities.
Yeah, no, you have to have two different. You have to have two different mediums.
Specific situation where you have two different mediums of varying density, right? Two different isotropic media with a sharp boundary layer. Now, you don't know what you're talking about when you're talking about Snell's law. Okay, it doesn't apply to a single medium. Okay, that would be a different term that you would be using, not Snell's law. You can't use Snell's law's the formula for Snell's law for a single medium like that. Right? Just go look up the definitions right now, and every single one will reconfirm that.
Different optical densities, so it can still apply to.
No. You need a sharp boundary layer. We're not talking about a change in density within a single medium when we're talking about Snell's law, right? You need a sharp boundary layer separating the two different mediums or the two different refractive indexes or indices?
Well, everything is like two different mediums because they have a difference in the densities.
Yeah, so that would be a gradient, right? That would be called a refractive index gradient. Okay, so at the gradient, you don't have a gradient when you're trying to use Snell's law formula. Okay, you have a sharp boundary layer, and then the light will abruptly deviate as it enters the second medium, right, on an from an angle. Okay, and then you would use Snell's law to calculate that. Okay, so it's going to deviate towards the denser medium. When you have a single medium, Snell's law won't apply.
Exactly, like air, right?
Yeah, but
so
yeah, like
you can
diamond
have
to air, glass to air, water to glass, that kind of thing.
Right. So you can have a gradient, yes, like you said, DJ, and but that's air and air, right? Snell's law, you'd need air and water.
No, you need dense air and less dense air because they have two different optical densities.
That's not Snell's law.
Friend. No, friend.
Snell's law says two different media can be dense air or less dense air because they have different optical densities.
No, it doesn't. You're not going to be able to cite that, right? So the websites that you're going to go look up for Snell's law, right, like Andrew Thomas Young or any subject matter expert, okay, they're going to have a separate section for that, right? They're going to have a separate section for Snell's law and what you're referring to. Okay, which would be a gradual change in the refractive index gradient, right? Which would be the optical density changing due to temperature, primarily. Okay, that's different to what you're going to be calculating with Snell's law. Just saying. You can go look it up.
I'm looking stuff up right now, and I'm just seeing different optical densities can be the distinction between two media. I don't see anything about it having to exclusively
between two media.
Yeah, can you not interrupt me? I feel like I always get interrupted.
Look, this conversation was over before it even begun, right? Because as soon as you opened your mouth, I could tell you hadn't researched this. Now you're trying to have to look it up on the spot, right? So like you're just butchering it. You need to. I heard you butcher it yesterday.
He was pretty sure about it.
I already heard you butcher it yesterday, so I already knew today that you were going to try butcher it again. Okay, now you're trying to do research on the spot. It's not going to work out well for you, dude.
Thing today, as I said yesterday, no deviation.
I'm not saying it doesn't deviate. I'm not even saying it's not similar.
You're just saying I'm looking it up on the spot.
I'm just saying it's Snell's law doesn't apply. Just trying to help you, dude. You're making a fool of yourself right now, and you don't even know it. Your friend doesn't know it either.
A wide majority of people, scientifically.
Actually, I'm not. Like, I know a lot of stuff, but I'm just talking to someone else, so yeah, can you just, like, not involve me for a second?
Wait.
Yeah, so the scientific community would agree with what I'm saying when it comes to this particular matter. Okay, because that's where I got the information from. Okay, I can give you citations if you need them, so you can go and learn.
I need them. And I will cross-reference them. Give me them all. Give me every citation you have.
Yeah, for Snell's law?
Yeah,
for Snell's law?
Every single citation you have. All the proof you have. I'm eager to learn.
So now you're folding? He's asking for something, like, can you not give him all the citations that you were just now referring to?
Yeah, I'm just getting the citations now.
Send them to me on DMs.
No, I'll put them in the side chat for everyone to see.
Okay, cool. That works as well.
Okay, yeah. That's
cool. Yeah, you were wrong on it yesterday when I talked to you, and you're still wrong on it today, and I don't know why you thought anything was going to be different. That's why I said we're not doing this again.
This is coming from a person who's
we're not gonna find the curvature. We're not going to find curvature by bantering about refraction.
I'm just asking science about from you.
God damn.
So do you understand that sinking and looming, miraging, these things can be replicated across a flat surface? Like you can do these tests at home and see the same effects that you see across the water or across a desert.
Okay, wait.
You can replicate it on a flat surface.
Right now.
Causation doesn't mean correlation. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, correlation does not imply causation. Exactly.
Oh my gosh! Exactly. How many parrots are in the chat right now? Holy. Okay.
I'd like to clarify something.
Well, yours are. I'll bet yours are, but yeah.
All right. So, what makes Snell's law unique is the existence of a boundary layer. So there's going to be bonded matter providing a sharp transition from one medium to the other medium. Have gases, there's no transitionary boundary between the two media. It's just one medium with a changing gradient. So Snell's law is a very specific case of more generalized refraction as a result. Right, so we don't experience Snell's law in the air that we breathe.
Okay, I mean Snell's law.
It's like saying that two objects that have like less mass do not actually pull each other. They do pull each other, just that the force of attraction is not, hard enough to actually.
Pseudoscience, but continue.
Different layers of air in different parts of the atmosphere.
Yeah, no one's saying that, right? Okay, so just have a look in the side chat. There's a stack of citations
Yeah,
there.
I'm going through your sources right now, and I'm debunking.
Yeah. Look at the diagram. There's nothing to debunk here.
The real atmosphere is.
You're going against mainstream, right? You're going against the mainstream right now, just because you haven't done enough research.
Refractive index. Those layers act like millions of micro boundaries. So instead of a single Snell's law event, you get a continuous sequence of tiny ones. Physicists call this continuous refraction or gradient refraction, and it's still 100% Snell law in action.
It's not actually, because there's the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction. So the optical density of one medium is going to be related to the angle of incidence that equals the optical density of the other medium that is modified by its angle of refraction. So the two sides have to balance out on the equation. You have angle 1 and optical density 1 has to equal angle 2 and optical density 2. And this applies in Snell's law. It balances out equally. But when you have a gradient index, the two sides don't necessarily balance out. They say n sine theta is not conserved because there's no boundary layer. So it's not like you can take the ray path, if you want to call it that, and backtrack it to its source. You're not going to be able to predict at which angle that it arrived from through this gradient index. But you can do that with Snell's law. So there's a huge difference here, and I think it's worth pointing out.
That's fair. And I just want to ask you, do you think that air has one uniform optical density? Just a question.
No.
Okay, why not?
Well, due to the existence of particulates, for one, due to the existence of different kinds of gases that are trying to equalize within it, due to the existence of water vapor can be very much present, humidity, for example. Pressure will also move the gases and potentially move water vapor, causing all kinds of turbulence, frame drag of light. So the air is completely chaotic. It's so chaotic that right now, like, nobody can agree on a model of the behavior of air and light that works. It's still a huge freaking mystery, and it's difficult. It's why we don't have pew-pew laser weapons.
Interesting. So you saying that just completely contradicted what Linus said earlier. Beautiful. We love to see that.
No, he didn't. How did he do that?
Because he just said air can have different optical densities, whereas you claim they can't.
I never claimed that they couldn't.
And then
I said I did say that I did state yesterday. I did state that there are different layers in the air that it causes a lensing effect.
That's Snell's law in effect.
That's not Snell's law.
It is.
No.
Different optical densities. And that's
Snell's law is a specific case, like we've been saying. Like the more generalized case derives from Fermat's principle. So Fermat's principle differs because it's continuous, like you pointed out. It's not discrete. Snell's law is discrete and requires discrete mathematics in its solution. With Fermat's principle, you're going to use integral because it's curving. It's continuous.
Okay, so
The
Fermat
math doesn't even match.
explains why light bends, and Snell's law tells you how much it bends.
Well, the Y is due to basically electromagnetism. When photons have a they interact with matter. Okay, so photons have basically their own momentum and spin, and so when they interact with something that also has an electromagnetic field, you get this behavior. I wouldn't claim to understand it. This is freaking nuts. But that behavior alters the it can alter like the color of the light. It can alter its path. There's something called chirality of light. So when the light starts to spin, when the photons spin in a different direction, it can change colors.
Okay.
They got like left-handed chirality, right-handed chirality. It gets. I'm serious. Like, this is going to get way beyond anybody's ability to successfully articulate it.
Refraction bends color waves. That's like the principle of refraction itself as a concept.
Yeah, different wavelengths will bend at different angles, like a prism, right?
Why would that be chirality?
Huh?
That's not chirality. That's just refraction.
No, that's right. Those are different. I mean, maybe you could relate them, but yeah. So refraction is going to be dependent on wavelength. I'm glad you brought that up because it gets even more complicated now. So if there's all this refraction that's happening to the degree that people say it does for us to see around the curve of the Earth, you're going to see chromatic dispersion. In other words, you're going to see a fringe effect, a separation of colors. On one side, it's going to appear more blue, and on the other side, a bit more red on everything that you're seeing. But we don't have evidence of that, which means something else is at play here.
That's the Doppler effect with light.
That's different than this. This is a phase shift, yes, but I wouldn't call it the Doppler effect.
It's like a Doppler-esque kind of behavior, though. It has a very similar principle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a phase shift. Right, but the point is we don't have evidence that the refraction that people believe in the globe say is necessary for us to see over the hump is happening because we don't have the effects of chromatic dispersion that are present. And furthermore, when we use a wavelength like an infrared, which hardly bends at all, presence of air and water, that you're breathing, we don't see the curvature of the Earth. It should be more apparent, but it's even crazier. We can see even further in infrared. So, just something to nug on. I gotta go.
All right, see you, brother.
Be listening.
So yeah, you should really be trying to talk about atmospheric refraction, not Snell's law. If I were you, that's what I would be doing, right? Because that's what the mainstream subject matter experts would be talking about right now if they were you. Okay, you would be saying that within a single medium we would have atmospheric refraction, not Snell's law. I can give you an analogy that will make it simple to understand the difference between them if you want.
Sure.
Okay, so
I gotta go. It's pretty late, and I have to do homework.
Yeah, cool. Catch you later.
All right, see you, brother. No, thanks for the conversation, though. That was pretty chill.
Yeah, come back, man. Too bad India was not here.
I'll probably come back at some point. I'll see you.
See ya.
Catch you.
I started butchering that and had to pull out.
You're going too deep. Too deep.
I like to apologize. I thought you guys were pulling the legs. It seems you guys are really discussing Earth is flat or round.
Most people have a misconception of what flat earthers claim, and there's a lot of propaganda that pushes false information about flat earth to ridicule it and make it seem like something that only really dumb people would talk about. So Most people think that flat earthers claim like a flat disk planet floating around in space, and that they claim Australia doesn't exist, and all these crazy things that none of us are claiming. If you understand the actual arguments, you'll find it actually is quite logical.
Cool. So, if you consider Earth not as a sphere, I mean, not as a round shape, then what you perceive it as?
Well, in this context, right, when we say flat Earth, right, flat isn't a shape, whereas a sphere is a shape, right? A globe is a shape. So saying flat Earth versus a globe Earth, it's not really analogous, right? One is not analogous to the other. Okay, so when we say flat Earth, what we're referring to would be flat is the description of a surface in this case. Okay, so the surface area of the Earth, primarily talking about large bodies of water, which cover most of the known surface of the Earth, isn't curving. Okay, so if you have a surface that's not curving, it is by default flat. Okay, so we would say that when we go out and test over large distances, we can't find any curvature, and the globe side claims that it must curve at a specific rate over distance. Okay, so if you have a 10-mile distance of water, it would have to curve at approximately 66 feet over that distance, or a 20-mile distance would be 260 feet approximately. When we go out and test this, we can't find any curvature, just flat water.
Oh, yeah, that also makes sense. It should be, I mean, there should be an elevation difference.
Yeah, like if you go to a 10-mile lake, right? Say you go to a 10-mile lake, and you set up a camera just above the surface of the water on a tripod, and you're going to try to zoom the camera across the lake to see the other side of the lake. On a globe, you shouldn't be able to see the other side of the lake because it would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, you should have a horizon at a certain distance, and then you wouldn't be able to see any water beyond that horizon line. And then if you had the shoreline on the other side of the lake, it would be hidden behind the horizon by a certain amount. But when we go out and test for the curvature, we don't find any. We can see huge distances consistently that doesn't align with the globe mathematics.
But if that case is applicable, when you have a known diameter, I mean, the curvature is a measurable unit. If it is in kilometers, I mean, very, very long, then you will not find a major difference rather than in micron over a distance.
No, I'm talking about like kilometers, like, like 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers.
What is the diameter of Earth? That's a good point.
Well, the radius is 6,371 kilometers, and then we can do the formulas based off the radius value to calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance.
Right. I would ask ChatGPT. That would be easier.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, sure.
So, has anyone managed to convince you guys that the Earth is round?
No, because we have a whole bunch of empirical evidence that proves that it cannot possibly be the globe, the size that they're telling us. Okay, so it's not really a debate. It's just a matter of some people still believe in the globe, and they haven't really looked at the information, and they've never tested the Earth. Right? They're just believing in they're just hold on. Right? Most people just believe in the globe, right? And they don't realize the globe is just a mathematical concept, not reality.
I really fear for humanity when there's people like you guys. I'm not saying that.
Okay, Singapore ambassador. All you've done today is make people from Singapore, right, not seem very nice. That's all you've achieved here today. You haven't presented any evidence. You've just made me not want to go to Singapore, right? That's all.
Don't come.
That's all you've done. I don't
Okay,
want to come. It's like the worst country in Southeast Asia.
Actually, I think it's the contrary. Actually,
You would. That's why it's at the bottom of my travel list. Anyway, do you have anything to offer to try to validate the Ursa globe, right? Or do you just want to keep making people from Singapore look like douchebags?
Australia's contribution to space, nothing.
To space?
Yeah.
Okay.
What has Australia? You're from Australia, right?
Maybe, maybe not.
I'm gonna assume you're from Australia. What did Australia contribute to space?
There is no outer space as you believe, right? That's fantasy. It's your fantasy that you believe in.
No, it's not.
Yeah, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You know, they tell you that it rains diamonds on Uranus. Did you know that? And it smells like farts, and you believe it, and you just believe it when they tell you crazy things like that, right? They tell you it rains sideways glass rain on exoplanets, and you'll just be like, "Oh wow, that's amazing!" They'll show you CGI images, and you'll be like, oh, "That's so amazing! Wow, science!"
But it's true though.
It's the biggest gay joke ever. NASA wants to probe Uranus and all the other black holes. Like, come on, dude.
They actually did. They actually did probe Uranus, and they say it smells like farts.
And all these SpaceX rockets looking like a phallus. Come on, dude. Like, this is the gayest thing ever.
Dude, it's not pronounced Uranus. It's pronounced Uranus. Uranus.
Whatever.
Yeah, sure it is, bro.
It's not tomatoes, it's tomato.
It's a big difference. And everything that NASA says may not be true, but overall, I think they've done a good job.
They just lie about some things, do they? Just a little bit of lies, but all the other things are true.
Where's the other guy, DJ? The other guy that was asking questions to you sounded reasonable. This troll is kind of like out of place.
Yeah, put yourself on mute, Cryptic.
Wait a minute.
Put your...
He says that so NASA hasn't been honest about everything, right? So you find out that NASA's lied about some things, a few things, a few things. Okay, let's put this into perspective for a moment. You find out that your girlfriend has lied to you about several things. How likely are you to continue to trust your girlfriend? Serious question to the troll we were just talking to.
I'd still trust her.
Okay, but what reason do you have? Okay, so what reason do you have to still trust your girlfriend after, let's say, you caught her texting and saying inappropriate things to somebody else, right?
I don't know if I was the same.
How about perjury in a court of law? All of your previous testimony will be stricken for lying once.
Yeah, that's how it works. You lie once. Yeah.
Hey, CrypticNet, Yoda has just put a video in the side chat, right? So you can go on a quest tonight, right? For hairy black holes in space, right? It's Space Live's YouTube channel. So you can go and dive in, right? And go on a quest.
Sure.
So when you go to space, you can keep an eye out for hairy black holes.
Your black holes are really fascinating. I did a presentation in school in like 5th grade or something about black holes. Yeah, they're very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them.
So things like black holes,
the BS meter is like off the charts with this guy.
The things like black holes and dark matter and gravity, all of this stuff was invented to try to fill all of the gaps and all of the missing pieces in the heliocentric cosmology.
You guys are the definition of acting smart without any sort of educational
Well, that means
qualification
that you
or.
think we're smart. That means that means he thinks that we're smart, right? We do sound educated, and so thank you for the compliment. All right. So, do you know who Michio Kaku is? Astrophysicist, a Japanese guy. Anyway,
You guys
that
should become salesmen,
do you know
bro.
who that is? Okay, stay on track. Don't be triggered. Okay. So Michio Kaku even said that in his field, he said, in my field, he's an astrophysicist, nobody uses the scientific method. We fly by the seat of our pants. It's guesswork. It's leaps of logic. Okay. And he says that in the
It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
right there, that was Michio Kaku saying it. So he also said that in cosmology, in the current cosmology that we believe, we are off to 1 to the 120th power. That's a 1 with 120 zeros behind it. Right? He says that in science, if you're off by a factor of 2, we call that bad. When you're off by a factor of 10, that's horrible. So we're off by a factor of 1 to the 120 zeros behind it. That's an absolute travesty. He said it's the biggest mismatch between reality and cosmology in the entire history of it. So, and that's the cosmology that you believe, right? That's the heliocentric cosmology that you believe. That's what he's talking about. That's how off it is. It's a complete mismatch to reality. So it's not matching up with reality. It is literally held up with pseudoscience, theoretical physics, run-on equations, and imagination. None of that is science.
You see, that would be nice, good to say, maybe for someone that care. But that cryptic guy, he's just trolling. And well, you were saying that he left, so he doesn't
He
give
just bounced.
them.
Hooked him. Hooked.
Yeah, you run him off. That was good. Run him off. But we ignore the other guy that was having kind of like a good exchange with DJ. And
The guy from India, yeah, he took off. Yeah, actually, next time that happens, I'll just mute the interrupter.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else from the globe side in here think that they have some evidence towards the globe Earth? Or any questions at all? Right. That's fine. Questions about flat Earth or questions about the globe Earth. We know a bunch about that too.
Are we done for the day?
Never. Also, welcome back. The conversation's kind of like ocean tides. Sometimes it gets a little quiet, then it comes back, it gets really busy. It gets quiet again. Either
Sorry
way,
for
there's
killing
usually...
the cat.
You're good.
As soon as we got onto cosmology and he wanted to try to talk about something else, I got excited and wanted to just blow his cosmological belief out of the water.
Yeah, they don't like when you do that. I've noticed there's
Like,
a lot of folks
especially-
that they'll yap about anything, but the minute you try and bring it back to the ground, they run away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when you cite quotes from an astrophysicist who clearly and plainly states that in their field they don't use the scientific method.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth History. Please try to remain civilized and cordial.
Well, you're hot micing. Wow, that was bad.
Yeah, somebody beat me to it. I was about to mute him. Dang, lost.
Not
This is
even
really
hot
wrong
mic.
with the mic, dude.
Yeah, it's like ungrounded mic.
That's troll micing. Troll micing.
Sounded like a plug wasn't connected all the way.
Right.
Hello, guys.
Anyway, now we're back.
Could you
All
hear
right,
me?
now we can hear you. What's up? Yep.
Okay. Now I've got I've got a bit of a mic problem. Sorry about that.
You're loud
wait a sec.
now. You're fine right then. You're good.
Welcome to the channel, Lois.
Oh, hello, guys. Yeah. By the way, is there a discussion going on?
Well, there can be. Do you think the Earth is a globe in a vacuum?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I just popped in to this VC earlier. We had a wonderful discussion, actually. I'm just open to whether. I mean, I don't have any proof of whether the Earth is flat or whether it's round or yeah. But there are certain grey areas that I don't understand. But of course, I think a fellow actually explained to me using elevation and basic trigonometry of why the Earth is flat. Seemed like a sensible explanation. Yeah, and he actually gave like calculations of why he believed so. Of course, it's a bit difficult for me to understand, but you know, I'm open to anything, so there's nothing to worry about.
Well, I can tell you that I've learned a lot just in the 3 years I've been a part of this server. And there were some gray areas for me too when I joined about 3 years ago. And I promise you, the longer you're here and the more you listen in, the more those gray areas become very clear, painted beautifully, and completely understandable. So, Yoder, was it you that may have explained to him? Because you would seem like the guy that would be able to give wonderful explanations of the trigonometry for a flat Earth.
Well, I think it was someone else, but yeah, we had a very nice time though. That's for sure.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Right on.
Yeah, actually, I was trying to ask a question. I was trying to wonder. Actually, to be, you know, the reason I'm open to everything is, you know, I just realized the more we learn, we live in a very crazy world. So I don't really believe. I don't stick to anything, any concept, any belief. It's very difficult to cling on to a belief because it changes all the time based on the information that you receive.
I agree.
So
I
don't-
agree.
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of crazy. Yeah, there are lots of crazy ideas, but they have sense in them. There's a reason why people might think in a certain way. So, yeah, that is acceptable. You can respect that. That's for sure. You know, yeah.
In here, I think we do talk a lot about why people come to believe the things that they believe. So that's cool. I guess my question for you is, because you mentioned gray areas, I'm curious to know what the gray areas are on this topic for you.
Oh yeah, definitely. So one, I guess it's because of the model that the solar systems. We're embedded in that concept of the Earth being a sphere, the concept of day and night. Like, for example, if you're on a sphere and if you have a sun as a source, it seems believable. It seems believable that you've got night and day. That's one. Well, the explanation kind of fits, at least. The next thing is time zones, but I'm not really sure. I mean, would a flat Earth model affect the time zone, or am I thinking the wrong way around? But anyway, yeah, that was one of the gray areas. Yeah, let's start with that one. Yeah.
Time zones are completely political.
Yeah, time zones are political. So here's the thing. Nobody is able to prove to me that the sun is larger than the Earth. Okay. And if the sun is smaller and closer than we've been led to believe, well, this would fit within the inverse square law of light, given that the sunlight, indirect sunlight, gives off anywhere from 32,000 to 100,000 lux or lumens, okay? And that distance can reach anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 miles. So this would make sense, and you can do the math and the calculations for it. We actually had a globe earther in here, and he'd gone out to a flat earth meetup and did some, basic trigonometry to get the apparent angle or height of the sun, the distance of the sun from the earth. The number that was attained was 3,441 miles of the sun being away from the earth. Now, that's not a direct measurement. That is a calculation, so it's not going to be a completely accurate distance. But this could make sense, right, for the sun to be smaller, more local, at 100,000 lux, and that light reaches 3,000 to 5,000 miles away. We think about that, right? Once the sun has gone from the east coast of California to the west coast of California, it's dark. You've got about 3,000 miles from coast to coast in the United States. So you go from Florida to California, or New York to California, right? So when the sun goes east to west like that, reaching, and if the light reaches, anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 miles, it's already starting to get dark on the East Coast when the sun is going over the West Coast. So, like I said, nobody can prove to me that the sun is larger than the Earth. And this would work within the inverse square law of light, as the further the light source gets from the observer, right, the less and less photons enter the eyes, right? The light scatters, it dissipates, it has range. You're not going to see it beyond a certain point. It's like going into a dark forest with a flashlight, right? You're not going to illuminate a 50 foot circle around you with a flashlight, right? You're going to illuminate small spots at a time. The light from your flashlight is going to have a limit, a range to how far it can reach in that dark forest. So, darkness was upon the face of the deep, and then the sun was made. So, illuminating certain parts of the earth at certain given times. So, I hope that kind of clears it up for you, right? Because you don't know that the sun is larger than the earth, right? No, I don't think anybody does.
To be, brutally honest, we really don't know what the sun is like. We haven't traveled. I personally haven't traveled in space, if there is one. There's so much to talk about. I think let's start with something basic, like the radius of the Earth. Like, one of the things is, like, we don't really know our history, so I'm guilty of that. We don't know, the basic questions, like, who calculated the radius of the Earth? Basic questions like that, like, how is it found? When you ask, kind of basic questions, you realize, I don't really know anything that much as I believed. So it just raises more questions. But it's interesting if we can, explore and discuss about that.
So I kind of err on the side of that these dimensions for a globe Earth come from two things, right? From the celestial sphere and from the optical limitation of the human eye, right? So if the human eye can only see 3 miles, at a 6-foot observation height above sea level, and then they're going to say, well, it curves after that. So we're not going to be able to see, right? So we shouldn't be able to see anything in particular at, say, 10, 15, 20 miles out, right? Because all of that would be hidden some 20 to 30 feet below the horizon, right? Behind it, it'd be like things hiding on the other side of a hill. And but we've got examples of an observer height at 1 foot above sea level, and you can see the horizon beyond these oil rigs at 6.2 miles and 9.4 miles off the shore, right? So that's already up to 1,000% more than what we should be seeing if Earth were a globe.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
So we've taken the globe math and we've compared it to real-world observations of known distances, and going, okay, we should, even with a camera, right? Even if this is your optical limitation and the curve starts after 3 miles, well, then you shouldn't be able to see anything with your own eyes, with a camera, with binoculars, with a telescope looking horizontally, because there would be curve blocking that, right? The physical obstruction of a curvature. Yet here we are, we're seeing things 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and more further than we should see, right? So we're going, there's no curvature here. The math is completely wrong. So either it's flat and nobody knows how big it is, or we're on an even bigger ball that we can't prove. Which one sounds more reasonable?
Yeah, it kind of makes sense on that part. And to point out another thing that you mentioned earlier is our our senses, the way we see. Can we trust our eyes, because our eyes are kind of spherical. So is it really what we see? Can we trust our eyes? I thought about that as well.
You've got a good point there.
They do work to their limitations. There's obvious limitations to our senses, but they do work for us to be able to operate in this reality, right? I mean, you cross the street, you use your eyes to look, and they work pretty well. When there's a car coming, you wait for the car to pass, right? And then the car passes, and then you walk across the street. Your eyes helped you there, right? Did it work or no? It didn't work? You can trust. Yeah. So they work for the intended purposes, but beyond the limitation of our, let's say, optics, that's the example that you brought up, the eyes, and we can devise technology that can go beyond that, right? Bigger optics with lenses that can, like infrared, like can let us see through the air, and we can see further than what our eyes can see. So those devices only confirm what we already know, that there's no curvature of the Earth, because you don't actually see curvature of the Earth with your eyes, and you don't see curvature of the Earth with bigger optical devices. And that's one of our senses. So when you say senses in plural, the globe will be nonsensical if you add it next to your senses. The globe goes contrary to what you observe with your eyes, what we observe of the luminaries moving in cycles, what we actually feel with our vestibular system, which is part of our senses, the vestibular system, that the ground is not in motion. The globe tells you that the ground is in motion. So the globe is basically nonsense. It's contrary to your senses. So go ahead.
Yeah.
It's true. Like your peripheral can only see so far compared to what your direct line of sight can see. And so we see in a circle is the best way to put it. We see in a circle. So you can turn through 60.
Exactly.
So your forward vision, as opposed to your peripheral vision, your forward vision is going to be able to see farther than your peripheral vision. Okay, which is going to make it's going to make a circle in your vision, right? Which is why some people might think that they saw curvature. I've personally never seen curvature. I don't know. And I've been 35,000 feet up in the air, and I've flown from California to Florida and back, and never saw any curvature. I was actually like, wow, look how much I can see. I can see so much. And then I learned that I only increased my angle to the ground. So when you increase your angle to the ground, it's just like picturing put a speed square on the ground and just make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as you go higher and higher and higher, right? And eventually there will be a point where you'll reach that optical limitation where your eyes aren't going to see to the base of that angle anymore. But that doesn't mean curvature. You're still not going to see curvature. You're just not going to be able to resolve things beyond a certain distance. So it's just making a bigger and bigger and bigger triangle on the ground.
Yeah, I guess so. And when we
go ahead.
Yeah. And when we think of a flat surface, mathematically speaking, when we think about a flat surface, we think about an infinitely flat surface. So theoretically, we're supposed to see an infinite distance, but why don't we see it? It's a dumb question, but
you basically already answered that. You already answered your own question to an extent, right? Because of the way the eyes work, because of the things around you, going on around you in the atmosphere. You've got all kinds of different layers and particles in the air around you. There's a limit to how far your human eyes can see, and so even whether it be a ball or it be flat, you're still not going to see beyond that human optical limitation. You're still not going to be able to cut through all of that haze and those layers, the opacity of the air around you either. So this is what limits our vision. And it would be the same on a flat Earth, and we are on a flat Earth. So this is reality. You are experiencing not being able to see forever in reality on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because there's a limit.
Yeah, the issue is, could we trust reality? Could we trust what we see? That was the point where after I just came across about this theory that says that the world we live in is kind of a virtual reality, and this reality could be something like a matrix.
You should look up the definition of matrix. It's a very, very interesting definition. But it's I can't go into that, but I have to ask you, are there things that we can know, and are there things that we might never know, right?
Yeah.
So there are things that we can know, like you know that you're talking to me through Discord right now, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So we could call this a matrix that we're in, right? Because it's an environment or material in which something develops a surrounding medium or structure. Pretty interesting, huh? And the second definition for that is a mass of fine-grained rock in which gems, crystals, or fossils are embedded. So ultimately, it is kind of describing the natural world.
Yeah, it's all the same. It's all the same.
It's all the same. It is all the same thing. That's pretty fun, isn't it? It's all the same thing when you really dive into it. So yeah, sure, we're in a matrix, right? But we are surrounded by this environment, this material environment. Okay, this has developed. Lots of things are happening around us, developing around us. So, yeah, in a sense, we are in a matrix, right? But that's not the same as like being in a simulation, right? And that's my take on it. We're not, it's not a simulation. We're all here sharing the same reality, sharing ultimately the same consciousness. So by that respect, I've never seen any Earth curvature with my own eyes. You've never seen any Earth curvature with your own eyes. The only time anybody ever saw Earth curvature was through lenses or screens, video screens. So it's an objective truth. Say that again.
And the media mostly, really.
Yeah. So when it comes down to it, nobody's ever seen Earth curvature. We don't experience that. You don't experience going Mach 86 around the sun, right? You experience the sun being the body of light that is moving over your head, right? We describe the sun as the thing that's moving, right? The sun is setting or the sun is rising. We speak of the sun as the thing that is moving. And even the heliocentrists do. Like, you can't describe to me what the sun is doing without basically describing it as the body in motion. So, fun stuff. The way we observe things is all the same. Nobody's measuring Earth curvature. Nobody's feeling any rotation. We're seeing way too far. And we've managed to debunk the globe math. So what other gray areas are there for you in this?
Oh yeah, so I mean, to be honest, I don't know why it is, but okay, let's start from history. Okay, so we used to have a flat Earth theory. We used to believe in a flat Earth. Now, I'm not sure whether this was the case in, all across, sorry to say globe.
You can say all across, you can say across the face of the Earth. Right?
Across the face of the Earth.
Right, we've heard that saying before. What else has a face? Like the face of your compass, it's flat, right? The face of a clock is flat. I find that fascinating, but continue. Go ahead.
But so at least in all cultures, we've seen. I've seen that most of the flat Earth theory it comes from Europe. I'm not sure whether that theory existed in other parts of the world. I'm not sure about it. I don't have information about it. But we did have a model, right? But then came this heliocentric model of the solar system, and of course we came with theory of gravity and things like that. So what do you think? So why do you have any idea why it changed? Why the model changed? And why people believed? Why did people go to a newer understanding, a new concept, if that was true? So why is the change throughout history, which I don't understand?
Well, I don't necessarily know what you believe, but many cultures, thousands upon thousands of years ago, thought that the Earth was flat. right? The Japanese, the Persians, the Vikings, Indians, Chileans, Babylonians, the Navajo, the Greek, the Romans, Egyptians, Celtics, the Chinese. Like there are so many cultures that thought that the earth was flat. So why did it change, right? There's only one that's different than all of the other cultures. So I guess what I'm trying to, how I'm going to answer this is that it changed to try to eliminate a certain factor, right? Yeah, philosophical preference, Helio, yep. So I don't know what you believe, but I think that it was to hide creation, intelligent design, trying to make people feel like they're you're useless, you're nothing, you're insignificant, you're just a tiny little speck on a tiny little speck amongst a bunch of other tiny little specks and a tiny little speck in a vacuum. Isn't that crazy? That sounds insane.
Yeah. I mean that's the feeling that I get. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of
Right.
course. Yeah.
So, think about the way everything works, right? You look around at, bees and trees and flowers and waves and tides, and you just look around at everything. It's a very dynamic system. There's no denying that it's a dynamic system and that there is a balance of exchange, of give and take, of hot and cold, in and out.
Yeah.
Right. So if you take just one element away from the entire thing, it'll all collapse. This is I'd say very precisely designed. Very precisely and intelligently designed. This is no accident. This is absolutely no accident. There's a cycle. There are cycles to everything. And that's by no accident. So I think that the reason why they changed the cosmology and put the Earth going around the sun, and have come up with this narrative that they come up with, is ultimately to disconnect people from that understanding.
That was Copernican principle behind that idea.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Copernicus.
Yeah, Copernicus. Yeah, Copernicus, right?
Based that heliocentric idea on that he didn't like that we are in the center of the universe and we are unique. Our life have a purpose, so we have a purpose in life. So we were created. So that was his principle. Based on that, he wanted to avoid that. He created that idea of heliocentric paradigm. Another example was Hubble, Edwin Hubble.
Mm-hmm.
He have a quote where he said that we must avoid the idea of being the center of the universe at all costs, and that we are special.
Really great. That's wild. Yeah. Yeah, I like. I'm fond of the Ptolemy cosmological model of things. Also, when I was in school, the cosmology that was being taught to me in like anywhere 3rd to 5th grade was that the sun is up in this vacuum of space, that it was basically in suspended animation while everything else twirled and danced around it. Now today they're teaching the kids that the whole darn system is booking it at like mock ridiculous face peeling speeds through a vacuum in an endless void. And so, like, now how likely am I to believe the story when the story changes? And people want to argue, well, we've discovered more since then. I'm like, in 30 something years? No. It's still the same. You know, we're not going around the sun, right? So heliocentric or Helios, it's sun worship, right? To me, it's a cult thing. Heliocentrism, Helios, the sun god.
Actually, yeah. I mean, there are certain cultures that worship the sun god, but I'm not sure whether there's any connection between this. But yeah,
Oddly enough, cultures way back in the day that thought that the Earth was flat also worshiped the sun. So they kind of had that going on both sides. But if you think about it, they weren't entirely wrong. What would you do without the sun? You know, things wouldn't grow. You know, it brings you warmth. You know, it brings you your day. It goes away and gives you night. It allows the plants and the flowers to grow. So without the sun, like I said, the dynamic system that we're in, remove one element, remove one thing, and it all falls apart. Remove the sun, it falls apart. Remove the bees, it falls apart. Remove methane, right? You can remove just one singular thing and it'll all fall apart. That's because this was intelligently designed. It's a very intelligently designed system. Do we know where we're at outside of this system? Nope.
oh
Is
yeah,
anybody is anybody ever going to get a God's eye view of this entire earth and all of its glory? Nope. Right.
And the
So
system doesn't allow it either. I think the system doesn't allow it either.
yeah. Yep.
The system does not want anyone to discover and explore the truth. That's obvious. I mean,
Yep.
and another thing to be careful of is most lies are protected by truths themselves. Like, what you'll notice is that whenever there's a lie, there's a bit of truth behind it. So it's very difficult to filter off what's true and lies.
Right. You know, when they give you the half truths, you know, but I was raised to know that, you know, half the truth is still a lie.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I live by that. I'm like, well, if you're not giving me the full truth, then you're lying to me. That's just what it is. You know, and they do this on purpose. They give you little hints and part little bits of truth in with their lies, and they do it on purpose to confuse people, right? Just so long as you're confused and, you know, you have this belief, like you're controllable. It's all for the purpose of control.
Yeah, absolutely. Through perception.
Yep. You know, nobody's ever seen the Earth as a globe in space with their own eyes. That's just not it. That's not the thing.
It's interesting, actually. So on that, you know, one of the photographs that we've seen of the Earth as being a blue ball. So, do you have any idea, like, where that comes from? Is it an edit? You know, like, how did they come up with that?
Ask that question again.
Oh yeah, so like you know, the moon landings, right? Of course, it's a different topic of its own, like whether the moon landing was true or not. But you know, there's this photograph of the Earth taken from the moon. Now, whether it's legit or not, I'm not so sure. So it's up for debate. I mean,
I'm pretty sure that stuff is really fake. Okay, like having the Earthrise picture from the moon on Nixon's office, on his office wall, like but the astronauts are already on the moon. They hadn't even come back yet. He's got a picture of Earthrise on his wall, calling astronauts on the moon from a landline in 1969.
Oh, really?
Like they had the technology of a toaster. With the technology of a toaster in an RC car, they went to the moon.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Jenna, I just tagged you with the quote from Edwin Hubble, an interesting one.
Oh, let's see this. Okay. From Edwin Hubble, such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproven, and I do say that quite frequently, but it is unwelcome. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome supposition of a favored location must be avoided at all cost. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity, I can't even pronounce that, and to escape the horror of a unique position, it must be compensated by spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape. Edwin Hubble, The Observational Approach to Cosmology. So basically, it was just his personal vendetta, or his personal incredulity that there's no way that we can be geocentric at all. There's just no way. I can't accept it. I won't accept it. I just want to have a different belief. That's wild to me.
They all were based on that idea. They just wanted to avoid the idea that we are special. So it's the only way to create that environment or that world, that fantastic reality, which is the globe Earth that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So that's the only environment where you can have atheists. So those people want to create that ideal world when you can have everything can be created by a coincidence, not by some creator.
Yeah, check this out. So there is the Earth-centric cosmological model. It's Ptolemy's model with Earth at the center, and this shows things like the transit of Venus, right? So I find this very fascinating because the image below it is magnetic lines through a lens. There's a certain kind of lens that can allow you to see this the magnetic lines of a magnet. So that's pretty fascinating to me, right? And that's exactly, this right here is exactly what Edwin Hubble was saying. Can't be disproven, right? Nobody can disprove it by any stretch, but he just wants to reject it.
Okay. I see.
Hi, guys.
Hello, welcome.
So, are we still discussing whether the Earth is flat or round?
Yeah, you actually did the very rude thing of leaving while I was speaking to you.
No, I just sorry, I had to take the call. It was from my family.
Yeah, so right now we're talking to Los about geocentric cosmology and how that can't be disproven.
Okay. I just had to happen one doubt. I mean, for those who believe Earth is not round, which side are you in?
I tagged you with the Copernican principle too, Jenna.
Okay, I see that. Necros also posted something off for me to read right here. It says the Copernican principle is the idea that Earth does not have a special or privileged place in the universe. a concept that originated from Copernicus's heliocentric model, which moved Earth from the center of the solar system. It has been extended to cosmology, stating that the Earth's position is not unique and that observations from Earth are representative of observations from any average location in the universe. This principle serves as a fundamental assumption for modern cosmology, suggesting that the laws of physics are consistent throughout the cosmology. However, what we come to find is that the laws of physics are not consistent through the cosmology whatsoever, right? And like I said, you got an astrophysicist, Michio Kaku, who says that in cosmology, which would be the Copernican cosmology, right? It would be this heliocentric cosmology, says that they are off by 120 to the 120th power. Like, that's insane. It's guesswork. It's leaps of logic. It's just this theories and ideas, and none of it's held up by any laws of physics.
Mate, I just have one doubt. I believe Earth is in round or somewhat similar to the round.
No, it's not
reason
round.
behind
Nobody can prove shape. No.
Okay,
Nobody can prove
let
the
us
shape.
assume somewhat curvatural. No, somewhat curvatural. The reason behind my belief is during lunar eclipse, we see a curvature. I mean, the shadow of Earth falling on the moon. We usually see the crescent. We don't see a straight line. Can you explain me? I mean, if it is not a curvature, then why are we seeing a crescent during a lunar eclipse?
But
I was gonna say, does somebody else want to take this, because I've got to go AFK right now. I've got I got places I got to be.
yes,
Sure,
I
bro.
can
Sure,
take it.
mate.
So you just assumed in your claim, which is a form of logical fallacy, it's called begging the question fallacy. You just assume that it is the Earth's shadow that you see on the moon. Do you have any type of validation that it is really the Earth's shadow that you see on the moon during a lunar eclipse?
Cool. That's a very good question. Sorry to pull my background things here. I am from India, and we have this calculatory book called what we call Panchangam, where it defines that the shadow between, the Earth movement are in correlation with the moon and the shadow formation, and based on it, we have a calculation over there. And it has been precise for the last 800 years or plus so based on that book, I believe this is the shadow of Earth falling on the moon, because it is being accurate every time. Since my childhood, I had seen more than 15 or 16 lunar eclipses, and all those eclipses were pretty accurate to the variation of 2 minutes, 3 minutes time. So
Zero cycle is also accurate, and also some ancient astronomers Indian did include a third body that is not the sun, not the moon. Third body different than the sun and Rahu. Some third body they call it Rahu, and they some kind of deity that it is eating the sun.
It is, yeah,
called the black sun.
You are correct to a certain level. Yes, it is a representation that Rahu and Ketu are two extraterrestrial beings, or creatures, which are capable of swallowing the whole moon. However, this is for a representation. It was not saying that they are the ones responsible.
Yeah, representation. But if I take that representation and take the cycle, that's
Again, that cycle is based on the Earth movement.
Does the same thing every before I think so like Babylon they had but that still used till today, and it's also very accurate. It's not a calculation. When you post-dict something that repeats itself every time, yeah, it will be simple for you to say that, oh, that will happen in the future also. Like, for example, because you see the sun rising from the east and setting in the west, you know, the time that it takes, and you know, different the year through the year, you can post-dict what the sun will do during the future days of the year. So it's prediction, but it's just prediction. You basically calculate.
Okay, let us assume
cycle. But the question was about the eclipse that you claim that shadow. Earth's shadow. So cycles and predicting the lunar eclipse doesn't tell us that it is really Earth shadow. That maybe it's something else that's happening, and we.
Okay, let us assume. Let me agree with you. There might be a third character apart from sun, moon, fourth character apart from sun, moon, and earth, which is casting a shadow on the moon. I put it in a different way. Let me put it like this. Then why on earth I have a different sun time? I mean, time difference, zone difference. At 12 o'clock, I get the my shadow exactly depicting my body, and at different time I am having a different shape of my shadow. Why is that happening? If it is not round, if those stories which were sold to us is not true, then I should be having 12 o'clock equally at the same time throughout the world, and everyone should be able to see the sun.
That's because you're assuming that the sun is a giant body above, up in the sky, and it's casting parallel rays toward the ground. But it's not the thing that we are observing. Parallel rays coming from observed rays coming from. That's why every time you look at shadow.
Brother, I'm sorry to say your voice is cutting, brother. I mean, I am not able to hear you properly. You maybe network issue or something.
Can you hear me now?
I mean, it is not because of the mobile device. It seems like a network issue.
I
get a choppy voice, like like that. Can
I hear him just fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fine.
Nice.
Okay, maybe my network. I have some difficulties. Okay. Again, the point is, why do we have a different time zone? And at different time zone, we are having different shadow times. The perfect shadow is being received. Let us be.
It's not the shadow and the time zones are not dependent to the surface and if the surface is curved or not. It's dependent to the sun and the GP of the sun during the day. So where the sun is 90 degrees above, that will be noon for that person that is standing at that place. When the sun is 90 degrees above you, it means that it is noon. So when the sun will move in the sky, when you see the sun moving in the sky, it will change its angle. So definitely it will cast different light rays compared to your you standing. So if it is at an angle, like for example, 20 degree above in the sky, so it will cast a shadow on you because it's not 90 degree above you, like with the light bulb, like with the light bulb in your room. So if you are standing in your room, like underneath the light bulb, you will not have a shadow. The shadow will just be underneath your feet. You won't.
It will be extended based on the sine theta or tan theta. Okay, I agree to that. Then, if that is the case, then I should be having the same shadow as the person who is in USA or someone who is 15,000 kilometers away from me. We should be having the same similar shape and similar angle. Why we are having different times?
No, you can't have this similar angle if the sun is above you and not above that person. So, like for example, in the room, if you are standing in a room and you and your friend, you are standing underneath the light bulb in your room, and your friend is standing at the extremity of the room, you don't have the same shadow, and the floor is still flat. You are standing on a flat floor. The light bulb is casting the light above your head, so the shadow will be underneath your feet, while your friend that is at an angle compared to that light bulb, so at the extremity of the room, he will have a shadow, long shadow, and it's not the same.
I agree.
Even if the floor
I understand this point. I understand this logic. However, after certain time, he is getting the perfect shadow. So either of the earth or the sun is moving, right? That is why we are having different shadows at different times.
Yeah, exactly. If you go with our claim, we don't claim that the earth is moving. It's the sun that is moving. It's the sun that is rising from the west, rising from the east, and setting in the west. So we see the sun going across the sky. We are not assuming. That's what we observe. We observe the sun moving across the sky, and we don't see that and go assume something else, that the earth is the one moving. No, it's the sun that is moving across the sky. So definitely the shadow will be different.
Let us assume for this time, and let us agree on this time that the sun is moving above the earth, and you and me are standing in a distance of 200 kilometers. So you will definitely having a different shadow than mine.
Yeah, correct.
Right? Let us agree on this.
Yeah.
But once the sun moves in one direction, again in the same interval, I am seeing the sun in the same side. I mean, it's set on the west. The next day it is again rising for me in the east. There should be a to and fro movement. Why it is not happening? If the earth is flat, I should be having the sun coming from the west. It should be to and fro movement. I am again and again seeing the same cycle.
Yeah, but because you think that you're now trying to assume that the sun is going in a straight line, not not going around a pole or in a circular path, because the sun, if we agree that equator is a circle around north, it will be the sun is not going in a straight line. So
if it is not going in a straight line, I should be seeing the sun again coming back to the originate position. I mean, for the east of myself. I mean, to the east of mine. It has crossed me and traveled in the direction of west. If it has to be, if the earth is flat and you and me are standing in 200 meters away, I should be seeing the sun going back from west to east so that it can come back from east to west. But I don't see a sun moving from west to east.
But why the sun should move from west to east?
If my earth is flat and there is one sun which is providing the light every day,
okay,
then I have to have that sun coming back to this original position, returning back to its original position so that I get the 90-degree sun rays again the next day.
Okay.
But I don't see the sun returning back to its original position.
It does return to its original point when you, if you are in India, and the sun is going around the pole, so it's going in a circle around the North Pole. So it definitely would come back to the starting point from where it started its path.
Okay, just for a second, we will forget the earth and sun. You and me are standing in a straight line, and one of my friend just crossed me, and he crossed you, and he went away. If he has to come again from the original point, from my right side towards you, then he must have returned to this original point in front of me where I can see him. Only then he can start from the original point. Again, he can go to you.
Not necessary. If your friend is if your friend is circumnavigating a pole, for example, if the pole is your house and we are standing outside the house and and we are facing the house, me and you, we are standing outside your house on the street, we are facing your house, and our friend is going circumnavigating your house. So like if your house is the North Pole, imagine that your house is the North Pole and your friend is the sun, and it is going around your house, around that North Pole. So it's keep going. That guy is going on a continuous west direction around that pole, which is your house. So he will go around the house and come back to us, standing in front of the house. If he wants to go again, he can do that and go around the house and come back from the other side and reach us again. So he on his perspective, he is continuously doing a circumnavigation westward around your house.
Perfectly fine. However, here the only difference is when I start from India to the USA, I travel almost 25,000 kilometers. So my friend has to travel 25,000 kilometers, and then in some way he has to circumnavigate behind me, the particular distance, then he has to come to the original point. So it should be a square path.
Square? No. Why square?
Otherwise I will see him. Otherwise I would be seeing him.
So, a circumnavigation is always a circle around the point.
Circle point.
If your friend is going around the north and around the point, which is the north, and he is going in a circle around that north.
Okay, he is traveling in a circle. Maybe he is traveling in circle. I am on a flat surface, so I have a 180-degree view. I am not going into any science. I am just going into the basic logics. I have a 180-degree view. I can see in the 180-degree view if he has to come to the original point from where he started early morning last day. He has to cover the same 180-degree view apart, and then he has to come to the other original point after crossing me.
Okay.
Are we in the same page?
Your 180 degree view doesn't extend more than couple miles. I think like 5 to 10 to 20 miles across in a radius. So it doesn't go beyond that. That will be because of your vision and how your eyes work. So the perspective first and the atmosphere that is around you. So you can't see the entire surface where the sun is going across. You don't even see the entirety of the town where you live if you are not at great high altitude.
Okay, let us assume that I have the best telescope in the world with me.
Yeah,
Then what would be my
best telescope is not
visible range?
But the best telescope that we can have doesn't have the power of Superman that it can help you see through dust that is in the air, mist,
I love this
humidity,
debate.
and the thickness of the atmosphere that of the air that we breathe. So the air is not completely transparent. It's like fog, but it's just a little bit dissipated than fog.
Let us assume it is foggy. I have a poor vision. I have a limited vision. I cannot see beyond 20 kilometers. Let us assume that the same observation with my naked eye, what I am making, is the same observation I could make from a what is the best telescope in Earth. So, how is that possible when we have a flat Earth?
Yeah, like I told you,
Same time.
when you live on an Earth that's flat or curve, if you have a thick atmosphere around you that contain particles, different types of particles like humidity, which is particles of water vapor and small droplets of water that are just that happen that they are less dense than the air, so they stay floating there around us. You have the dust and you have the air that is accumulating with the distance. So all those things, they will just help the attenuation of light because the light doesn't travel indefinitely.
Agree with you. It
inside the
impacts.
medium.
I agree with you. It can impact my naked eye views. But what if I am observing the things, the sun movement with the telescope?
You can't
Still,
see
I am having.
with the just tell me, can you see the sun if it is a foggy day, a real foggy day? Can you see the car in distance that is really obscured by the density of the fog with the telescope? Or can you see the sun with the telescope that is behind a thick cloud?
I cannot see it. I do agree.
Nice. So that's
However,
what
I am
happened
staying
with
in the
the
middle
air.
of a desert. I
So
am
don't
staying in
forget
a.
that those things that are stopping you from seeing the sun or that car, like the fog, like the clouds that are
Yes.
obscuring the sun, when
It might obscure.
you are
Yeah, maybe it went in front of me, but I couldn't see because of the clouds present over the atmosphere or the stratosphere.
now,
But coming back to the point, I am in a desert and I don't have a droplet of water around me, and I don't have any clouds in the sky. Still, what is the perceived time and the angle what I see the sun movement with my naked eyes is equal to the view which I see it, observe it through the telescope.
yeah, in some dry places, yeah, effect. You're correct. In some dry places like the desert or some places like that, the effect will be different. You will keep seeing the sun till it's completely disappear through because of its angular size. So it turns really small for your eyes to be able to perceive it. Like in this observation in the side chat, I just posted the GIF that you can see that GIF was taken in a dry land when you can see the sun slowly getting smaller and smaller and smaller till it fade out in the sky, and you can't see it, your eyes can't resolve it anymore because of its so small angular size.
Yet, my point is, if the earth is flat and the sun is at a certain distance, from the earth, both
Yeah.
of us should be having a different, not only in dimension, but also the movement should also be different.
Like with this observation in the side chat also, here you can see the sun that is appearing to be obscured by the horizon, but when you zoom at it, yeah, you see the sun that is still above the horizon in the sky.
Exactly. So we agree to this time that, I mean, we agree on this concept that both of them can see the sun. Let us assume the earth is flat. I am still with you, assuming that the earth is flat and the sun is moving across the earth.
Okay.
In that case, I mean, how is it going back to the original position within that 24-hour cycle? This is the simple question.
Simple. It's going in a circle around around the pole.
Okay, let me assume that it is circumferencing just as you mentioned. Then initially it travels at a speed of x kilometer per hour in front of me. Once it goes behind me, where I cannot see in the circumferential part, it takes 2x speed so that it comes in the same place after the same time. Is it so?
Why 2x speed? Just
Because
explain to me.
if it is traveling in across me and across you at the same, I mean, at a certain velocity, it has to travel, which is straight line, which is the diameter of the circle, and it has to travel back in a semicircle, as you mentioned. That semicircle length will be more than the diameter itself. Then it has to increase the velocity just to make sure that I don't see it while going back to its original position.
Why? Does the clock hand have to accelerate to complete a circle?
Yes, only then it can reach that same point again in the next day
No,
at the same place.
the clock hand goes the same speed around the circle to complete the hour at the same time. Doesn't accelerate during one half hour and decelerate during the other half.
Bro, we are not talking about the circular movement. We are talking about hemicircular movement. I mean,
No, we
not
are talking about the
hemicircle.
complete
Hemicircle.
circle. You are going in a circle around a point.
I mean, we are talking about a semicircle because the sun is traveling in front of us. It is crossing me. Since it is moving, as per your claim, it is moving in a certain velocity where you and me are observing in this from the earth some 200 kilometers away or 20,000 kilometers away, and it crossed us. It crossed us, both of us, on the same day, and it came back to the original position from where it started on the next day. So it should be a semicircle, not the complete circle. So initial velocity will be, say, while it is traveling in the straight line, it should be, say, for example, x. If it has to come to cover the remaining spherical path, it should be more than the velocity in which it crossed us.
No, it doesn't.
Then it will not complete because the diameter will be lesser than the half perimeter.
So, do you have any dimensions about the path of the sun and how big the path of the sun? I don't. So, if you are assuming something about the path of the sun and the distance that it have to parkour and its speed, no. It completes this 24-hour. It's a circle, complete circle. You are standing on the edge of that circle, and I am standing on another part of the edge of that circle, and the sun is doing that entire circle on 24-hour.
So you mean to say that Earth is flat, Earth is not round.
When the sun is above your head, The other
But
day,
the
when
sun
the
is.
sun is above your
Mhm.
head and you look at the clock, it's noon again.
So you mean to say sun is only revolving around us?
Above us, yeah, above us, not
Around us.
around us, above us.
See, the difference between above us and around us is when it moves above us, we can see. I have the 180-degree view of angle of view. If it is around us, then I can't see the next 180-degree where it return back to the original position. The return movement from west to east, I don't see the sun moving from west to east. I only see the sun moving from east to west.
Yeah,
I am asking the reason behind it.
because it's never going back in that circle. It's only going around in the same path, clockwise around that pole. So it's not going back and inside
if
that
it is
circle.
not going
It's
back,
completing the circle, like the car. Like if you are standing in the edge of a racetrack and you're watching NASCAR cars, the car is completing a circle and it's each time passing you without going back in the same path. So if that
correct,
circle is
exactly.
so big for you, it's so big, like for example, let's say that it is in an island like MTT, the race in the island, Man's Island.
I got it, brother. I got it.
The other part of the you don't see the other part of the circuit where the motorcycles are going back to complete the circuit, which is circumnavigating around the island. So it's not a straight path. So they will come back to you. You don't see them going back from your left to your right. You always see them going from your right to your left. But when they are completing the circle from the other side, like the sun going around the north and the north being north of you, and the sun, when it's coming back, it's going on the other side of the north. So you won't be able to see that because the angular size and the perspective that will just obscure the sun in distance.
So, as per this statement, what I understand personally is I am there in a center point. I is in a place called Earth, and the sun is revolving around me, right?
No, it's not revolving around you, but around a pole.
Around a ball, okay, in a curvature round shape. The sun is revolving in a curvature round shape.
Yeah, exactly.
So the two possibilities are either Earth is revolving around the sun or the sun is revolving around the Earth.
It won't be possible for the sun to revolve around the Earth if the Earth is flat.
It can be. Maybe Earth is flat, so Earth is flat, so sun can be revolving around the Earth. And since I am standing in the same place, I am seeing it in the same path every day. It can be
The surface, not around. Around, the sun will be will have to be at the sides of the Earth, and the Earth must be like a disc shape, which is not like that. So the sun is just on a flat surface, is above the surface, like a light bulb.
Why I say around?
Not around the floor when you have like a light bulb attached to a fan in the ceiling, and you are spinning that fan. So the light bulb is not revolving around the floor, but it's above the floor.
If it is only above the floor, then I should not be having a 90-degree light. I am having a 90-degree light, which makes me to believe that sun is revolving around the Earth. Every day I am having a 12 o'clock exact perfect shadow.
Yeah, correct. You have at 12 o'clock an exact perfect shadow, like you have in the light underneath the light bulb in your room. Are you claiming that the floor of your room is spherical?
No.
Because when you stand,
let me finish it.
when you stand,
Just tell me, answer
Yeah,
this question.
because
When
at
you stand
different time,
underneath the light bulb,
different time I am getting different shadow. But in my room, when I sitting in one place, I get the same shadow irrespective of
if
the
I
time.
move the light bulb like the sun is moving from east to west, yeah, you will have different shadow. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen your shadow moving because of the light source is moving above your
Again,
head?
again, you are,
No,
we are
just
coming to the
answer me
original
yes or
point.
no. Have you ever seen your shadow moving and changing because the light source above your head is moving from the left of your room to the right of your room? Will your shadow stay the same?
No, it will change. It will
Nice.
change.
Nice. Why are you claiming that it have to be to be always the same if the earth is flat?
Because when the light in my room, if I move the light, I will see from it going from left to right, then right to left. Only then I will see different shadows. But in the case of sun, I only see from one direction to another direction. I don't see the opposite movement.
Yeah,
Still,
exactly.
I am
Because
getting.
I take that light bulb and I make a bigger circle, and you stand in your room, and I take the light bulb and I move from your right to your left, and I go to the other city, complete a circle, like a circle around the city. Will you be able to see the light bulb?
Good, good. Now you are coming to the point. So you have to
Will
move.
you be
You
able to
have to
see
travel in
light?
a circle.
Will you be able to? You didn't answer the question. It was a question.
You are not accepting the point. So you
No,
have to take the
it-
light in
there
a
is no
circular path.
point. There is no point. I asked you a question about that point that you told me. If I take the light bulb and I move it, and I take the light bulb above my head and your head, and I take that light bulb, I move it from your left to your right, and I keep going around the city where you live, will you be able to see the light bulb?
No.
Nice.
But
so if
you
the
have to
circles,
travel.
if the light source is above your head, if the light source is going so far from you, like the sun is doing in the sky, you won't be able to see it till it will complete the circle and come back from the other side again.
So beyond this 180 degree, you have to take to the other 180 degree so that I don't see the bulb, right? I can see the 180 degree. I have the field of view.
Yeah, you see 180 degree field of view front of you, but that field of view is limited. You don't see forever. You don't
I
have
have
any
a telescope, brother. I
Yeah,
have
you
a
have a
telescope.
telescope, but you
Even
can't
then,
see
I observe the
forever with
same.
the telescope. Like I explained to you earlier, and you seem to forget. The telescope can't see through water, can't see through fog, can't see through dust, and can't see through humidity. So those
So
things.
you mean to say the sun moved from east to west and west to east in
You
a
jump from
even
point to
farther
point, and
distance.
you jump from point to point, and you don't keep talking about the same point.
No, bro. You are jumping from the point. You are jumping from the point.
You just jump to the telescope, and I'm trying to answer you about the telescope because I answered that earlier, and you seem to forget. And I started again explaining, and you jumped from that telescope that you argued about to another point. I can't keep up with that if you keep jumping from point to point.
I am not jumping. I am
If you have a
sticking to the
telescope,
same point.
the telescope don't help you. It help you to magnify things. It help you to get a bigger angular size for the objects that you see in distance. But the telescope can't see through dust and can't see through humidity, thick humidity that is accumulated in the big distances when you are looking at something in far distances, and can't see through water. That we have things that we have droplets of water dispersed in the air that we breathe. So all those things will stop you from seeing with the telescope. Do you understand that thing?
But in that case, why I am able to see the sun again the next day with my naked eye from in the same direction? Where does that dust and the humidity goes at that time when the sun travels from east to west?
Yeah, because it's getting closer again. It took its path. It made its entire circuit around the pole, and it's coming back from the other side. So, like that car that is when it's getting far from you, when it's a foggy day, you don't see the car, and when the car is completing the circuit around the circuit, and you are saying in the side. When the car is coming back from the other side, you start seeing the light coming from faded light to visible light.
Now we are having a third possibility where the Earth is flat and the Sun is taking a circular path, which is very long, and it is coming back to the same position. Am I right? Am I understanding you right?
Yeah, that's what I said exactly.
Yeah, clear, cool. Now, coming to the same point, let us be sticking on the same ground. We are sticking on the same ground, 20,000 kilometers away. The Sun is making a bigger circular movement where I can see a crescent part, and after that crescent part, due to the moisture and the dust particles, I am unable to see the movement ahead of it. However, this crescent path, which I am able to see, should be lesser diameter than the farther movement. Correct me if I am wrong.
I swear I didn't understand what you're talking about because you said crescent part. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean the circular path, in which the Sun travels. In the circular path in which the Sun travels, I am seeing a certain part, only a certain part, not the complete circle, because of the dust and water particles which is present in the atmosphere. Right? I am not seeing the complete circle. I am seeing only a small part, a tangent portion of the Sun movement.
For sure.
So, if it is in a circular path, the remaining traveling path where I cannot see should be obviously more than this tangential portion where I can see, right? It should be longer distance. Because I am seeing only a part of the whole circle in which the Sun travels. I am seeing only a crescent.
Because you can't see forever with your eyes.
Right.
You can't see your entire country. Do you see entire India? You can't see.
We are jumping the topics. We are talking about circle, and you are talking about country.
You are telling me that you want to see India and Europe and Russia
Please explain me anything with circle.
The entirety of Capricorn or the entirety of the equator. You can't imagine that you are able to see, for example, the equator, the entirety of this equator, the path of the Sun. That's a circular path even in your globe Earth.
So the segment, I am coming again the same point. I am not going to any country, not Russia, not China, not USA. I am only sticking to the circle and segment. I am seeing a segment. If what your claim is true, I am standing on the flat Earth and the Sun is traveling in a circular path. I am seeing a segment of the Sun's movement, after completing which I cannot see because of dust particle, and it travels the remaining segment in the circular path, and it is coming to the same point at the same time the next day. So you mean to say that segment, what I can see and the segment which I cannot see are equal, right?
No.
Why?
You think that they are equal? That's what
I am asking you because
I just tried to explain that. You just what I said flew above your head, and you were thinking that I was talking about another point. No. So, can you see the north? Can you see what's beyond the north?
No.
So the Sun is going around the north. So when the sun is going from away from your head, you, the side of the north is not of you, thousands of miles away of you, from you. So when the sun is going behind the north, because it's going in a circular path around the north, how will you be able to see the sun at those distances? What you see is the sun being above your head in that part of the visible part that you see.
Necros, let us stick to one path. Either let us assume we are flat.
I didn't jump
Let
to
me
any
finish
other part.
let me finish it first. Either let us assume that I am standing on the flat earth and sun is taking its own circular path. I couldn't see it because of the farther distance. Or let us assume that the sun has crossed from east to west and then went to north and then again came to east. Either one. Because either way, the segment, the distance it has to travel back will be more than the distance which I see, which I am able to see. So it has to accelerate. It has to increase its speed to come back to the original position.
No, it doesn't.
How? Can you explain me this? This is the question I am asking you. How it can travel a more distance in a shorter time than the one which I can see with my naked eyes? Is it accelerating? You mean to say the sun accelerates once I am unable to see, it gets accelerated into 2x speed and just to reach the original my eastern side?
It completes the circle at the same speed.
Then you mean to say both it is in a different circle. I am standing in a flat earth and the sun is traveling in a circular move, and which circle the visible portion of the sun movement and the invisible portion of the sun movement are equal.
No, they are not equal.
If they are not equal, how can it come in the same time? The
When
next
you
day
watch
morning.
the clock, just
because you
taking
don't.
what the claim, hey, taking the claim that's already on the table, right? Right. Necros is saying that the sun is making a circled path around the North Pole, right? Now, does a hand on a clock accelerate at different rates as it travels around just so that it can come back around at the same time every day? Or is its pace consistent?
Because you are seeing the sun hand of the clock in a perpendicular direction. You are not standing in the center of this hand of clock, and you are seeing the sun's hand's movement.
You have the picture in your head though, right?
Right.
Clock, right?
Right.
Okay. Set the sun on the hand of the clock. Now, throughout the year, it would just transition from inside of the circle to the outside of the circle. The pace of the hand traveling around the clock does not change. The arc it's taking around the clock is not changing. Its location above the face of the clock is changing from in to out, which would be from north to south. And that's with the assumption that the Earth is in this shape.
But it is a very small distance. The sun and the flat earth we are having is a very large distance. To happen,
the Earth is huge, dude. It's not a small distance.
Exactly. This is the point I am trying to make. The earth is huge flat ground. Let us assume that it is flat. Then it has to cross the entire valley, and again it has to come back to the original point. Assuming that you are standing in the center of the hand.
I've never
It has
stood
to cross it.
But yeah, there are people who've observed the sun making circles above their heads in the north and the south. That's why I don't assume that the Earth is in the shape of that circled clock. Now, it also could be the case that the ground is oriented in that circled clock and that the sun is not a physical object and it's just an apparent location inside the observer's reference frame. But we're arguing speculation. We're talking about speculation. We're not talking about a proof of anything. If you wanted to prove that the Earth was flat, you would measure the ground. You wouldn't look at the sky and then start making speculations about what the sky is doing. Because all you're doing is arguing about what the sun is doing, which objectively is moving above a stationary Earth. The ground you don't detect to be in motion. You do detect the sun to be in motion. So the sun is moving, period. The ground is not moving, period. No speculations required. It's axiom. You experience that. Now, to determine whether the Earth is flat or not is to try and find a curvature rate of the ground by making a measurement or a series of measurements.
It is. What if the Earth is not perfectly round, and maybe it is a little oblongitical in the shape? Then you will not be getting the exact formula of 10 miles. You should be having a fall of curvature of 7.85 meter.
Say that again.
I mean, what you are saying, trying to say me is, if Earth is round, if I observe from one point of the Earth, I should be seeing after 20 miles distance, there should be a drop of 7.85 meter. But when I travel on the water, throughout the distance, the water level remains the same. There is no drop in the level. Right? This is the point you are trying to make to me?
Okay, I'm going to take what I understood of what you said and I'm going to phrase it. Yes, level is always horizontal. That surface of water will always be flat, right? You can have waves on it, right? Okay.
Right.
Now, water would be the reference frame for zero if we're trying to identify altitude, right?
Right. Right.
Is 100 feet above sea level. The depths of the ocean is 100 feet below sea level, right? The surface of the water will be zero. Now, what you would have to identify is the curving rate, that arc segment of the drop over distance for that water, right? So that you can identify a curvature rate of the ground on a sphere, because gravity is holding the water level all across the sphere. So we should be able to see that drop over distance on that surface of water so that we can get an arc measurement, right?
Which is 7.85 meter every 10 kilometer, based on the radius what it is claimed.
Right. I'm assuming the 7.85 meters is the equivalent to the 8 inches per mile squared.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. We're on the same page.
If it is in the perfect round shape.
Sure.
But what if
they
it
say
is
that
not
there's
in the perfect round shape?
Yeah, if it's imperfect, we should be able to identify those specific locations and saying, here is the amount of drop rate for this location. Here's the amount of drop location for this location. Here's the amount of drop for that one over there, right? It should be measurable and identifiable, similar to trying to identify mountains or specific mountain ranges or orientations of hills in a specific area, like making a map. That curvature rate should be identifiable, right? Agree?
Agree.
Okay. Now, what is, do you know the equation to derive the distance to the horizon on a sphere
Yeah,
with the radius vector?
1 by r square. What do you call it as? Yeah, r square by this. I mean radius. If you know the radius.
I would not use radius value because you're assuming that the radius value exists, and then when you install a radius value, you're pre-assuming it before you've made the measurement, right?
Right. I agree to that.
Okay. All right. 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon in miles if the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles.
I agree.
All right. So you should be able to take this equation and go out in your local area and identify the distance to the horizon, right? You'll have to identify locations between you and where the horizon should be for that location. That way you can have a benchmark or a standard of distance between you and your observed horizon, right?
Yes,
a
it
lot of
should be
people have done
true.
this.
It should be true if it is a perfect sphere. Again,
Yeah. Well,
the value
when
might change.
people
Okay.
do this,
The drop value might change if it is not perfect sphere, but there should be a change.
well, this is why
Be a
you
drop.
go out and you do it at your local location, right? Go to the same spot repeatedly and look at the horizon. Get your location that you've identified as a specific distance away from that specific location that you've identified. Hey, I'm going to use this over time, right? And you go to the same location every day and you look at your horizon. You are going to watch the horizon change distance from you and that point.
Okay, let
And
us put.
if the distance to the horizon is farther than the equation has given you, then you are not looking at a geometric horizon. Meaning,
I understand the point.
You understand it.
Yes. Now, my point, my concept over here, my theory over here is light is bending along with the sun. I mean, along with the Earth curvature.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can understand that. But
if light is bending along with the curvature of Earth, then I will be saying the same point.
What
I
you're
will not
saying,
observe it.
What you're saying is that you can look out at a distance and the distance to the horizon will change based on optical effects, right?
Right. And what I'm trying to say here is my theory. I am assuming a theory that light is taking a curvature rather than going in a straight path. Even after 20 miles, I don't see the difference of 7.8 meter that elevational drop.
Okay. So then what you're saying is you observe a flat location, but your theory makes your flat observation actually spherical.
Yes, this is the point I am trying to put.
You can never actually identify that spherical nature of the ground, correct?
Correct.
All right. You're making it unfalsifiable. You can't prove that the ground that you claim is true to be a sphere. You can't prove that. You can't show that to be true.
I mean, since we are following a theory that Earth is flat, I am following a theory. The light is taking a curvature, so I am unable to see the drop in the farther distance. I mean, it is not all
light following you. Okay, you're just making things up, though. You're going against the mainstream, and you're just making up your own excuse, right? You can't validate what you're saying.
I am not
no,
making
don't interrupt me, SRK. SRK.
Yeah.
Right. You're just making up your own excuse to why the Earth always looks flat. You can't substantiate that with citations or real-world measurements, right, of what's actually going on with the light. You're just literally making an excuse to falsify why we always observe the Earth as flat and not as a globe. It's just an excuse.
Am I allowed, brother? Anti-globe? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this point. You presume that it is I am making an excuse, but I am saying this is one of the possibilities why we are observing the same. Why we unable to observe a drop. This is the possibility I am putting as a possibility.
It's not a possibility that the bending of light can always make the surface of Earth appear like it's flat. It's not possible. It's not possible meteorologically. Okay, so you can't have the conditions present that would make that happen. Okay, so even according to your own globe theory, the way they calculate their refraction, assuming the Earth is a globe, right, they would apply standard refraction in standard conditions. Okay, so that would extend the size of the globe by 8%. Right, it would increase the radius, so it would allow you to see a little bit further, 8% further. Okay, so they call that the standard, right? Standard refraction. Okay, so in standard conditions, you could apply that, but that's never observed, right? You can't show any observations that that is actually applicable to, right? This is what they call a standard refraction, right? What you're suggesting is something that's impossible, okay? So to have the light refracting in a way that makes the Earth appear flat in all of these different weather conditions in different locations all over the Earth, right? That's literally impossible, even if the Earth was a globe, right?
Okay, I am putting, my supporting evidences. Light is, what is light? Light is a lot of photons traveling in a direction, and photons has their own mass. And my Earth has my gravity, and I know it. At least I perceive the gravity and the gravity pull.
The deviation of light. Hold on a second. The deviation of light through a medium, right? They don't claim that refraction is because of gravity. That's not the claim, right? They say it's primarily because of a temperature gradient, not because of gravity. Gravity over like 20 miles or something like that. The amount that they say gravity would bend light is nothing. It's not even worth taking into consideration for an observation. You're going against the mainstream science now that you're supposed to be defending.
No, I am not going against it. I am identifying the possibilities. What are the possibilities? Why I don't see a drop? What are the possibilities?
You don't see a drop, okay? Because there is no drop that's ever been validated.
Maybe if we can prove, we can get a Nobel Prize.
It's been proven. I'm not going to get a Nobel Prize for doing it, right? But I've gone out and done about 20 different observations at the same lake, where we had a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake, and I've done observations in all different weather conditions, daytime and nighttime, and I could see the shoreline of the other side of the lake consistently. So it's not possible for varying refraction or anything like that to be able to just flatten it out, right? Daytime, nighttime, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, next month. You know, it's not possible for it to always. What you're suggesting is impossible.
Because this is impossible as per the perceived science. I mean, there is a possibility, because what you are saying is different weather condition and with different visibility conditions, and it has no relation with the gravity.
That's got nothing. Okay, so the movement of light through a medium. Okay, when we're talking about atmospheric refraction or miraging effects or anything like that, or turbulence, okay, or total internal reflection, when none of that has anything to do with gravity affecting the way that the light's traveling through the medium over that distance, it's a non-factor, according to mainstream.
Okay. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for patiently listening. Let me explore things.
I didn't mean to cut in.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback.
Yeah, all good, my friend.
All good. Thank you. Good night, guys.
Are you heading off now? Okay, we'll see you next time.
It's almost 11. I will come with a better argument next time.
Okay, man. All right, catch you.
Good luck. Thank you.
We'll make observations and then bring your observations. Let's see them.
Done, bro. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Like he keeps coming back every couple of hours.
And maybe I better do something so I look a little bit more like a didgeridoo player. Stand by. Stand by. So I got a pair of scissors and I made my crew shirt into a real musician didgeridoos kind of attire. And so I can play my didgeridoo now. Orbital didgeridoo. 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 I'm done. I'm done. Orbital didgeridoo. Didgeridoo. I'm done. I'm done. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. We cobbled one up from the space station vacuum cleaner hose. I can play my didgeridoo now. I'm done. I'm done. We're on the International Space Station with didgeridoos and oscillation of spheres of water. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo with delightful oscillations. I'm done. I'm done. Pure sine wave tones
No.
Hello.
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 What's up?
Some clouds.
What's above that?
Depending on weather conditions, some more clouds.
What's above?
Stuff.
Depending on weather conditions, there might be no clouds.
Yeah, but currently I have enough clouds that I can't see above those clouds. So that's why I said depending weather conditions. Because I can't see beyond the clouds that's above me. So I'm just guessing, really. There's options.
Does that answer your question, sir, about what's up?
Partly. If the Earth is flat, how come I can't see Paris?
Well, because the Earth is flat, you can't see Paris from where you are because it's too far away.
Well, it's flat though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, are you assuming that you can see infinite distance? Can you change your focus of your eyeballs to, just see anything, anywhere?
That's why we have telescope.
Yeah, and microscopes. Because if all you had to do was change the focus of your eyes, and you could see infinite distance, and you could see the germ crawling around on your hand, right?
Yeah, but we can't see Paris.
Yeah. Look, follow me. The germ is so small, its angular size is not visible to your current setting of focus on your eyes, right? If you could change the focus of your eyes to increase the angular resolution of that germ until you could see it again, then you probably could be able to look out into the distance and change the focus and increase the angular size and look for Paris from your location, I'm sure. But even then, you would have weather conditions preventing you from seeing too far.
What if sunny?
And I got cloudy.
Well, if it's sunny, then it wouldn't be a condition to you.
Say that again.
Well, I say if it's sunny, there's no
Yeah.
time. There's not supposed to be any obstruction of fishing the river.
Right. And it's sunny for you. It's cloudy for me. It could be foggy somewhere else, especially in like morning hours. For whoever's in a morning hour area, they might have fog. So, I mean, across the earth, the weather conditions are not uniform. It is a dynamic system. I'd be willing to bet a biscuit that it's raining in the UK right now.
You just clue me.
Let's see. Ooh, there is rain in the UK.
Apparently, some crazy cyclone is about to hit Jamaica and maybe Cuba.
Yeah, I think they named it Melissa or some shit.
They what? Sorry.
I think they named it Melissa or some shit.
Ah, yeah, I just heard about it. Something about 300-kilometer winds or something. I'm not sure.
Yep, Melissa. Hurricane, excuse me. It's not dyslexic being easy. Hurricanes aren't that bad. I'd rather deal with a hurricane than other weather conditions. Because you can anticipate its approach.
Oh yeah,
Tornado.
much better than a tsunami or something like that.
Yeah. Tornadoes, earthquakes, all of those have like quick draw, spontaneous action. Hurricanes are long and drawn out. Blizzards are anticipatable, but I hate snow. So a blizzard is like a snowing hurricane, but it's in the snowy area. Plus, you could be stuck driving home during black conditions and almost die. You can drive home during a hurricane and almost not die.
Something doesn't. Gosh.
What's going on? Went quiet in here. That's how I won't play clips. Hello, Moo. Welcome in. Bye, Moo. Welcome back, Jamesy.
Thank you. How are you?
Good, you? I'm okay, thank you. Hope you're doing well too.
Yes. About to make some dinner in a little bit.
Some. What did you say? Sorry.
Dinner.
Ah, nice.
Let's get in the grill. I'm gonna do it in the grill. Just got the grill ready, but let me just throw some meat in there. I'll be back.
Xiaomi, welcome.
Hi. How are you?
Well, thank you. What brings you here?
Oh, like this, I'm more or less new in this platform, and I just trying to play with all the features that it has. So I am a really good experience with this platform, and I just click on it.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah.
She landed in here by curiosity and using the features of the Discord.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Are
That's
you
good. You're
guys?
using the app to learn how to use it. That's how you learn how to use it. Good job.
Yeah, learning by doing, right? And what are you doing? Are you talking about some topics, or what is the usual procedure?
At the moment, it's been quiet for a little bit, but that's why I teed up salute you to see if you're curious about the VC topic.
Oh,
If you have
okay.
any questions and stuff.
Well, like the name of the group, I think so, Flat Earth. It, it was like more or less funny. That's why I click on it. And yeah.
You found it a little peculiar, the name of the VC.
Yeah, don't you?
Yeah, it's good that it makes you smile. Laugh a little bit. That's good. Some people get triggered and get mad and angry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. The life
You're
is so
smiling, so
short.
that's a good thing.
Oh, come on. The life is so short to get mad or angry.
Yeah, they get mad at us because we don't believe in the globe religion, and they're upset. Oh, I
Oh,
got a call.
really?
I'll be back. Tito, take it over.
Okay. Well, this is so sad. Like, if people get mad and angry just for a name. But, like, everyone has their own choices and opinion, of course.
Yeah, this can be very triggering. Yeah, it can be because it's so like the idea of the Earth as a sphere in a solar system, in outer space, and all that is so deeply ingrained into our psyche and identity as a worldwide culture, right? That it's almost offensive to suggest it's not true to some people.
Yeah. Like, in this life, there is everything, and I think that everything needs to be respected somewhat. Like, I at least try. So I have this kind of goal rule, more or less. Like, don't get mad or angry when things, like, doesn't really they are not worth it to be mad. And just try to enjoy the conversation. Sometimes it's quite difficult, I guess.
Yeah, if you take it more like a learning experience, here in the English channel, people are trying to learn English, and this topic is pretty broad in many different topics, and the conversations can be useful to learn the language for everyone. So if you take it from that perspective, learning and not being triggered by questioning the cosmology of the Earth as a globe. Some people do get triggered by that, by others just questioning that belief.
Yeah, yeah, I think that I understand that absolutely. Yeah, but well, I also more or less like in the same group that everyone probably, trying to improve my English, and I think that also this kind of discussions are more or less challenging, and make you think a little bit what would be your next response, right?
Approach. Yeah, since you're in the trying to, I mean, your English is super good. So yeah, good job.
Thank you so much. Yeah, but and what is your thoughts about what is the name? Cosmology, is that?
Yeah, that was one of the titles or topics that are discussed in here. Our people during history have questions the nature of the world, and some people have attributed different models and shapes to the whole of the construct of the universe. So the cosmologies, there's many. Hebrew
Yeah, I mean,
cosmology, Mayan cosmology. There's Egyptians, Asians, Indians.
and
Many
Incas.
cosmologies. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. It is pretty fascinating as well how they did, in the past, back in the days, without all the technology that we have right now, and also the kind of, I would say knowledge as well, and but they were having, I think, a good life as well, right?
Question comes from, right now, today, the common belief is that the Earth is a globe. Have you seen the globe in the TV? The spinning globe in the vacuum of space. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, many times.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. They push it in movies, TVs, cartoons, graphics. Even when people are speaking, if this spoon fell to the floor because of gravity. And Earth is a globe, therefore. It's kind of like in the language for some people. But yeah, that's based on a belief. It's another cosmology that is basically the odd one out of all.
Yeah, and what do you think about the kind of cosmology that
It came more as a question. Like, I also learned, I was taught that the Earth was a globe. And I saw it on the TV, saw the images, and I kind of believed it for a while. But when the question came to question it and to test it, that's when I personally found out that it wasn't a globe. Because the claims of the globe are very specific. The curvature of the surface, it conforms to a sphere. It has a geometry to it, so it has a specific numbers, specific variables, and when you test for those variables across the surface of the Earth, you come to find out that the Earth is not curving, so it cannot be a sphere. So the image that I saw on the TV, and I believed the Earth was, came to find out, falsifying it is a misrepresentation of what the Earth is.
And how long did it take to find that information?
Well, based on references from other people, this is a topic that has been spoken before our generation. Our great grandfathers and grandparents and many people from past generations have spoke about this topic. And it took me to question it. I mean, when the question was on the table, to when I made a conclusion that it cannot be a sphere because it's not curving. Probably a couple of weeks when I actually looked through it for me to come to a conclusion. Looking at laser tests, long distance observations, infrared observations with opticals, I was able to see that it could not be a sphere of the dimensions that they claim it is. Because the waters across the surface of the Earth are not curving.
Well, that's right. So, well, I think that as far as the eye can see, well, you cannot see a curve. That's right. Yeah, well, like it is quite difficult as well. I never been, for instance, in the space. And I would like to be there. Like to see the world how it is from another perspective, right? Like it will be interesting. But I guess like it is quite expensive, something like that.
Well, that's one thing that they've convinced the rest of the world that is possible, right? But unfortunately, it's only available. That experience is only available to an elite few, right? Actually, if you counted the number of people that have even claimed to have gone into low Earth orbit, now that's excluding the 27 or 28 odd people that have claimed to have viewed the Earth from the moon. Right, that's only that many people. It's only like something like 600 people that have claimed to have even entered low Earth orbit, and we have people from the globe side telling us, so-called experts, right, astrophysicists and such, telling us that altitude, right, that where the ISS is, where most people experience low Earth orbit, isn't even high enough to see the curve from there.
Oh.
Apparently, right? And there is photography that sort of goes along with that, that's claimed to be from high altitudes up to that altitude. And I'm not saying that photography is real or it's taken from where they claim to have taken it, but there is conflicting photography from all different altitudes showing all different types of a horizon. Straight, curved, convex, all over the place. So we're thinking that's just a result of the type of lens that they use, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Like I would say, for instance, if it is too big that even your eyes or the perspective that you cannot see that, then well, I think that that will be very interesting, to know how really it is. Like how I said, I never thought about it. Like I'm basically thought that the globe is rounded, right? And it's always what you can see in in internet and at school, but I never really make so much thoughts about it, to be honest. But like it might be, like I think that for instance, in the universe, we have so many things that we don't know. And, because it's just impossible to get there. And we probably will need, I don't know how many years to get or to find out something new. So, yeah, like I also, the last time I read news that that even the first person that went to the moon, it was all fake. I don't know, it was fake. I mean, like the photos look kind of real. So I don't know. What do you think?
Think about it like a movie setting. That's what in a movie set. But then they didn't tell you. Now go ahead.
Sorry, Shamsi. Just blatantly interrupting you. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to.
Now go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was just gonna put some, like, if you said that the photographs look real, I'm gonna like most people haven't looked at the footage that they gave us. Okay, so I'm gonna put a couple of video clips. Right, these are official video clips from NASA, and I want you to tell me if you think they look real or not. So just give me a second, and I'll put them into the side chat.
Oh, okay. It always raises the question, right? Like it was real. It was all,
Check
made
this
up.
out. Check this out. Have a look at this clip. Tell me what you think.
Where can I see it? Sorry, like I said, I am
Side
new
chat.
here.
What's your name? Okay, all right. I'll tag you 1 second.
This clip makes me laugh every single time.
It's so funny.
I don't know where you can find it. Okay.
Do you know how to access the side chat?
Let me. Then. Okay. Now I'm here. Okay. Oh, sorry. And now I need to click here. What mentioned here? Okay, let me check.
Yeah, try to guide her because it sounds like she's learning to use Discord.
Yeah, I tagged you. You should see a notification.
Okay, now I can see. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. And this is for NASA.
Yeah. This is from NASA. Okay, so I'm going to put some more. Okay, so this is meant to be from, I think this is from Apollo 11. Okay, this is meant to be when they were leaving the moon.
But is it real? I don't know. It looks so fake. Sorry for that.
It's so fake. No. That's the whole point. Most people haven't looked at the footage. This is official NASA footage, right? So after I show you a few of these clips, I'm going to link you to NASA's official YouTube channel, right? Where that's where we got this footage from. Right, this is just clips taken from that footage and turned into GIFs to share here. This is actual NASA footage, right? Most people don't believe it's NASA footage because it looks so silly. But this is actual. Really. This is most people haven't looked into it, right, and realized that, oh my god, it looks completely fake, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with AI, you can make it better. But I mean, so I think probably in that time, of course, AI wasn't available.
Well, this is old footage from the from the 70s.
Yeah, but even though I have to admit, from the 70s, they made a good effort.
Well, sometimes when you look at old movies, right? When you first watched the movie, when you were young and you watched the movie, you were like, "Oh wow, this is amazing graphics in the movie." Or old video games. I remember playing video games when I was young, and I thought, wow, this game has such amazing graphics. And then I play the game now, and I'm like, what the hell? It's like a mess, a blurry mess of pixels. I can't believe I used to be impressed by this. And it's kind of like that with the moon landing footage. Maybe it looked good to people back then, but now you look at it now, and you're like, oh my god, it looks like little paper mache models and miniatures and filming them on strings in a little set or something like that. Look at this last one here. Look at the way it's moving.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. All right, so now, just quickly, I'm gonna link to the actual NASA official NASA YouTube channel, right, and show you that, right, this is actually NASA footage.
Well, I get these kind of footage, give me the IT, I think it was called the movie IT or AT, I don't know, pretty old movie as well. ET, yeah, that's right. Give me those vibes.
Yeah, exactly. Look, here's this might not be the exact footage, but it's pretty much, you can find all of the footage on this NASA YouTube channel.
But it is also kind of impressive how much money they are, well, more or less spending, or I don't know, the government also pay a lot to that organization, I think so, to make those.
They are the government. NASA is a government organization, so it's just a department of the government, really, and they're not using their own money. They're just using taxpayer money, right? It's just they get something like $70-80 million a day of taxpayer money. I know, and where's that money really going? We don't really know, because NASA hasn't gone back to the moon or anything, have they? You know what they said when they interviewed NASA and asked how come NASA hasn't gone back to the moon? Okay, because they haven't gone back to the moon in over 50 years. So when they asked them, why doesn't NASA go back to the moon? They said, oh, we'd love to go back to the moon, but we destroyed that technology. And it would be a painful process to build it back again.
Oh, really? Well, I think that is a kind of excuse.
It's crazy, you know, to say such a thing.
Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah. Wow. Well, I just read that in the news. Like I think it was last year, and I was thinking if that really was a real video, a real photo. Like the very popular photo, pretty famous photo. Like a stepping in the moon, and yeah, but.
Look at this is meant to be a photo of their lunar lander on the moon. I'll see if I can find a close up of it.
Oh,
it looks like something that maybe a child would make for a school project or something like that. They're like, try to make a spaceship, and then they have some curtain rods and some sticky tape and some foil, some cardboard. It would probably look better than this.
Last-minute project.
Here, look, here's a close-up. Have a look at this. This is NASA's spaceship.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
And these images all came from NASA.
Yeah. This is it.
Well, But if that were real, where is the money? Like how much?
Yeah.
It is a lot of money when we are talking about. So.
Well, think about how much money it costs for them to apparently go to the moon. I'll just double check.
But hold on, DJ. Just think of all the money they saved by making that thing look like a piece of crap.
Yeah. Okay. How much did NASA spend on all the moon missions combined? $25.8 billion in 1973. That was from around that time period.
Yeah,
So
which in this time will be even more.
$288 billion in today's dollars.
Yeah, that is a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah. And when did you find that? When did you find out this entire,
I found out about 8 years ago, because that's when I started looking into it.
Oh. Yeah,
I'll
this
put
is
a doc-
kind of.
And this is just common. Like, this is just looking at the footage and looking at the spacecraft and things like that, right? There's actual technical arguments that prove that they couldn't have possibly gone to the moon, and that a lot of the footage had been faked by, professional movie directors and professional photographers and people like that, saying, look, what they've produced would have been impossible to do.
Yeah, I mean, like, if that is not real, I think that back in the days, in the 70s, they wouldn't, for them, easier to make these kind of things, because, we didn't really have the entire sources to find out if that was real or not. And I think that also, like, a lot of people just have that learn, they know that the moon exists, that the people were there, and that the first man in the moon, and with this very, very famous phrase, I don't remember that one, like, is the first step for me, but I don't know what it was, but a huge step for the humanity or something like that, I think.
Yeah. The famous line.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, so if that is all fake, well, they did it very well, because even if it's not like that, I think that even so people would still, try to
Yeah, well,
have that
they had to
idea
make
that,
it
yeah,
make
exactly.
it seem convincing. So,
Yeah, exactly. So,
but
and
most people will just believe anything that anything they get told on the TV, as long as they say, "Oh, it's science, it's mainstream science." People will just believe anything as long as it has the word science in it.
yeah, but do you think that in any of these trials because it was not just one time that they said that they reached the moon, so do you think that in one of the later trips they made it really to the moon?
No, well, all of the footage looks ridiculous, and there's a bunch of technical reasons. I can put a documentary in the side chat if you want to watch it sometime, and it will go over how they faked the moon missions in detail, right? Like experts explaining it.
And do you think also that all the spaceships that like they are, I don't know, I think that there are two more or less, like they continue traveling, and to every, I don't know how many days they take pictures, and when there is movement supposed to be some sort of movement, they are the machine or the spaceship is going to take pictures basically. And I think like the last time I was like 2 years ago, more or less, I think so, that they exposed some pictures, that finding a new, I don't know, kind of planets, not planets, it was like a moons, I think so. But like it's a pretty convincing story somewhat, like make you doubt more or less, right? If you see that, if you see pictures and you see the entire text and the news covering it and the New York Times talking about it as well, like all this stuff it's a lot. So I do get it when people, will be difficult to convince otherwise, But I never seen these images, like you are sending right now, and yeah, it's kind of impressive and and kind of funny as well because this machine for me looked like a last minute project at school, something like that. But yeah, but thank you for the information. Oh, okay. Okay. Mhm. Okay, that is basically.
Yeah, I posted a good documentary in the side chat if anyone is interested in learning more about how America faked the moon missions.
there's another one that I discovered rather recently in the course of my research into this topic. It's been out a while. It's called Smoke and Mirrors. A film expert really deconstructs the filming of Apollo from a film standpoint, down to the point where he can even identify evidence of which frames might have been cut, removed from the original film in order to produce the kind of animation that we see of the astronauts jumping around on the moon itself. It's pretty remarkable.
Okay. Definitely, I need to watch that. Where can I find that one?
I just remember it's called Smoke and Mirrors. I bet if you were to search for that in the home server and then look at links, you'd probably find it. And if you send me a DM, I'll send it over to you a little later. I have to go.
All right. Found it.
So we've started an event.
Yeah, I'm just advertising it in the home server quickly because I do have to go.
No problem.
But
Thanks for doing that.
yeah, I thought I'd start something up. I'm gonna ping a bunch of roles in the home server and yeah, see if, try to fire it up a bit.
How did Xiaomi go?
Yeah, good. Just showing some obvious fakery of the moon missions.
Yeah, I heard that. Like she was like, "Oh, yeah, that looks so fake," you know.
Yeah, that's kind of like an honesty test or a test to see how brainwashed someone is, right? Like if someone instantly just starts defending that footage and doesn't acknowledge that it's extremely suspect looking, I can kind of tell how the rest of the conversation's going to go. Sometimes they'll just be like, "What's wrong with it?" It's like, all right. It's like, what's not wrong with it? what's wrong with you?
I just love how NASA, like, they just made sure there was a bunch of glitter inside their little propulsion systems.
It's amazing. It's like yeah. Glitter.
some rainbow glitter.
Yeah. Release the glitter. Blast off.
It's like someone pulled the string on one of them party poppers.
Could have been their propulsion system.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't have needed much, really.
All right, man. I've put out the notification in the home server. Anyway, I'll catch you next time. Heading off.
Thanks, DJ. See you, mate. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Hello and welcome. Welcome to everyone joining. Thanks for coming to our event, which is... Did they fake the moon landing? Is that it? Did NASA fake the moon landing? What are your thoughts? Feel free to open your mic, say hello. Tell us what you think about that.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, Warrior Soul. Thanks for joining us.
Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Australia.
Australia, good.
And what about you? Where are you from?
I am from Yemen.
Yemen. Yeah, man.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, very good. Very good.
Allah showed you.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, okay. What do you do?
Can you repeat? Can you repeat what you said?
In life, Saudi Arabic.
Arabic.
Yes.
I heard Arabic. So we're running an event at the moment. It's called Did NASA Fake the Moon Landing? What are your thoughts?
Okay.
He's realised, oh, what? Wait, what? What room am I in? Oh, I don't want part of this. Come on, who here is willing to defend the idea that they put men on the moon? It's not an idea, it's a claim, actually. It's a claim. It is claimed that men walked on the moon. Do you believe that? Do you not believe it? Do you doubt it? For any reason? Have you looked into it? Etc. Please share your thoughts. Welcome, DRK. Welcome in.
Hello, hello.
Hello. We're currently running an event. Did NASA fake the moon landing? Anyone want to take up that topic? I mean, alternatively, you don't have to talk about that. We can talk about why you think that the Earth is a globe, or why you think it's flat, or why you say it's flat. Anybody? Just trying to keep the show going. Hello, Fracture Logic. And who else just joined? Who else is with us? Oh, Light.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello. Welcome in. What do you think of our event title, Fracture? Did NASA fake the moon landing?
I think so, because based on the evidence and also the footage that we have, it seems that it's fake. It's forgery, kind of.
Seems fake to you? Yeah. DJ posted some of the footage and photography that's claimed to be from the moon or involved with the Apollo moon landing in the side chat. If you scroll up a little bit to around about 6 past the hour and downwards, you'll see some examples of the kind of footage that they released, claiming that was taken either in orbit around the moon or from the moon's surface.
Yeah, I'm looking at this picture right now, and I'm agree. Yeah.
So one of the arguments that people put forth is that, but they didn't have clever CGI back then. They didn't have Photoshop and things like that. So how did they fake it if it's not real? How did they fake it? Of course, we know that Hollywood was well in effect, by then, and there was movie directors and producers utilizing special methods by which they could achieve certain effects on film, such as zero gravity, right? Things floating around, that sort of thing. Landscapes, backdrops, give the impression that you are in a region that, that those people were in a region that they weren't. Like a desert or a jungle or whatever, like they could achieve these effects. It didn't need computer imagery. Hello, how you going?
Hello. Oh,
welcome
you guys doing?
Not too bad. Just trying to get this event sort of happening because the event topic is: did NASA fake the moon landing?
Why would they fake it? How would they fake it? That's such a weird question. Why would they fake it though?
Why would they fake it?
Yes.
Why? It's a good question. I guess they were in a kind of race with another nation, which was going to give the impression to the world.
Which nation?
Sorry?
Which nation?
Well, Russia.
Wait. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they're in a space race with Russia, right?
Why? Okay, so why are they in a space race? Like, why can't they race in space?
Yeah, when they say space race, it means they wanted to be the first nation to achieve certain things, like the first man in orbit was claimed to be Yuri Gagarin, I think his name was, something like that. Yeah, so that was Russia. Russia achieved that as a first, right? And then the race was on from there because it gave the impression to the rest of the world that they were of great power, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's going to mess with a country that can put men on the moon, right? It's like, don't mess with us.
No,
we've got an American flag on the moon. What have you got? Like,
yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like, why couldn't they race around the Earth first and race another planet? Like it wouldn't make sense much, Is the guy here?
What do you mean?
Like, I'm saying, like, if the first country that was like racing the orbit was the powerhouse, why couldn't they race the Earth to prove their own dominance instead of like racing another planet?
Yeah, right. So like, there's certain advantages that achieving such things might give you, like being able to see vast areas in one go, or to for communication purposes, or these are the sort of things that they claim to be able to, you know, benefit from being able to like orbit or achieve high altitude, etc. Like, so apart from it giving the impression that you're a nation to be reckoned with, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the power struggle, right? There's these other advantages benefits that they say that it gives you, right? Being able to like spy and that sort of thing. No,
that's true.
Yeah, right. And then later on, there was the idea that it could be militarized, so that you could actually like launch. Right. So you could aid weapon systems from high altitude, or even launch weapons from high altitude. Right. That sort of thing.
Shit, bro! But like, if they could do that, like, why didn't they like militarize the planets of Earth? Like, why didn't they do that? Like, it doesn't make sense to go to another country, invade the other country, and just militarize them. Like, the planet and interstellar, like, they work as a powerhouse. They don't need to invade those countries. Like, NASA is like a fraud. It's like a fraud, you know? Like, I was there back then when they said like Neil Armstrong. I didn't believe it. 'Cause I thought it was genuinely fake, you know? How are you sending someone to another planet to go militarize? What about the aliens, the creatures? Like, where are they, you know? That is not shit, my friend. Definitely. So what I'm saying is like, them militarizing another planet, country, state, it doesn't work like that. We need the creatures to come and invade Earth. That's what we need, because it's not possible to go to another planet, another orbit, another country, another strait to go militarize them. Like, it doesn't make sense. That's slavery. You can't go to another country just to invade them. You need to invade Earth. You need to enslave Earth. That's how it works. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I would say that people are already enslaved mentally and psychologically.
Oh, I say they need to enslave Earth. The aliens, creatures, they need to take back revenge. They need to take revenge and enslave us.
I would challenge you that that the idea of there being life on other planets is bogus. I would challenge you on that. Like, that the idea that planets are something that's a life form can live on is bogus. That the universe as you understand it to be, as it's been presented to you on TV and in books, is not true and lacks empirical evidence.
So, like, I'm not sure if you guys are on TikTok. Do you use TikTok by chance?
No, I don't. I see some TikTok clips on YouTube, but I don't go on TikTok.
There's like this new clip that's going viral. It's like an alien on Earth. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, with the 3-eye atlas and all that. Yeah, look, I've been.
It's not the 3-eye atlas. That's a comet.
Hello.
So what I'm saying, there's a new alien out here. It's like built like the Slender Man. It has like tall arms. It's literally going viral on TikTok right now. Let me pull it up real quick.
There's no such thing as aliens from other planets.
No, this one's from TikTok. I just found it on TikTok right now.
Right. It'd be great if any other people, any of our staff that are here, or our home server community could join in, because I might have to meet up in a minute.
Oh, okay. It was great talking to you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You can hang around. Like, there's other people here. I'm just inviting them to speak as well, because like
I know.
I have to.
I understand.
Yeah, hang around.
Say what?
I said you're welcome to stay and hang around and talk to others
Someone
as
said
well.
something else.
Yeah.
I think it's the golden boy or something. The golden. What the? Hello? Hello? Like, are you here?
The Golden Warrior? Oh, you mean Morbius?
No, the guy with the curly hair, the black skin.
Um,
The guy who looks like Grinch.
No, I'm not saying that. What are you talking about?
That guy said, "Oi, Morris, why haven't they gone to the moon again? Even though space technology has improved." See, the problem is that like the reason why they aren't going in the moon is because there are aliens living inside the moon. They are trying. Yeah. They are trying to invade us. So that's why we need to like. Hello?
Yeah. Do you have any evidence for that, or are you just saying that? Are you trolling? What are you doing?
I'm not sure. See, the thing is, like, sometimes I'm psychic.
See, now you're, all of a sudden you're psychic, right?
No, no, like, I have like these dreams of like aliens invading Earth.
Dude, I can hear you smiling. I can hear you smiling while you're talking to us. You're obviously trolling. Just cut it out. You can have a real conversation, or we cannot. I mean, it's up to you.
Let's have a real conversation, okay? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about?
All right. Do you have any evidence that you live on a spherical Earth?
Do I have any evidence that I live on a spherical Earth? Yes, because I'm living in it right now.
Okay. Is there Earth curvature that you can show me that's measured?
Yeah, like a car. Wait, repeat that again. Repeat that again.
Is there any measured Earth curvature anywhere?
Like, what do you mean? Like, do you mean like visual evidence, metric evidence? Like,
no, metric. Someone measured it. Is there any measurable Earth curve?
I mean, as far as I know, I don't have any evidence of someone measuring the entire Earth.
I didn't ask you about the entire Earth. I said Earth curve that would be consistent with the globe.
Okay, I don't. Well, I genuinely do not believe the Earth is spherical. I think it's an oval. I think like it's like an egg. That's what I think. Because you think
the Earth is an egg? Do you have any Earth curve measurements for the egg Earth that you think you live on?
Okay, so like think about it, like ocean waves. I think it's more so like how like gravity works with the ocean.
What's gravity?
So gravity is like the downward pull of the Earth.
Well, you're number one. If it's going to be downward, that's a flat Earth. If it's a pull, that's a force. There's no evidence for the downward pull of gravity. There's no evidence for that.
You said if it's a pull, it's a force. If it's a so I don't understand what you're saying.
You said down. Down is a vertical relationship with a horizontal plane. There's no such thing as down on a ball or an egg, for that matter.
Oh no, because like it rotates. It rotates around an orbit. So
what rotates around an orbit?
You said what? I can't hear you. Like
what rotates around an orbit?
So planets.
The Earth?
Moon, like planets, moons, like same with the Earth.
No, there's no evidence for that. I'm waiting to see if you have any evidence for these things. You're claiming a lot of things, but there's no evidence for these things.
No, like what I'm actually saying is like factual. I think because if you do think about it, like see, the highest point of an egg is usually at the top.
The top.
And
which side is the top of the egg?
So which side is the up? I guess you said which side is the top of the egg.
Yeah, what side is up?
Ain't no direction in space, buddy.
No. He said what part of the wait? He said what part of the egg is the top? That's what he said.
Yeah, see, the thing about the egg is it truly is sort of like an oblate spheroid or an oval. So which side of the egg is the top side?
The top is the top of the egg. Like,
what's the top?
The one that's like pointy, kind of like the highest point of an egg.
So you're going to call the end that is smaller and a little bit, I guess we'll use the word pointier. It lessens sphericity. That's going to be the top.
Yes, yeah, accurate.
Okay. But in this case, we would also have to refer to this egg in a horizontal reference frame to call it the top. Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. How would you get that orientation? What are you measuring against to get this top and bottom vertical and horizontal relationship with the egg?
So the thing is, like, whenever I go to sleep at night, I usually look at the moon. Whenever I look at the moon, like it seems like a little bit closer to me. That's my like analysis on it.
Well, that's not a reference frame. That's just me basically hearing about your bedtime routine. Okay, I don't care about that.
Bro, I'm literally looking at another planet. That's literally
another planet. If you say another, that means that the Earth has to be a planet. Is the Earth a planet?
Yes, it is.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because I'm staring at it.
You're staring at the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, and what gives you the idea that the Earth that you're staring at has any rotundity, consistency with an egg?
Well, what do you mean rotundancy? Like that's a big language.
Yeah, roundness.
Because when you travel with the plane, you could see like it's moving in a certain direction, which is not straight.
I've never seen that. You must be the only one that's ever seen that. I've been in a plane many times.
Okay, name one.
I have to name to you a time that I went in a plane? Please, man. Tell me when you went in a plane. Give me the instance and we'll see if it's actually true or not. How would you know? I could tell you I flew to Europe, which is not true, but you wouldn't even know whether or not that was true. You couldn't verify that. It's a silly little game that you're playing right now. This is pathetic, dude. Is this what you do on the internet each day? You go into Discord servers and just troll people? Is this your life?
I'm not, like, why would I?
You're obviously trolling. This is silly.
Because I believe, so you said I've never.
I don't care about what you believe. I don't care about what you believe. It doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what you can prove. Unless you think that your entire experience on the earth is you can just think whatever it is and be okay with it, that's fine. You might not be great for this conversation, but if that's your life, no problem. Do you?
So you mentioned, have I been to Europe? I said no. I've never been to Europe.
I didn't ask you if you have gone to Europe. I was talking about myself. I said I could say I was on a plane to Europe. That's what I said about me. You're not even listening. Your trolling is terrible. What's wrong with you?
Because I heard you say something about like have I ever been to Europe? And I said no, I've never been to Europe. No, that's
not at all what I said. I said I could tell you that I was on a plane to Europe, and you wouldn't know if that was true or not.
If you know, you know. Like, what does that mean? Like, it says if
you have knowledge of something, knowledge. Do you have knowledge of anything? Do you? Yes, let me ask you this question: do you know if you're on Discord today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you have knowledge of that. Great.
Yes.
What knowledge do you have that you live on an egg? Do you have any measurements of this egg?
I mean, I have visual evidence.
Okay, show me your visual evidence. Put it in the side chat. Do you have any?
Man, I can't.
You didn't record it. It's only in your eyeballs. You only remember it. Maybe you remember it wrong.
My eyeballs.
Okay. Maybe your eyeballs are jacked up.
Oh, they're not, bro. No, this is disrespectful. Now you just like flaming me for no reason.
No, you're obviously trolling. I have a reason. So. Maybe you don't remember it correctly. What measurements did you take? It would help your knowledge claim if you measured it.
Okay, so what evidence do you have for me to?
No, boy.
Yeah, I'm about to leave. This is disrespectful. I can't believe a guy.
Oh gosh. Please don't go. That would be terrible.
That's disrespectful for me. Like, why would he call me the warden?
Well, I don't know. He said it. I didn't.
Like, why would someone from your own Discord server or your own stream call me that word? Like, that's like
Well, this is not my server. I'm sorry. This is not my server, so I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'm simply trying to understand what you're trying to say. But you mentioned.
I'm trying to ask you if you have any empirical evidence that you live on an egg. That's what I'm asking for. But so far, all you have is visual evidence.
Yes,
we're not really sure if you remember it correctly. Maybe your eyes are messed up. That's where we're at. So what we need is some kind of standard, like a measurement maybe. You have a measurement?
Okay, so what evidence do you have of my eyes being checked off? What evidence?
I just said maybe. So the thing that we need is a measurement.
So what evidence do you have that I'm trolling?
It's mostly just your really ridiculous questions and the fact that you claim to live on an egg, but you don't have any evidence for it. And earlier, you also mentioned that you're psychic. So it's not looking good for you.
I believe maybe I am psychic, or maybe I'm not. I believe.
Yeah, maybe you're not. Maybe we should just kind of put that off to the side for now. Maybe you should get us some evidence that you live on an egg.
Yes, I think that's true. I absolutely agree with you.
So do you have any?
No, as I mentioned recently about me staring at the moon, I thought it was closer. I thought it was at the point of an egg. I think that's a valid evidence.
That's not evidence. That's what we like to call anecdotal. That's just your hearsay story. That means you're just basically telling a story that we can't verify. So it's you essentially telling us your firsthand experience. Sometimes it seems like it's closer and I'm on top of the egg. That means nothing to me. It's sad and pathetic.
I mean, okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is spherical?
I don't have any evidence that the Earth is spherical. There isn't any evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
So what evidence do you have of the Earth, at least? Like,
that the Earth is what?
I think the Earth is something. It's just something, okay? Like, what evidence do you
As far as we can tell, it is a horizontal plane. It is a realm that is horizontal and flat in nature.
So what you're saying is like it's like flat, right?
Exactly.
So why would they be like if it was flat? Do you think the other side of the Earth people wouldn't fall off? Like
what other side of the Earth?
Like if it's flat, of course it has like two sides.
Why would it have two sides?
Because there's one on top and there's one at the bottom.
You think that there's people upside down on this flat Earth? That's interesting.
Yes,
Do you have a flat Earth model that you would like to show us? That's an interesting idea. Tell me about it.
No. I'm just saying anything that's flat, there's always a surface and then bottom. So like how would you explain the bottom?
That's not true.
That's true. Do you have any proof?
No. Proof of what?
Proof of that not being true.
No, I don't have to claim the non-existence of something. You have to claim the existence of something. There's a lot of things with flat surfaces on top that have no bottom.
Okay.
Mostly the Earth. Because the Earth, how about that?
Okay. The Earth, okay.
Yep. There you go. I gave you one.
But how is that, like, explain your reasoning behind that?
Well, let's put it this way. I've never seen the bottom side of the Earth. I don't know that there is a bottom side of the Earth, but it is flat on the top.
I don't know. Okay. So your only claim is that the Earth is flat at the top, but not at the bottom.
I have no idea if there is a bottom to the Earth.
So there is no bottom, it's just up.
Up? No. There's a surface.
So there is no. So if there was no bottom, what would be like? What is below? What is below? Is like, do you have like a valid like claim of what's below the Earth?
Why would I make a claim about something I can't prove? Kind of like, the Earth being egg-shaped. Something stupid like that.
You know what? You're right. Okay. Like
Yeah.
I will agree. You've made some good evidence, but I still think like who laughed? Who laughed? I think someone laughed it. Like, why are you guys? See, I'm really trying to understand because I feel like I'm a young guy. I just started college. I'm doing astronomy. So
yeah, that's pointing at stuff in the sky and giving it a name. That's astronomy, right? You name things. So it's not even a science.
Oh, I'm doing it for like financial reasoning. So like, I couldn't care less what they teach me. So most
financial reasons.
Yes.
What money is there? So what kind of money, or do you want to get in the astronomy field and make money?
Yes, that's what I'm doing at first. So.
Okay, so how would you make money in the field of astronomy?
I mean, by working with like NASA scientists, like Elon Musk, like the richest guy on the planet.
That doesn't have anything to do with astronomy.
It does, because like Elon is like sending rockets out of our orbit, you know.
Really? Do you have any evidence for that?
Yes, like isn't like the Starship or something like
a skyship?
Yeah, like the Starship, you know, that little cubic that's been sent out, like.
So a large firework goes into the sky. You think that Elon Musk is sending rockets into outer space?
Wait, let me show you like an actual, because you know, way bro, like there's no way you haven't seen that like Starship or something.
Starship? Are you talking about rockets?
Yes, it's like starships, you know, those little.
Starships are for like Star Wars or, you know, Star Trek. We're talking about rockets here. Glorified bottle rockets. Fireworks, essentially.
Fireworks?
Yeah.
Wait, let me see if I can pull an image right now. Okay, see. It says SpaceX Starship.
Uh-huh.
You see that? Exactly, that's, you know, like proof.
What would make it a starship? What is a starship?
I mean, a ship that could go to the star.
Really? What stars has it been to?
I mean, there are multiple stars. You know, same with like honestly, like I know I don't like have like a definitive like
It's a rocket launcher. Rocket launcher.
So what? Who said that? Someone said something right now. Like I didn't hear what he said.
Me.
Yeah, what did you say?
I said it is a rocket launcher.
The Earth is a rocket launcher?
Yep.
Why would it be a rocket launcher? But some people here are dumb.
This is hilarious. I think you guys should have a conversation. We'll see which one of you is the better troll.
He already left. Like he said, the Earth is a rocket launcher. Like, why would he say that? That's like this.
I don't know.
That's really different. Like, why would he say that?
Anyways, has Elon Musk sent any of these starships that you call them to any star?
I mean, as far as I know, maybe. As far as I know, maybe not.
Okay, so wouldn't it be silly to call something a starship if it was never going to any stars?
No, Elon Musk, I think he coined the phrase. He called it Starship in one interview. So I just began to call it Starship.
Great. So these starships, these bottle rockets, these fireworks.
Yes.
What does that have to do with anything?
I think like it's proof that there are literal that Elon Musk is like an astronomer.
He's not an astronomer. He's the owner of several corporations.
Yes.
That's all he is.
No,
that's it.
And he's a space enthusiast. Okay,
Yeah, but that doesn't make him an astronomer. He's a space enthusiast. Okay.
Would you call yourself an astronomer?
No.
Exactly. So how would you know if the Earth is flat or not if you're not an astronomer?
Very simply, you check for Earth curve. If it's curving like a ball, it's a ball. If it's not curving at all, it's flat. It's pretty simple.
Can you see the ship going right below the horizon? Can you see that?
Is the horizon the edge of the Earth? Is that the Earth curve blocking out boats and buildings in the distance?
You can clearly see the obstruction caused by the...
Sorry, I'm asking you the question. Is that the Earth curve blocking out boats and buildings in the distance?
Can I ask one question real quick?
Can you see the ship when it's sailing further away from you?
Yes, I can. Next question.
You're lying.
Yeah, I can. I mean, to a certain degree, eventually the angular size of the ship gets too small to resolve, but it's never being blocked out by any Earth curve. I can guarantee you that.
No, buddy.
If you think that it is, then you're going to have to show me that it is consistent with a globe of a radius of 3,959 miles. So why don't you show me your observation and your measurement of this Earth curve and the horizon? Otherwise, you're just affirming the consequent with things being blocked out in the distance. You don't want to do that, do you?
Can we like speak for a moment? Like, please, like, just lower it. Okay, so the dog guy, are you an astronomer?
Cecil, look, if it's going small, if the ship is getting smaller and smaller, it wouldn't happen for you to see the lower part of the ship sink below the horizon in the first place. But this is how you see it. When you put yourself in a telescope, you observe this ship sailing away from you.
Yes, I understand what you're saying to me, friend. There's a problem. You're affirming the consequent. Your best evidence for the Earth being a globe is essentially a fallacy. So why in the world would you use a fallacy to prove that the Earth is a sphere?
It's not fallacy. Something that is empirical.
I will give you the form. If the Earth is curved, then boats will disappear bottom up at the horizon. Oh, boats disappear at the horizon bottom up. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. It's a fallacy. It's called affirming the consequent.
I don't get it.
I know you don't get it.
You saying if it is falling below the horizon, it doesn't tell you that at least there's a...
All it proves is that the boat is disappearing bottom up. It doesn't prove that the Earth is a sphere at all.
No.
So how can you explain that?
I don't need to explain it. You're using it to prove the globe. Now you need to show me if the horizon is indeed Earth curved by it being where it needs to be with the observer height that you're observing it with, and then giving me the distance to that particular tangent point on the ball you think that you live. I don't understand why you're interrupting me. I'm giving you a very concise reason or way that you can prove to me that the horizon is Earth curved, but you're not listening.
I proved it to you, but you reject it.
How did you do it? Okay, so give me the measurements. What was the observer height? Give me the target distance to the horizon.
I don't need to. I just showed you.
You don't need to. All you have to do is affirm the consequent. The boat's disappearing bottom up, therefore the Earth's a ball. What a great way for you to prove nothing.
Can I explain it?
You're done here.
If it's sinking below the horizon, which means there's a curvature. If there's curvature, you're living on the globe. There you go.
Exactly. It's affirming the consequent formological fallacy. Good job.
I don't care what kind of jargon you put on it. Fallacy.
Yeah, okay, so it's a fallacy. I won't put any jargon. It's just a fallacy. I'll make it simple for you.
Well, you can't explain why it's a fallacy.
I already did. I gave you the form and everything. Didn't you listen? Do you want me to do it again? I'll repeat it for you to kind of prove how ridiculous it is. If the Earth is a ball, then boats will disappear bottom up. Boats disappear bottom up, therefore the Earth is a ball. Affirming the consequent. It's a fallacy. It's stupid.
How's that a fallacy?
Because you can't just assert that because you see something and then automatically declare because of what you see that the Earth is the thing that you're seeing, right? It's called affirming the consequent. I believe the Earth is a ball. Oh, one of the consequences of that would be that the boats disappear bottom up. Oh shit, look at that. The boats disappear bottom up. Must be a ball. There's about a million different reasons as to why something may disappear bottom up. You just went ahead and decided that it's because the Earth is spherical. That's not how it works.
Demonstrate the other reasons for this phenomena.
Oh, there's a lot of them. There's angular size reduction. There's foreshortening. There's diffraction. There's about a million different reasons for this.
Yeah, you're naming all these jargons without actually explaining the mechanics of it. Explain what
mechanics. Okay, no problem. So put your thumb out in front of you and just at arm's length, and then bring it closer and see if you start to like block more things out the closer it gets, all the way to your eyeball. The stuff continue to get more and more blocked out because it's getting closer and closer to your field of vision.
Yeah, that's. But I think
yeah.
Whether you're looking
right. So let me explain how this works. When the boat is close to you, the waves are very small compared to the boat itself. Now, if the boat goes really far away and its angular size change, apparent size, angular size changes, then those little waves will block out more and more and more and more of the boat as it goes away from you. I call that foreshortening. It's one of the things that they teach you in art class, right? It's a very simple part of our perspective. Everybody experiences it. Your relationship to the objects in the foreground or beyond the things in the foreground can cause all kinds of blockages and size changes, and you get it. If you have perspective, you know how this works. So small waves, when you have a big boat in front of you, don't block out much. When the boat is very far away and small, they block out a lot. This is very simple. It doesn't mean that the Earth is curved. It means that you experience your world through perspective.
Yes. So what I'm trying to say is, what's your name? Says who? What's your name?
That's my name.
That's your name. So I'm about to leave. Thank you guys for the experience. I learned a lot of things about my life and also about like astronomy in general. You guys were like amazing people. Although we might not have like agreed with the same perspective, I just want to say thank you so much. It was like really engaging to be in this conversation, and I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
So anyways, we got rid of the idea of the Earth being Earth curved just by simply talking about perspective. So that's your best evidence affirming the consequence. What's in the distance?
What's foreshortening?
I just explained it to you.
I don't understand. Can you explain again?
How many times do I have to repeat yourself before you'll get it? Let's say you're at the beach.
Is what they teach you in art class.
Yeah, it's one of the things they teach you. That's what I call it. But it's essentially a perspective effect. Like things are very large and in your field of view when they're close to you, and then when they get farther away, they get smaller. Do you agree with that?
No shit.
Great. So you have a big boat in front of you. Let's say it's right there on the beach, right? You're standing next to the water. It's right in front of you. It's a huge ship. It's probably a container ship for all we know. Let's just use that. Now, the wind that day is not bad, but you've got a little bit of waves. Maybe the waves are swelling. I don't know. Let's say a foot that day, right?
اقول لك كلك خرسامه يا زنجي يا ابن القحبه يا عبد يا ابن الشرموطه يا ولد ترامب يا ابن القحبه يا لحاتين الخصاوي يا الشرموطه بزب هتلر وسامه الا محيكم محي يا عيال الشرموطه ما بعد محي
when they come in here. Just instantly triggered. So anyway, now this boat is going to sail away, and you've got these 1-foot swells. And as the boat goes away, it gets angularly or apparently, not really, but it seems smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes away. And now that 1-foot swell that really didn't block out hardly any of the boat is blocking out a very small object in the distance. Okay? This is just perspective. This is angular size, relative angular size. So the bottom of the boat It's very much occluded, right? Until eventually those 1 foot swells block out the entire thing. Very simple. Doesn't mean the Earth is curving.
Wait, what? You're literally saying how it's going below the horizon.
Now, I'm not saying it's going below the horizon. I'm saying that the waves in the foreground are blocking out the boat progressively from the bottom up because of perspective. This is not difficult.
Wait, how would that even deal with perspective? Your perspective is because the horizon obstructs the object you're witnessing. That's the whole point. There's no...
Okay, so this is the horizon argument now. So you're saying that the horizon is indeed Earth curve. So that means, if this is true, that every object in the distance is going to be blocked out at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Isn't that right? Oh?
Yeah, you can't, man. I can't hear you if you say...
Oh, this is Leaf. Leaf, you've been through this 1,000 times. I don't even know I'm wasting my time with you. Should we go through the Black Swan, Leaf?
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Hello, guys.
Mic check.
ليش انت ريبلاي؟ شرط ريبلاي. تحتاج ريبلاي.
So, Leaf, you've already had this conversation.
Hello?
Times, Leaf.
You're roboting really bad, bro.
Is it still doing it?
It's better now.
You're not roboting.
Oh, really? So I haven't been roboting. Or maybe I was. Who knows? Anyways, is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, so you've already had this conversation plenty, Leaf. I don't know why you're acting dumb, dude.
I'm just proving you. Like, foreshortening essentially is another for you to say it's below the horizon. Yeah, you come up with a new term. Just reject the idea of it goes below the horizon.
Okay, so horizon is Earth curve, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then everything starts appearing at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, you're roboting again.
I freaking hate this internet. Anyway. All right, I'm gonna duck out and come back.
Mic check.
Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. I don't know.
Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you.
I was just listening on YouTube. Right, so Leaf. Is there no other reason why you could have the effect of an object appearing to be obstructed from view by the horizon?
I can't think of any other reasons.
Okay, all right. Well, your own side even says that there is, and I'm going to post it for you. All right, post your couple of citations from the so-called terrestrial refraction experts. Okay. Right. So after this, you can no longer ask flat earthers for other reasons why when your own side gives reasons why. All right. Posting it right now. Okay. First citation is from Andrew Thomas Young from his reports on progress in physics, optics of the atmosphere. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. This effect results from vertical refractive index gradients near the surface that produce curved ray paths. Now, this is telling you that even though there's no physical blockage in the way, you'll get that effect. You have a direct line of sight to it. There's no physical thing blocking it. No earth curve, no waves, no humps of anything, no buildings, nothing in the way of that object, and it appears to be below the horizon. Right? There is something from your own side saying that it is possible.
Impossible.
So from now on, you are unable to ask flat earthers for a possible reason when your own side gives one. Got it?
Yeah, because he's a flat earther.
Right, so refraction, the second citation, refraction caused by temperature gradients near the Earth's surface causes distant land, sea, or urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of such non-uniform atmospheric conditions. It's basically saying the same thing as Andrew Thomas Young. There's no physical blockage in the way. There's no physical obstruction. No geometry capable of obstructing the view of that object, but the light's path makes it appear that way. Okay? So your own side has a reason for why, apart from curvature of the Earth.
Who's
Thank
this
you.
Andrew Thomas Young?
Come again. Thank you. Come again.
I never heard of this guy. Who's this? Who's Andrew Thomas Young?
Well, his name is there, and the book that the report that came from is mentioned. All right, if you want to go look that up, the reference is there. The page numbers is even there, 307 to 377, or it might be 57 with 3 in brackets.
All right,
so those details may help you find that and look it up. He also has a website, aty.st styy.edu. And he's got a whole website on so-called terrestrial and atmospheric refraction. The effects that it can produce, the different effects, the different miraging effects it can produce. And one of them is sinking, which is essentially what that's talking about. Objects which are not... Yeah, sinking.
I can't find this guy.
Andrew Thomas Young. Do you want his website?
He's just trolling, dude.
I'm not trolling. I'm Googling him. I can't find a person that's called Andrew Thomas Young.
Well, let's see how fast I can do it. Maybe your Google skills are really, really bad.
Yeah, maybe tag on terrestrial refraction on the end or something like that as well to help you find it.
Nope, can't find. I asked AI as well. Can't even find it.
Oh, I found him.
Leaf, you are a plain, outright liar.
Well, post it. You dumbass.
Professor of Astronomy at San Diego State University. I'll just go ahead and post this.
Well, can you actually post the optic of the atmosphere that he wrote?
He already gave it to you in the side chat, dude.
Oh, they just...
I think I'm going to ban you. I think you're just wasting our time. I think you're done here.
It's just parts of it. I can't see it.
All right, I just posted a link to one of his pages of his website, which is aty.sdsu.edu. Browse it at your browse it at your leisure.
That's his website.
Yeah, the ATY part, that stands for Andrew Thomas Young.
We shouldn't have to explain that to you, but I guess we're just going to have to, right?
There's no reference for this website.
You been drinking, dude? You sound like you're slurring your words. You been drinking a lot today, Leaf?
No, I'm not drinking at all.
Sure.
There's no a single reference for this page at all, including his website.
Well, let's just see. Oh, I found it. I clicked on the link and tons of information right there. Wow, maybe this whole idea of Earth curve is just based on refraction. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe you guys are thinking you're living on a ball all this time, and shoot, light's just doing bendy, diverty stuff. Now you don't have a ball anymore, Leaf.
You see, the apparent curvature of the Earth, which are used to understand how refraction influences observations. Curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, who measured that?
Andrew Young used curvature of the Earth as his reference when calculating the refraction.
Great. Who measured the curvature of the Earth? How was it done?
Who gives a fuck?
You have been drinking, dude. You sound hammered.
The point is, even the scientist that you're using as your flat Earth reference is using curvature of the Earth.
Great. Where did he get that figure from? Where's that measurement come from?
Well, why don't you ask him?
No, I'm asking you.
No, you're using him as a reference.
No, you're the one appealing to it. You're the one appealing to it. I simply pointed out that your own side gives a reason for not being able to see the bottom of something at distance without there being a physical obstruction in the way. That's all I did. Your own side gives that alternative for that effect. Right now, you've gone through the material that we posted and you found something that claims there's curvature of the Earth. So this is independent of what I was talking about. So if you're going to appeal to it, you're going to provide the evidence for it.
Your evidence right there debunk your whole theory of flat Earth. Because Andrew Yang, he used the apparent curvature of the Earth when calculating the refraction.
Oh, so apparent. So it's not actual? So it's not even real Earth curve. Well, I guess we'll have to throw that out too, won't we?
You're biting your own tail.
You haven't provided any Earth curve evidence yet, or measurements for that matter. But we have provided somebody that's a hostile witness that says, hey, with no obstruction, refraction will make it look that way. So that gets rid of your boats disappearing bottom up problem. Your hostile witness screwed you. He gives some kind of radius figure. Where did he get that radius figure from? Have another drink, Leaf, and tell me where he got it from.
Chill out, bro.
Is it beers or is it the hard stuff, Leaf? Sounds like you're popping the top. Sounds like beers tonight, huh?
Water.
Yeah, you're gonna need some. So we don't have any Earth curve measurements. We've got an affirming the consequent fallacy, no measurements of Earth curve. I think our work here is done. I think Leaf failed miserably today.
You post a scientist who supports.
Well, he's not a scientist. You got to remember, he's not a scientist. He's an astronomer. They're not scientists.
That's a branch of science.
No, it isn't. Can you tell me what kind of experiment you would conduct as an astronomer?
Well, obviously, you need to conduct an experiment that is capable for you to predict the movements of the celestial object for you to be considered an astronomer.
Great. Give me the naturally observed phenomena, and then give me the hypothesis, please.
I don't need to, man. I'm not.
You don't need to, man? Well, then what would you know about anything, knowing that they're scientists when they're not doing any experiments that you know of? Just kind of made something up on the spot. That was real cute. But now you're not going to provide any kind of naturally observed phenomena that we could perform an experiment for.
All I know is that they need to conduct experiment. You
don't even know that. I'm asking you to give me one instance where this would be the possibility, and you haven't given me one yet.
Why don't you go ask an astronomer?
Why don't you ask one?
Also, Andrew Yang, he conducts several experiments for him too.
What experiment would he be conducting? Tell me an experiment that Andrew Thomas Young has conducted as an astronomer.
Well, like what you said about him, that refraction will always cause an elevation of the objects.
Right. So, what would the experiment be?
Didn't you read his paper? I think you can explain.
Heard something that he claimed. Isn't this interesting? Isn't it interesting? He claimed something. Was there an experiment involved?
Yeah, you read the paper. So go ahead.
Okay, so what's the experiment?
See, you can't explain it because you don't know.
Explain what?
The experiment.
You're not even being specific. Explain what?
The claim that Andrew Yang.
Yeah, we read it out to you. It's his claim. He's saying that even in a path of light where there's no physical obstruction, things can appear to be obstructed. That's what he says. Is this your guy or is this not your guy? Are you with the astronomers or are you not with the astronomers? He works at a university, so I mean that's got to help, right?
So one of our friends said he took these images at a lake. Now, all he did was, I think if I recall correctly, he said something like 100 feet away, right? So in the first image, you see that there's a rock on the water's edge, and there's basically a shoreline, and the water meets it, and you can see like there's a reflection of the rock in the water. And then all he does is lower the camera down a little bit. And suddenly it looks like you can't see the bottom of that rock anymore. Large portion of it seems obstructed from view. He didn't, he's not far enough away from it that could be the curvature of the Earth blocking the view. So it's a basic demonstration of this being possible even over very short distances. Kind of effect you're talking about. Can't see the bottom of that thing. This must be a globe. No, not necessarily. Right? If you're going to claim that the reason you can't see the bottom of something is because of Earth curvature, you're going to have to demonstrate that curvature exists in the first place. Because at best, all you've got is, well, it could be. Oh, it could be that. Maybe people would like to go back to the event title. Did NASA fake the moon landing?
Love to hear from folks that think it was fake.
Maybe they're going to fake a moon landing on the new moon.
The whole 9 meters of it, or was, what was it? How big did they say it is? It's like tiny.
Yeah, they'll have to send little people.
Right, little action figures. Like they seriously think that they're playing asteroids. You know that old game, arcade game. We'll hop back off. Leave things in the capable hands of my peers. Enjoy.
Dad's not home. Let's throw a rager.
So
Sorry, guys, I had a work.
How does a theodolite measure?
Do we want to keep talking about?
Yeah, how does it measure an angle?
Yeah, from the downward, from the vertical.
But where's the 90?
How does it measure an angle? It measures it from the downward. The 90 is 90 from the downward. Do you think it measures something else?
Holy crap, dude. You're really struggling with this, aren't you?
Well, I'm struggling to understand what you think it is measuring from. What is it? If it's not the vertical vector that it's measuring off of, what is it measuring?
I said, how does it measure an angle?
What was my answer?
So you said it measures an angle. You said it measures an angle from the downward vector. So notice how you said it measures an angle from, then you explained from, but you didn't explain the it measures an angle, which is the angle measuring part.
Oh, like the mechanics that it uses to measure angles?
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude,
is that what
I have a theodolite. I have a theodolite. I set it up. I want to get an angle of something. How do I do it?
Sure, you set it up, make sure that it's properly leveled, pointing directly down, and then it'll measure up from that downward.
Holy shit. Do you guys see where he's going wrong? Does anybody else see it?
Can you tell me what it is measuring from?
Dude, you are repeating the same thing. Listen, friend, you're repeating the exact same thing over and over. When I parse it out for you, that's not what I'm asking for. And indicating to you, you probably shouldn't repeat the same thing. And then I'm focusing on the measure of an angle part. You still go back to where it's measuring from, not the actual conclusion of measuring an angle at all.
Sure. So are you asking me how it's measuring an angle? Like the mechanism?
Real quick. No, real quick, dude, real quick. You're the equivalent of a guy on a job site where I say, go measure the angle to the roof from the floor. You come back and say, I measured an angle from the floor. And I say, okay, what's the angle? And you're like, I measured from the floor. And then I say, yeah, but what's the angle? And then you say, I measured from the floor. And then you get fired.
No, I'd give you a number of degrees. So that's
okay. Okay. So you go and you go to measure from the floor. Then what happens? Because you can't get that measurement of degrees without other steps happening first, right?
Yeah, you get the downward vector, and then you measure up from the downward vector. So,
to what? To what?
A ball in this case? Basketball?
Right, and how do you know you're measuring to anything? You have to see it in the sight picture of the scope, correct?
Yeah.
Right, so you have some kind of reticle that you assume the optical axis of that scope is horizontal, parallel with the surface of the Earth, or parallel with a tangent plane you imagine is teetering on a giant ball. And then from that axis, you assume that is horizontal, or a baseline of 0, right? And then the instrument rotates as you're attempting, the instrument rotates as you're attempting to then put the reticle onto another object, right? Or a object as a target object. The amount of rotation is measured in degrees. And so you say, okay, the object is now in the center of my reticle, and the device has moved this many degrees. And so I'm going to say it moved 27 degrees because that's what the reading is. Wow, that was so hard, dude.
Yeah, it's measuring angles. I don't... How does that instantiate... Like, can you explain the first part of what you said? Because, yeah, you set it up, and then you immediately said it measures from, like, a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane is established from the vertical. Do you disagree with that statement?
No, I said you assume it. You could actually assume anything, but if you're
vertical.
Oh, I'll tell you why you have to assume it, because you didn't perfectly level the device, so you're assuming that it's horizontal.
You think you can perfectly level anything? Think you can perfectly do anything at all? It's all
no, that's why no, duh. But you're telling us that theodolites work indefinitely at all ranges.
They all have a margin of error. Like, are you denying that they have a margin of error, whether the thing's close or far?
Dude, it's not
The
just a
margin
margin
of
of
error
error, it's
is
maximum
degrees. It's
effective
not.
range. There's a maximum effective range, dude, for theodolites. You didn't know that?
No, there's not. It's measuring degrees, so the margin of error is in degrees.
Never mind.
Do you disagree with that? We're talking about like arc seconds. It's gonna I think it is like an arc second, or really good theodolites can measure within 1 arc second. Or are you saying that if the object is further away,
So
that arc second?
Right. So tell us the evidence. Tell us the evidence that you were asked, which is the device used in the measurement you presented as your evidence for the reciprocal zenith angles. Was that device capable of being accurate at that distance, or was it beyond its maximum effective range?
No, it's accurate at that distance because the angle that it's measuring was like 3-something degrees. It's been a little while since I read it, but it's multiple degrees second.
You think it's 3 degrees?
Or the margin. I can't remember what exactly it is. So let's just say it's 1 degree.
Dude, there's supposedly only 3 degrees of drop in the horizon when you're in the stratosphere.
Okay, that's fine. I'm saying if it's measuring like a degree or a minute and its margin of error is a second of angle, then it's within its margin of error. Are you saying that it's that 1 second margin of error actually grows to minutes or even full degrees when it's miles out? Is that your position?
Bro, I can't hear you anymore. I'm using power tools. I'm using power tools now, so someone else will have to answer that for you.
Okay. Was nice talking to you.
You're the one who brought up the Chicago skyline, 52 miles away, and 1,800 feet of curve is not there, and you never gave us a reason why.
Oh, I mean, there is curve there because you can clearly not see the bottom of the buildings. It's not an angular resolution issue because you can see the top of the building.
The building should be covered all building, not the bottom. All buildings should be covered.
Yeah, but what's if in that particular, in one of the most all of the photos, they're on top of dunes that are several hundred feet high, like 300-400 feet high. So there's no way that a wave is blocking stories of building. It's mathematically, it doesn't make any sense. The fact that any of it's blocked on a flat Earth, I'm unaware of any mechanism that explains that.
Oh, here, yeah. So you can use your refraction for that. I'll show you what it looks like since you don't understand. You've never seen it. You've never seen this happening before in your life. So, but
yeah, I'd love to see a demonstration.
That explains it. That explains it. See how that.
Brad, when I put it in chat for you. Oh, yeah, you got it too.
Yeah, so that's happening. In a couple of minutes, fine. That's happening when he snapshotted that one picture.
But you're saying you have a demonstration of a flat surface obstructing the line of sight between two taller points.
Yeah, look in the chat. I know you say you can't, but you need to.
I am driving, so this is very risky.
Well, then you should probably pull over because it's pretty important at this point.
The laser thing?
Both things. The Skunk Bay, the laser. I've got more.
Skunk Bay is good because all you do is blink your eyes and pick one of those spots, and that's what that is when you take a photograph of Chicago across the lake like that. That's a snapshot. And it could be any of those that you see in that time lapse happening to those buildings. It's still flat.
I'm not sure how this demonstrates that a flat, because both of these are talking about in-field measurements. Was anybody able to confirm that the floor of that surface where the laser is actually flat? And it's much better to not use a laser.
Dude, it's like you don't even understand. You were talking about earlier, with Indio upward refraction, which would be called looming. And it's like you're forgetting the opposite of that, which would be called sinking, right? Something that would normally be visible, right, above the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. It's like you forgot about the opposite effect when you have an inverted temperature gradient.
Yeah, I mean, I know
that that's demonstrating here.
That it's downward refraction, that it's upward refraction?
Well, it's not called upward refraction.
Yes, it
sure.
is. The opposite of downward is upward.
It really isn't. No, it's literally not called that. It's called sinking or looming, which are versions of mirages, right? Inferior and superior mirages, but lesser versions
where the sky is reflected on the ground.
No, dude. Right? That would be total internal reflection, which is one of the properties of an inferior or superior mirage, not looming or sinking. Okay, so you're forgetting about sinking. Like, do you want me to read you out some citations? Okay.
No, not really.
Not really.
I mean, I understand the concept of downward refraction and upward refraction. You're saying there's a third type of refraction?
No, I didn't say that, right? They're all under the category of deviating light, right, due to temperature, mostly due to temperature, right, which will change the refractive index. It's like you haven't really researched this. You haven't really researched this at all. Like, it's like you've listened to some MC Toon videos or something like that, and that's your whole understanding of what refraction is, and you completely butchered it, the entire conversation with Indio earlier, and you're doing it again now.
McFindle, how do you distinguish the refracted surface from the real surface?
You'd measure the atmospheric conditions of the places.
Okay, if you see the real physical water, can you say, I see the physical water, or you will say that's maybe some atmospheric conditions?
I mean, you see the photons, right? So
no, I'm speaking about I'm speaking about the ocean. If you see the ocean in a distance, you will say, I see the ocean, or you will say, I see some kind of phenomena happening that's not ocean.
If I'm standing on the beach and I can see the ocean, I'll say I see the ocean. I'm not understanding your question,
okay.
maybe.
We have observation. It's called black swan. You see the ocean behind the oil rigs. That means no refraction required. There is an ocean.
What? Refraction doesn't require an ocean.
Yeah, there is a physical water behind the oil rigs. That means ocean. There is no light doing anything. You see the surface of the earth.
What?
Anyway, the buildings that we were talking about in the first place, we see them. That's not an illusion. So how do you explain that? Because you said it doesn't make sense. So since it doesn't make sense, how do you explain it?
I mean, obviously, you went out and measured the atmospheric conditions because we all agree that refraction's a thing, right?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the surface.
Yeah, so it can make it look like the thing. Hold on a second, dude. 1 second. Hold on a second, Sasha. 1 second, dude.
Sorry.
1 second, sorry. Look, so it can make it look like things are sinking behind the horizon, right?
That's your claim, sure.
No, that's the claim by the mainstream. I'm just parroting the mainstream right now.
No.
Okay, so let's go. So Andrew Thomas Young, right? Optics of the Atmosphere, reports in progress in physics. Okay, page 307 and 377. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Right, I can give you citations, and I could go on for days with citations because I got them all right here. So would
you mind sending that to me?
Yeah, I'll pop some in the side chat.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So if I look up your citation and it says the Earth is a globe, would you agree with your citation anymore?
No, because what I was talking about here has nothing to do with a globe, right? This can happen on a small scale or a large scale, on a flat surface or on a bumpy surface. It doesn't really make a difference. It's the mechanism that's at play here. It's got nothing to do with a globe Earth.
Yeah, but if those conditions aren't found in typical atmospheric conditions on the Earth,
they are, though.
They are.
He just said that, and we have countless observations of this happening that actually fit the definition of sinking, which is a type of miraging effect that's common when you have a layer of warm air closer to the surface, and then it gets cooler as you go upward. Okay, the opposite of looming, which you call upward refraction, which is like newspeak or something like that, I'm guessing.
What?
But yeah.
Upward refraction makes things that are high up appear lower. Downward refraction makes things lower appear higher.
No, look, dude, I can post you the actual citations of what these things are really called from the American Meteorological Society. Okay, it's called sinking, looming, which are forms of inferior and superior mirages. Right? They're not called upward refraction or downward refraction. You're not going to be able to find me citations that say those words. Right? But that's kind of what's going on.
Let me ask you this, McMillan.
I do find citations that say exactly
let me
that.
ask you,
Do agree
McMillan.
with me?
No, it's called a hostile witness. So let me ask you this, McMillan. Do you understand what sinking is? It has nothing to do with things in the sky. It's things that are literally level with you, and they appear to be sunk into the ground or behind the curve.
What if they're slightly above or below you?
What if there's these are things we're looking at level to a flat surface? I don't understand what you don't understand about that.
Yeah, like if you're in a valley and you see sinking refraction, is that object going to appear higher than it actually is or lower than it actually is?
We're not looking in a valley.
Correct?
We're not looking in a valley.
Yeah, I know hypotheticals are hard. I'm just asking you to engage.
I know you want to say in imaginary land. That's the whole point of this whole thing for you is we need to imagine everything, right? We can't go out and do a real world observation.
No, I'm saying imagine the consequences of the thing. Make sure that you understand it well. Then go out in the real world and actually confirm whether your idea is correct.
We've done that, and this is mainstream. I'm just parroting mainstream stuff right now. So sinking obviously is when something appears to be sinking. Okay, and then looming would be the opposite of that, where it appears to be looming.
Yeah, upward and downward refraction. Yep.
Yeah, it's called sinking or looming, dude.
I mean, you can use whatever words you want. That's fine.
Yeah, but that's the actual terminology that's used in the mainstream.
But we have example where refraction does not do any.
I'm not a scientist or something, so I don't particularly care.
But yeah, we have observation showing that refraction, whatever light is doing, does not influence the surface in any case.
It affects how you see the surface.
That thing's what is real. Do you understand me? There is no phenomena. You see what it is.
Yeah, like I can see upward refraction where the sky is apparently.
No, man. If you see the water in a distance, man. Simple question. If you see the ocean in a distance, can you say I see the ocean, or you're saying like this? I see something what is similar to ocean, but it looks because of the sun or the light. It looks that it's ocean.
I would typically say I see the ocean because that's a very silly way of talking.
Yeah, that means there is no refraction. You see the ocean, everything is fine. You have that observation, and you say, "I see the ocean."
That doesn't imply. We all agree that there is refraction, so I don't know why you would.
Man, but what if you see the surface of the earth? That means water in a distance. Why are you invoking any word?
Because we know that refraction happens. Like the video that you guys are posting literally show like the horizon moving up and down.
Okay, let's put it like
clearly
this.
happened.
Let's put it like this. You and me never was in the school. We don't know what that word means. We are on the beach, and I'm showing you on 10 miles. Look, there is the ocean, and you're saying, yeah, I see the ocean. Now it's coming some person and saying, but you didn't account on refraction, and I say, for what?
Yeah, that would be silly.
Yeah.
Why would somebody say that?